Check your gear and weapons. We go soon. Training is over. Time to see what you have learned. Enemy soldier incoming. Mark a drop point for your squad. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving. Targets are up. Get to work.
Next time.
Your squad mate has entered the Gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment. One on your squad. Finish the job. advised, Intel has located multiple strongholds. Gas is moving. Fight to earn redeployment.
Soldiers, 4 of you are in my arena. The last 2 standing will leave it. Clock is ticking. Time to kill!
You're the last one on your squad. Finish the job.
It's İlkay Gündoğan for Germany. The first goal at this World Cup. Slotted home with confidence. Just what Hansi Flick and the German players were after. Gonda with the foul on Raum. And the rest is now history. 1-0 for Germany.
Well, first Gündoğan just steps up and coolly sends the goalkeeper Gonda the wrong way. Waits till the last second just to close down his hips. And that one finds itself in the back of the net and gets his team and his staff off the bench and rewards the selection of Hansi Flick of Gündoğan over Goretzka. But you said it, Derek. Germany's been on the front foot.
Well, Gündoğan getting the starting decision ahead of Leon Goretzka. And Japan now chasing this game. They have defended doggedly, very much as a team. With plan A having failed, what's plan B? To what extent do they alter things? Do they alter the thinking? They have to open up. Still a long way to go, of course, as Kai Havertz went bundling into his opponent, Wataru Endo. Wataru Endo, who used to play under an American-born coach in Stuttgart, and Pellegrino Matarazzo. No longer there, but did a very fine job, especially to keep them up under difficult circumstances at the end of last season. Maya Yoshida. He's just trying to get the message across to some of his teammates. It didn't quite go to plan, and it certainly didn't go to plan for Japan, thinking back to the penalty incident, Ali.
No, and now, as you said, it's a question of do you shift your tactics? Because in this group, it's incredibly competitive. And they're going to feel like they have to get something out of today.
Ito, we haven't really seen Sakai get forward in that fashion until now. It is a corner conceded by Raum.
This is a Japanese team that can cause problems for opponent in possession. Beyond the idea that they can play in transition, they can easily pin in the opposition and utilize the quick movements and the interplay.
Kamada to take it. Member of the Eintracht Frankfurt side that won the UEFA Europa League last season. Had to curl this one away. Able to find Tanaka. It goes back off the boot of Nagatomo for Japan.
And Germany had figured out the short corner very quickly from Japan. They sent out Gnabry over there, took away that option.
Let's see if Japan can change things here. Sakai really was getting stuck in. And play raging on. Gündoğan back there as the extra covering player for the National Elf.
But this could be the fear for Japan, is the transition to transition if this game opens up. Germany equally as potent in moments like that.
Referee just a quick word there with initially Gündoğan. It's on with the game. But the urgency from Sakai just seconds ago. Speak about players in Japan as opposed to overseas based. He's back in Japan now with Urawa Reds. As I mentioned, did have a spell in Germany with Hannover 96 in 2012 and 2016. With Marseille, had a good time with Marseille. Player of the year 2018-2019. Sakai's pass and Raum just misjudging that one. Junya Ito. Plenty of hounding, hassling and harrying from Raum. And that word, by the way, Raum, translates from German into English as space, and he has been able to find a fair bit of that on the left in this first half, Ali.
How long were you waiting to drop that? No, he certainly has, and that's largely because Germany's been playing over on this near side more often, and they're dragging over Japanese numbers and then looking to change the point.
Here's Gnabry on the move. Immediately blocked by Yoshida. Saw each other recently in the Schalke Bayern game. Over it comes from Müller. Schlotterbeck is quickly onto it for Germany. And they have bodies in there, including Gnabry. Coming up towards Kimmich. Müller. Away in the nick of time by Itakura. Don't forget the second game for the United States is on Black Friday. England against the USA. Mouth-watering prospect, isn't it? Coverage starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific on Fox. Spread the word to your friends and family if they don't know. They should really know.
Yes.
Should know by now.
I'd hope so.
Schlotterbeck. Well, it was certainly one of the big decisions at the start. Would it be Schlotterbeck? Would it be Süle in central defence with perhaps Thilo Kehrer of West Ham at right back? Kubo was plowing a bit of a lone furrow that time for Japan. And here again is Nico Schlotterbeck. Musiala hasn't quite been able to bring his considerable influence to bear on the proceedings the way perhaps we thought he might, but there's still time for him.
You can just see, though, how dangerous he is. Incredibly tight space, is able to get away from that first, second defender, but usually not that third right now because of the discipline and tight shape of Japan.
Going after this one is Kubo, lung-bursting run, and he did wonderfully well to keep it in play. Well, did he keep it in play? He was certainly willing to make.
Clear as day, but it's a good in-to-out run. That channel is on for him.
So he got the second part right. Did stay in, but he was offside.
And just look at that right now, Derek. You see on that far side, they just don't have the numbers. Now Gundogan's going to go try to be that +1, but they're not looking to penetrate usually on that far side. They're coming to this near side, using Süle to add in, to drag that first defender closer. This is where they're looking to take the advantage and get into that more advanced area, draw Japan numbers over, and then release the far side.
Musiala, Müller, back to Gundogan. He's been shot happy in this first half. Slithers through to Gonda.
Both him and Kimmich have that ability.
33rd minute penalty from Ilkay Gundogan. The difference between Germany and Japan. First game in this group, Spain and Costa Rica. It's the second match, Musiala and Raum. And here's Jamal Musiala and Müller steering it back, and Kimmich was just leaning back. Goal kick.
And again, just incredibly incisive passing from Germany. The quick play, the quick tempo, the advancing run from your left back. That gives Musiala a little bit of space. And then so many of the players in these central areas, because Germany will attack and try to penetrate centrally once they get around the 18. So many of the players play the way they're facing. That helps you with tempo. That releases that next player's action. A lot of unselfish passing happens with this dynamic front six.
Well, Japan are going to be penalised here. Just tried to make the move with the ball under control there. Itakura.
Raum is in.
Let's see if they can find David Raum. It's Musiala and Raum on the left. Müller was waiting in the centre. And covering up there. Plenty of cover for Japan. And it's Gonda who has it once again. Hajime Moriyasu, highly respected coaching figure. He's a very good player for Japan back in the day. Might be asking an awful lot of Japan to make it to the quarterfinals just because of the degree of difficulty in this group. It's one thing to get Germany, to draw Germany in your group. It's another thing to have Spain as well, Ali.
Certainly so, and I think that's why you saw some more urgency after Japan went down 1-0, because there is a feeling that they have to get something out of this game or against Spain. And you said it to me before we kicked off, that the feeling is that Costa Rica can take care of itself.
Kimmich and Musiala had gone sprinting into the box for Germany. Gnabry and Raum to head it back. Havertz in the centre. Gnabry did well. Musiala. And Ito tried to do the defensive covering, but it's with the omnipresent Raum. Interchanging there with Thomas Müller. Gundogan. Kimmich. Shuffling it off to Gundogan, who gets involved once again. It's been pretty calm from Germany in terms of their work on the ball.
Just shuttling the ball about. You see everyone changing angles, going side to side, just looking for that moment where they sense there's an opening in between the lines.
Japan, officially speaking, haven't registered a shot or an attempt. We've seen 11 from Germany.
But sometimes I feel like that statistic is misleading, because that one's called back from offside, and it was a good look, and that's all Japan wants.
It comes down to which team is the more effective, and sometimes you can do that despite not creating an awful lot of chances. Now it's Musiala wriggling. Jamal Musiala. He had eyes for goal.
And this is what impressed me so much doing my research coming into this World Cup, was how effective Germany can be in penetrating central areas. I mean, Japan has so many numbers around the ball, and they still opt to try to go at them in this central channel. I mean, look at this defense and just the quick little movement. That ball right there by Kimmich to take out the lines is exceptional. And then Musiala just to pillow that down into his path, the quick swivel of his hips to get off his shot. No, the shot, it goes awry, but those are moments of beauty. If you're at home watching that, that is not normal, to be able to play in those tight spaces and create a moment that perhaps could be fruitful.
Sakai, the player on the ground. We're going to have a minimum of 4 added minutes at the end of this half. This is what happened to Sakai, Ali.
Yeah, and just gets undercut there on the far side by Raum. When you land like that, that jerks your whole body.
Hansi Flick, first major tournament as Bundestrainer, as head coach of Germany. He was previously assistant to Jogi Löw. Germany were crowned world champions in 2014. He has something of the everyman quality about him, Hansi Flick. Doesn't have an awful lot of enemies. Handles himself very well at press conferences. It's an extremely important job in German society. There've only been 11 of them, including him. Musiala trying to cut in. Gnabry in that deeper position now for Germany. So much has gone through David Raum. Musiala. Müller. Süle taking over. Niklas Süle, Thomas Müller with that low ball in, a bit vigorous though. Nobody vigorous for Joshua Kimmich. Gundogan with the header on.
And good balance behind the ball. Just the countermeasures for Germany have been pretty strong. And being able to regain.
Musiala trying to return the favour there to Serge Gnabry. Musiala, who until recently used to have his mother give him a lift to training at Bayern's Zebenerstrasse headquarters. That was because he couldn't drive, wasn't old enough.
I'd gladly take my kids to training if they were going to be playing for Bayern and one day in the World Cup. All day, every day.
Don't forget, later today on Fox, Spain, Costa Rica. That's the other game in this group. And Belgium versus Canada, opening matches for all 4 countries. Ian Dark and Landon Donovan ready to bring you the Spain-Costa Rica match. At times you might say it's been passive from Japan, but it's part of the plan.
Exactly. Exactly. Just make Germany feel comfortable, have them play balls across the lines, going side to side, and then as soon as they try to penetrate, that's when they want to win it. But Germany has grown into those moments when they have penetrated in central areas. We're seeing less airs out of them with the pressure coming.
Rudiger, this time going from back to front, and Musiala, lovely little flick. Gnabry, Raum has made the run off to the left. Instead it's Musiala who has it. Musiala from Müller. What can Germany do here? And it comes to Kimmich. Pushed away by Gonda. Gnabry, Havertz. Kai Havertz netting from close range. And it's 2-0 to Germany. Japan all over the place defensively. Gonda unable to keep that one out. He looks a bit bemused. But this is going swimmingly for Germany. As we approach half-time, Havertz adds to the earlier penalty goal from Gundogan.
And it did start, though, from a deeper position. One of the first times we saw Germany skip a higher line of confrontation from Japan, and how quickly they got into this area was incredible. And looks like by that angle that Havertz is in an offside position.
Yep.
But Musiala, I mean, first the layoff, then he is unselfish and releases Müller on that far side.
As you said, we always have to just hesitate, wait a moment, everything to be formally checked. And the referee is having a chat with Takefusa Kubo, getting his instructions from the VAR centre, the goal being checked.
And just a really good example of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't against Germany.
Yeah, offside, not going to count.
You think about it, Derek, I mean, the way that Germany got their first goal, they were pinning in Japan. And then even though this one doesn't stand, the higher line of confrontation, Germany easily skips the pressure, and then they just slice through you.
A reprieve for Japan. Right at the end of this half, we've now gone 5 added minutes. Here's Nagatomo, who has scarcely at all managed to get forward, something of a legend in Japanese football circles, and that wasn't far away. Maeda trying to direct the header on target, and that's what could happen in a blink of an eye.
And let's not forget, Japan doesn't have a pure 9, but it's an incredible ball back in the box from Nagatomo. Just glances off the header ahead of Maeda as he's pulling out and getting that space away from Rudiger.
Agonizingly close. The truth of the matter is Japan have been outplayed. They've been very much in defensive mode. Gundogan with the penalty goal. Germany thought they had a second one through Kai Havertz, but that has been taken away. Germany 1, Japan 0. Jenny Taft is waiting for us in the studio.
The 2022 FIFA World Cup halftime show on FS1 is presented by Verizon.
Germany leading Japan 1-0 at the break, and coming up on the Verizon halftime show, highlights from an eventful first half. We'll discuss whether the Germans look capable of a deep run in Qatar, and Jeff Shreves with an injury update on England striker Harry Kane.
Ah, humbug.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the match, but my signal's gone afoul.
You need a better network. 'Tis the season to switch to Verizon.
Tis?
Tis. You get a free 5G phone when you do.
Free phone?
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Well, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh, Scrooge.
Only Verizon gives you a free 5G phone and another gift, like a tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow.
Switch now to the network America relies on. Verizon.
I was thinking that you and I have come to a little arrangement. What you call?
good to get that out?
So satisfying.
All the heroics in one place. See where it takes you. Prime Video.
You're making all the difference out there, kid.
Für Dortmund. Our next big American pressure. Pressure.
So where do you think this pressure is coming from?
Everyone. I'm just here for the mints.
Mr. Manager's gonna have faith in you.
So much pressure.
Pressure makes diamonds.
True.
Prolific! He's gone! Incredible!
On December 16th, the motion picture event of a generation arrives.
This is our home!
I need you with me. And I need you to be strong. Strong-hearted.
Avatar, The Way of Water. Experience it in 3D. Tickets on sale now.
You want to make yourself and your body happy? Eat this.
Yeah?
Like the cilantro with the onion and the jalapeno and like the tomato. You put that in your mouth and like your taste buds go crazy.
I like crazy.
Oh, I love it.
Hey, you!
New Balance. What you got now?
Beckham in the house. Watching a little soccer. Nice. Bro, are you eating my Lay's?
Yep. It's the FIFA World Cup. And it's football.
Those are chips.
Crisps.
But that is soccer.
No, my friend, that is football.
Okay. Definition. Soccer is a round ball. Football is an oval ball. Like those golden balls.
I own my own soccer team. I know.
You just said the word soccer.
Don't forget the chips for the FIFA World Cup.
Don't hog the Tostitos.
The holidays are here, and Dick's Sporting Goods has all the best gifts for everyone on your list. The hottest footwear from Jordan, Nike, and Hoka. And the coolest apparel from all the best brands, plus must-have gifts from Yeti, Callaway, and The North Face. When you're running short on time, shop Dicks.com, where 1 hour pickup is always an option. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. This season, give the gift of sport. Every holiday starts at Dick's.
The 2022 FIFA World Cup halftime show on FS1 is presented by Verizon.
Well, German fans have not forgotten. Germany lost their World Cup opener to Mexico 4 years ago, but they're off to a much better start in this tournament. Gundogan's penalty giving them the lead over Japan. Jenny Taft, Kelly Smith, Carly Lloyd, Alexi Lawless with you. Well, the Germans looking to atone for their shocking group stage exit in 2018. You know what's on their mind, and a pretty strong start for the first half. Let's check out the highlights that we saw just now. Germany, Japan to the 20th minute we go.
Yeah, Germany looking to come out hot, and they did. Lots of opportunities. Long distance shot here from Kimmich. And they just kept coming throughout the half. Here we go. Gonda sees this come through a whole bunch of trees there, gets his mitts on it. He was tested throughout the half.
Yeah, and Germany's certainly got a lot of play down this left-hand side. There's room. The left back cuts it back, takes a nibble, the goalkeeper. Not just one nibble, 2 nibbles. It's a definite penalty. He doesn't go to ground too easy. They see the contact there. He gets back up.
Double whammy.
Double. And then it's Gundogan. Brilliant finish there. Nice, cool, calm, collected finish.
How good did that one look?
45th plus 4 as we're seeing. I've been loving the German attack. Combos through the middle. Here you've got good combo play. Clearance by Japan, not enough. Save, Ganabi to Kai Havertz. But as we know, the flag was up.
Flag up, no good. VAR says no. Still only 1-0, but a lot of possession. 72% possession for Germany in that first half. It was comprehensive.
Very clear.
I don't know how to say it in German, but it was.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it at that. Germany halfway towards those 3 points that they are searching for, while England also received some good news today. We'll tell you about it after the break.
Now what? You say it when things go wrong. At Prudential, we think you should say it when things go right, too. Like when you score your dream job, sell your business, or discover she's smart, really smart. Now what? Here's what. You connect with Prudential's rock-solid team serving over 50 million people with investment, insurance, and retirement know-how. Who's your rock? Visit Prudential.com or speak to an advisor today.
You don't come to Vegas for one game, one fight, or one team. Because the game is just the beginning. The greatest arena on earth.
I save my shrimp tails in jars under my bed.
You don't need to get that personal to get the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It just helps you create an affordable price.
Oh.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Hey. Qué partidazo we're watching.
Ah, humbug.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the match, but my signal's gone afoul.
You need a better network. 'Tis the season to...
Freeform.
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Well, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh.
A tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow!
Switch now to the network America relies on. Verizon.
Now this is an upgrade. And away we go. Hey, what's up? I can get used to this.
The best way to see the world is to experience it with travel upgrades and private events from Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase, make more of what's yours.
For some, the rush of life is also the rush of escape. This is the BMW X1. Take control of your next adventure with a bolder design and more versatile performance. This X1 is ready for that journey. From exhilarating all-wheel drive to the intelligent BMW curved display, your next escape is as simple as starting the engine. The X1 BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
The Disney Thanksgiving movie event has arrived.
Brace yourself!
Just in time for the holidays.
Yeah, I know, I'm happy too.
Celebrate with strange food.
Here you go, little guy.
Family traditions.
That's what I'm talking about.
Over, no, around it.
Yeah.
And a shockingly good time.
Watch out!
Disney's Strange World. Rated PG.
You ain't seen nothing yet, kid.
Now playing only in theaters. Tickets available now.
The 2022 FIFA World Cup halftime show on FS1 is presented by Verizon.
Well, England began this World Cup campaign with a commanding 6-2 win over Iran, but the Three Lions sweating on the fitness of Harry Kane after he was forced to exit the match in the second half. For the latest on Kane, here's our Jeff Shreves.
The good news for England is that it looks like the concern surrounding Harry Kane's injured ankle is going away. We don't have the actual details of the scan because Gareth Southgate didn't speak to the media today. But crucially, we found out that Harry Kane trained with the rest of the players who took part in the game the other day against Iran. Jordan Pickford said, yep, he was out on the grass, he's moving a bit stiffly, he'll be okay. And Kyle Walker, the defender, said, yep, Harry Kane will be fine. Huge relief for England, although, as I said, we haven't had the complete all clear as yet. We should get that from the coach tomorrow. Back to you, Jenny.
Jeff, great stuff. Thank you for the update. Well, plenty more World Cup action today. Spain set to begin their Group E campaign. The 2010 World Cup champions on their way to face Costa Rica, and coverage starts at 10 a.m. Eastern on Fox. Well, first half moment sponsored by Verizon. Some incredible images, and what a finish. Germany with the 1-0 lead over Japan. More action next.
Señoras y señores, it's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days. Shop deals Monday online at 7 p.m. and find hot deals in store Friday at 6 a.m. local. ¡Vamos!
Kia, movement that inspires.
Chris, what's happening? Mike's about to reach 1,000 slides with a new client presentation.
Oh, wait, I didn't save it. Okay, it's saved. Okay, all right, it's all right.
Hobart, seek reinvention.
The world doesn't come together like this very often. But when it does, the results can be extraordinary. Qatar is committed to that idea and growing its potential as a partner, investor, and innovator with possibilities that are unlimited and rewards that are priceless. Let the world play and become part of our story.
Good morning, America. Rise and shine. All across the country, we're getting up early this year with one thing on our mind.
Football!
It's soccer.
Whether you're repping La Cultura in all the colors or no, this is our year. Because the beautiful game
belongs to all of us.
Get Google Pixel 7 or Pixel 7 Pro for free with qualifying trade-in.
Okay, we'd open with creaky footsteps.
Well, what is that?
And you go.
It's the money you can save by bundling your home and car insurance.
Right, well, wouldn't they be happy about the savings?
They're scared of how happy savings make them feel.
Oh, of course.
Geico.
This is Megan, Model 3 generative android.
We're gonna be best friends. Crazy. It's insane, right?
It's nice to have a friend. I designed Megan to protect Katie from feeling lonely. Eat the toppings, Katie.
Experts say.
Megan, turn off.
I thought we were having a conversation. I won't let anything harm you. Megan! You should run. Did Megan do something bad?
It's nice to have
Megan, rated PG-13.
Giants Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day on Fox.
And welcome back from Derek Ray and Ali Wagner here at the Khalifa International Stadium, and a substitution in the offing for Japan. Kubo will take no further part in this game. Takefusa Kubo, and it's a defender who is on in Takehiro Tomiyasu of Arsenal. I think most of us expected, Ali, he would begin this game.
Right. Yeah, that was a fair assumption, coming in good form with Arsenal. But we'll see if this shifts the Japan system a bit. And in fact, it does look like a 3 center back, moving into wing backs.
Now, that appears to be the constellation for Japan right at the start of the second half. We'll keep tabs on it.
And it looks like it's going to be Nagatomo and Sakai, if they continue in that same vein, being the ones to push on higher.
Germany with a 1-0 lead. Goal coming from İlkay Gündoğan, a penalty goal. 14 attempts from Germany in that first half. Japan were pretty punchless. They did carry a threat from time to time on the counter-attack, but that was more early in the game.
And so often we talk about soccer, football, as a tale of two halves, and we'll just see if Japan has other ideas on how they want to break down Germany and try to get a point out of this or something more.
Does clearly look like a back three or a back five,
absolutely.
Ali, when they're defending.
Yeah, absolutely.
Japan.
And part of that is just providing the numbers in the wide channels where Germany's been trying to penetrate. But they're also having now 3 center backs in the center of the park, because you saw how dynamic that Germany can be if they opt to go up the gut.
Manuel Neuer, who didn't have an awful lot to do.
And interestingly, just early pickup, Derek, it looks like they are going to confront in a 3-front, so that's going to be more challenging for the diagonals.
Well, this could be challenging for Japan as Müller dishes it off. Gnabry's there. Letting fly. Unable to hit the target, Serge Gnabry.
And again, just how quickly Germany can get going in the other directions. It's a good win of possession as Musiala is just surging, or Müller, excuse me, and lays that off wide. Not a great angle there for Serge Gnabry to go himself, and we've seen Germany be so unselfish in this final third, but Serge Gnabry has all eyes for the goal. That's one that you can drive across, and you've got 2 runners in there, Kai Havertz being one of them.
Itakura back the way to Yoshida. He's a big proponent of sports science. Maya Yoshida has written a book entitled Unbeatable Mind.
Sounds nice.
It's a very good read.
Of course you read it.
All part of their preparation. I do see him a lot in the Bundesliga. As the central defender, captain of Schalke 04. And an element of risk about that pass from Yoshida, but the outcome is going to be a free kick to Japan. To try to find the right formula, which is easier said than done against a team of Germany's potential might. As I said, nobody in Germany really getting carried away about the prospects at this World Cup, taking it game by game, seeing how it all comes together under Hansi Flick. Some of the signs in the build-up have been positive, but there are certainly weaknesses in this Germany team, and almost displaying one there as they try to pass it out from the back with Rüdiger and Kimmich just in front of the defence. And it is a defence that can be a bit capricious, a bit wobbly. Full-back positions perhaps not the strongest defensively compared to other countries, and the lack of a true centre-forward, that's been talked about for quite a while now in Germany.
Yeah, but they make up for it with the interplay and the movement. I mean, when you look at the profile of the players that they have in those front 4, all incredibly dynamic with the ball at their feet, place changing, quick little combinations. It's been successful in terms of how you can penetrate the opposition. We've seen them just hold possession and pin in Japan in a meaningful way, because we saw yesterday with Argentina and Saudi Arabia, and yes, different teams, but they really struggled when they did get in those advanced areas to deal with the numbers that Saudi Arabia had behind the ball.
It's a good play by Sakai on that occasion to step in, win it back for Japan. Germany have got their shape defensively in place. Ito will be very influential, trying to cut a swathe through the German defence, and Kamada, who's been quiet by his own standards, managing to take aim, and a corner forthcoming for Japan.
And quiet just because Japan has had very little possession, in particular in this advanced area, but it's just a good slaloming run from Ito on that right peg. And he's trying to make something happen, and the touch gets away from him, but his partner Kamada is there. And never even comes close to challenging Neuer. He has to do better with that opportunity, because we said you've got to take the few chances.
It's Kamada with the corner. Yoshida was the target. Gnabry coming away with the ball at his feet for Germany. Raum. A quick switch of play towards Havertz. Nagatomo got there in the nick of time. It's with Gundogan. Musiala. Raum for Germany. Musiala. This is what he can do. Jamal Musiala. Is it going to be? Oh, a wild attempt at the end. We held our breath as he went to work. Jamal Musiala.
Just incredible. I mean, watch this touch. Just under his feet. Just quick little shifts of his body. I mean, Japan cannot get anywhere close to him, and they've got 5 players around him. That little cutting ball, now he eliminates that defender. Now he's sizing up, when can I get my shot off? He beats the next defender, the covering defender. He goes to ground. Now he has his window, and he's falling away from it. That's why it rises up. But that is a glimpse of the special talent that Germany has on their hands at young 19 years old.
He really is a delight, I often say, and not jokingly either. First name on the Bayern team sheet. It's not an exaggeration. That certainly wasn't the plan at the start of the campaign, to have him take part in every single game.
But how do you not have him on the field when he can create a moment like that?
Absolutely.
And you saw it in the first half. Just quick little, sometimes touches to find his teammates and highlight them. Other times he's just looking for an opportunity to test Gonda.
He's only scored once so far at international level. October last year against North Macedonia.
Feels like a matter of time before that changes real quick.
Yeah, I think so. Germany limbered up for this game by beating Oman by 1-0. Niklas Füllkrug was the goal scorer. The Werder Bremen striker, who's an old-fashioned finisher. Scored 10 in the Bundesliga this season. He is available. Interesting to see if Hansi Flick gives him a run later. Spoke about the deficiencies in that centre-forward position. They needed an option. That's an out striking option. They have that in Füllkrug. Although a few months ago, nobody really was seriously putting him forward for the national team. Japan now getting players into advanced positions. Tanaka, and it was not quite right in the end for Kamada.
And the back post is widely on. You actually had Kimmich, who was just slotting into that back line because Zula had been pulled out. So he's the option. And there was 2v1 if they get that cross off right.
Well, they still believe. Japan fans. And he has to be quick here. Neuer just got rid of it. Not aware of the lurking presence of Maida. And he does fancy himself with the ball at his feet, Manuel Neuer, always.
And it fits in well with the style and the system under Hansi Flick.
Don't forget, later today on Fox, Spain, Costa Rica, Belgium, Canada, and their opening matches. A lot to look forward to. Spain, Costa Rica, the other game in this group. Remember, Germany plays Spain in the middle match for the two nations. Japan against Costa Rica. Some talk amongst the Japanese journalists that they might change the lineup for that Costa Rica game. It's offside here against Canada. They might make wholesale changes and go strong against Spain, because it's not lost on Japan that they might beat Costa Rica, but they really need to take something from the other two to have a chance of making it through.
Right on, and this is one way that they're going to look to do it, just running that channel from the behind the high line of Germany.
Musiala. Now Gundogan, midfield strategist. Here's Raum. They have to chase back here, Japan. They overcommitted maybe. Raum with the pass. Havertz couldn't quite get there. Gonda going to work, but Musiala might still be in business. It grinds to a halt. The flag has been raised on that far side. Just a bit exposed there, Japan. Ali.
And again, it comes from Musiala in that lower position. He's the one who found Gundogan. Now you've got the release on this near side of Raum. Again, just marauding forward, causing so many problems for this back line of Japan, but they hold off well. They see that run of Havertz coming from underneath. And in sync, they get him offside. And I'm thinking in this moment, by the way, before it's offside, that, oh no, Gonda's going to cause another issue for his team, but he's bailed out.
And there were those who thought that Daniel Schmidt might be the goalkeeper for Japan at this World Cup. Daniel Schmidt, actually born in Springfield, Illinois. Couldn't live there for very long.
Isn't that where the Simpsons are from?
I think so. Well, that was a painful one for Jamal Musiala. He was met by Ko Itakura. Two Bundesliga players together. Itakura, who was one of the stars for Schalke last season, So they won promotion from the Zweite Bundesliga into the top flight. Now with Gladbach.
Yeah, and just bumbles over Musiala. And that's what we haven't seen a lot of in this match, Derek. It's been pretty clean.
Substitution time here for Japan. And we're going to see two players coming on. Kaoru Mitoma will be one. That's it for Nagatomo. And here is the second substitution. Takuma Asano, another Bundesliga player. He's with Bochum. And he's taken the place of Maida, who's done plenty of running. Did have that chance right at the end of the first half. At the ball of the net very early on in this game, but offside. And now let's see if the substitutes can make an impact. Asano will just come on there and then fired across by Ito. With Asano available, Germany almost caught on the hop.
And again, just a turnover in the midfield area that launches Japan into their counterattack. That's an incredible step from the right center back. He then releases it as soon as he can, and that player that receives it knows, I've got to get this forward to eliminate that midfield line, and then the runs come. But the run from Asano is past the near post. That's always going to be a difficult finish.
They've really got to give credit to Maya Yoshida, who was the ball winner, set that up. And that's what we were talking about, the quick ball win, and then 2 or 3 passes later, if it is executed properly, you never know.
They're in, yeah. And even though the balance feels like it's been so much in the direction of Germany, it's still only 1-0.
Yep.
And they're a moment away from a tie. Or a draw, as you would say.
As we would say, yeah. Well, they're both applicable, aren't they?
I know.
Mean the same thing. But it's not a story of parity at the moment. It's Germany leading by a goal to nil. That Gundogan penalty goal to nil as Raum gives it back to Manuel Neuer. Süle. Up towards Kai Havertz. Such a good grounding in Leverkusen, Kai Havertz, before he made the move to England to play for Chelsea. Musiala had the pistons pumping and somehow kept that in play. Jamal Musiala. Veer into position. Raum for Germany. Wasn't the ideal ball. It was dealt with by Yoshida. He was telling me yesterday, Maya Yoshida, that he really had always wanted to play his football in Germany, finally getting his chance at the start of the season with Schalke, completing his education, many years in England and Italy.
Show on FS1 is presented by Verizon.
Gundogan! Off the outside of the post. Desperately close to a second goal for Germany. And for Gundogan.
And again, just play between the lines is so good. Nice little moment between those two, one checking off, one surging forward, and then Gundogan joins in on the action. He's got enough space to release this shot between the two backs in that situation, and that one just glances wide. You said no 9, but plenty of threats in this German front 4, front 6, as you like it. Add in the fullbacks as well, Raum in particular.
Oh, now Gnabry, and Havertz was waiting. Questions being asked of this Japanese defence. So all the way back there was Mitoma of Brighton and Hove Albion. Another one who, I think quite a few, certainly my English colleagues here, thought would be starting. And now it's opening up for Japan. Germany have got to try to seal the gaps. And, well, it does come in from the substitute, Takuma Asano.
But it's a lovely pocket of space that Mitoma finds himself in. It's on the outside of the double 6 as Gundogan is just eliminated with that pass, and it's a difficult angle. You look at those runs of the wingers, they're drawing in the center backs of Germany and the fullback. That makes a tight shape, so Japan has to go outside of it, and that makes that release incredibly difficult to test Neuer.
Not sure if Hansi Flick is going to be too enamored with the structure of the game in these last couple of minutes. And here they come again. Ito for Japan. The block by Nico Schlotterbeck. Musiala. And Gundogan for Germany. Laying it off to Thomas Müller.
I don't think the neutrals mind, because as it opens up, it becomes even more interesting to watch unfold. But you said it. I mean, you're up 1-0. If you're Germany, you want to slow it down, try to control the game in possession, but in the right areas. Because right now, Japan's having a higher line of confrontation, and that makes it all too even easier if they are going to play in transition.
4 second half attempts by Japan. There's Musiala, and well, the foul by Itakura. He's a little bit lucky to have escaped a booking, I think.
And I think Gundogan's asking for it, but the ref's saying, look, there's only been minimal amount of fouls like this. It's professional in the end, because if Musiala is running at your back line and you get the runs from Germany joining in, that was going to spell trouble.
Certainly wearing the look of a tactical foul by Ko Itakura. Musiala, so difficult to pin down.
Yeah, exactly. Itakura has his hands full, just trying to get close enough and stay close enough once the ball does arrive.
And those of you watching who don't watch the Bundesliga week in, week out, you're getting a glimpse of what we're treated to, those of us who live and breathe the Bundesliga, with Jamal Musiala. He's going to be at the top of world football, I fancy, for quite some time to come. That's offside against Kai Havertz. Well, it's been better from Japan, a lot better the last few minutes.
And I would credit Moriyasu with his shift in his system to bring in wingbacks and provide that width and that structure for Japan. It is outlets when they do win it. Been more successful in possession. And it's caused some problems because it's opened up gaps internally. For Germany, that is.
See how deep Endo was that time, all the way back. Wataru Endo was a bit of an injury doubt in the run-up to this World Cup. The whistle has sounded. Goes against Asano. Just the one goal between the sides. Courtesy of İlkay Gündoğan from the penalty spot. We're seeing some nice, slick interchanges from Japan. And here's the fierce competitor that is Asano, but Rüdiger matching his run. Antonio Rüdiger, defensive leader, without any shadow of a doubt, for Germany.
And I think you'd have to say that Muller pressed and his team wasn't tied in. That allowed the space for Japan to break it. But Rüdiger had it covered against Asano, who's always winning that battle.
Interesting running style there from Rüdiger, wasn't it?
Little high step.
Had a little grin about it. Why not? Nodded down by Itakura, but this is a much more wired-in Japan, I must say. And offside. Thought about it for a second. Junya Ito, judged to have taken up an illegal position. Well, Leon Goretzka will be coming on, so to Jonas Hofmann for Germany. Leon Goretzka of Bayern, Jonas Hofmann of Borussia Mönchengladbach.
And with Goretzka, you think he's just coming on to get a hold of that midfield, if in fact he does slide into one of those double pivot roles.
Just waiting for these personnel switches. Hansi Flick, Michael Zorc just having a word with each other in the technical area. Play continues, and Japan, you could say, enjoying their best spell of this match. So they have an equaliser in them. And they find a way through. Asano, and it's a corner. It spins off Rüdiger. Germany know they've really got to concentrate to the maximum here. 20 minutes into the second half.
And this attack started from Kamada. He's the one that was able to play through the midfield. And then you see Japan getting 4 up on that back line. So it's 4v4, and it's just any slided ball in there, and they can go 1v1.
Yoshida up from the back. It's Kamada with it. And there's the header towards goal. Fired towards goal by Itakura. And now I think we'll have the substitutions. Yep, for Germany. One more look at this. Itakura. Schlotterbeck getting in the way. And so it will be Jonas Hofmann. And he's been sparkling for Gladbach in this campaign. His club a bit up and down. They finished the first part of the season rather well against Dortmund. Thomas Müller says goodbye to this contest. So on has come Jonas Hofmann, and Ilkay Gundogan will be the player replaced by Leon Goretzka.
And you'd think with Müller going out and Hoffman coming on, that's going to slide Musiala into a central area, and Gnabry may come to this near side.
Goretzka, such a fine all-rounder, and has that almost intuitive understanding with Joshua Kimmich. Havertz still on the pitch, still in pursuit of the ball.
And doing a lot of unselfish running. We haven't talked about him getting many meaningful touches, but he occupies the space. At least he was doing more so of that in the first half, just attracting the attention of the two center backs to just free up underneath.
Tanaka into reverse gear, but confidence levels have been upped in the Japanese camp. We're midway through the second half. It's only 1-0 to Germany, and Raum is looking on there. This is very effective from Japan, and the substitute has made a huge difference. Asano getting into that position inside the penalty area.
Yeah, but it's a good run on this near side. Ito had pulled off. That created the space for Sakai to get forward. And then he's just going toe-to-toe with Raum. He gets there first, and he understands that Asano has the step on Rudiger, but Rudiger does a nice job just shepherding him away from goal. Cuts down any angle.
Yeah, great play by Sakai to set it up. Oh, banging the drum for Japan. And can they find an equaliser here? Well, it wouldn't quite fall properly for Ko Itakura. Germany under the cosh. Been given plenty to contemplate. There's going to be a Japanese change.
And Dewan, another winger, it looks like maybe the one coming in.
Ritsu Dewan, another Bundesliga player. He's with Freiburg. And Christian Streich. Previously had a spell in Germany with Arminia Bielefeld. Jumping up for it there, Ito for Japan. Well, they've changed the system. They've changed the attitude as well, the mentality. And one or two problems for Germany. Schlotterbeck having to make that biting challenge. It was Goretzka covering up. Rüdiger. Schlotterbeck.
And they've changed some of the tactics. They're playing longer balls. They're picking up the second.
There's Gnabry and now Musiala. Kimmich chipping it through, and Gnabry, and is it going to be Hofmann? Jonas Hofmann. Gnabry. Gonda could only parry. And it comes to Musiala. Raum for Germany. Tantalizing ball, and Gonda denies Gnabry, and again Gonda twice in quick succession.
And just Gonda up for this. I mean, wave after wave from Germany. Here they come. Musiala holds on to it, releases now Kimmich. He's the one with incredible vision. The timing is on with Gnabry running in behind. Hoffman has a go. Gonda makes that save. Now he's in position. You can see the recycled effort from Germany. Again, parries that out, so it's not in a dangerous area, but the countermeasures are there for Germany. They regain it. Now you get the surging run of Raum down this near side. Gnabry again arrives from a deeper position. Can't connect on the first because Gonda is there and denies him on the second.
Well, that was the Gonda show. Made 7 saves. Meanwhile, Dewan is on, taking the place of Tanaka. Kimmich at the ready for Germany. Itakura had tried to get his head to the ball before any German player could.
That service had such good shape on it from Kimmich. just driven on a rope, looking for Rudiger at that far post.
There's a progressive change this, Ali, for Japan. Doan, something of an artist. Naturally left-footed. Tanaka, more of a sitting player in midfield. So, Bundesliga pro on for a Zweite Bundesliga player, second division.
I was going to ask you
what the Zweite Bundesliga is.
Yeah, whatever that first word is.
Zweite second. Here's the unmistakable figure of Jamal Musiala. Just going to ground. Schlotterbeck moves in. Oh, this is really combative now, isn't it?
Oof.
Goretzka. The referee might want to get everybody to calm down. Endo, Goretzka and Endo know each other well from Bundesliga jousts with Bayern and Stuttgart respectively. A bit nervy for Hansi Flick. Hasn't been comfortable in the second half.
And I think this was part of the attacking intent we were hoping to see out of Japan in the first.
Japan, to their credit, giving it a real go. Kamada. He's been in a bit of a straitjacket for much of the game, but it's really opening up now, and Ito and Neuer, and the chance is squandered. Ay, ay, ay. Well, Neuer, with that important save, Ito managed to get himself into position to begin with.
And absolutely, you step up and hug your goalkeeper for this one. It's a good ball, just floated into the box. Ito chests that down, half volleys this strike. Before Rudiger really can get a meaningful clearance on it, it ends up being a deflection, which makes it really hard for Neuer. And then the follow-up isn't converted. But you said it, I mean, Japan is really threatening.
And there's going to be another change made by Japan, with Takumi Minamino coming on for the Blue Samurai. Not been in the best of form with Monaco.
No, but another attacking threat, fresh legs for Japan to come on and try to steal a point here.
It would be a precious point.
And perhaps steal is unfair, because this seemed like the game plan. Low line of confrontation, mid-block defending, drop in, make it tight for Germany. Let's play for a draw in that first half. Maybe in the second, we're going to try to unleash some attacking intent. Switch into our wing-back system, expose Germany in the interior with the width that we're providing and our wing-backs that are pushed on that back line.
Well, they are gambling. You've really got to hand it to Japan. When you look at this setup now, got the three defenders in place, but it's really wingers rather than wing backs. Ito on the right, Luc Thomas over there on the left, trying to play their way through the Germany defence. And we're in for a furious finish to this game with a quarter of an hour remaining and an element of Germany hanging on. I don't think that's overstating it. Luc Thomas managing to release it, and this time it's got to be, and it is the equaliser for Japan. Wow! It had been coming. Doan, Ritsu Doan of Freiburg. He's only been on the pitch for a matter of minutes. But Germany have been caught out. And how important could this be for Japan in the grand scheme of the group? Ritsu Doan has caused a huge problem for Hansi Flick and Germany with that goal.
Well, they had their hands full before this. The wingback, you see the width that they're providing. Now we're going to surge into these central areas. The run comes from underneath. Neuer cannot parry that out of a dangerous area. We just saw it on the other end with Gonda. He made it get out of that 18-yard box. Neuer doesn't, and the follow-up is there. Just gambling on it is Doan. And makes no mistake on this one. Just a really clean connection. Not a lot of action in that motion. That keeps it down. That keeps it low. That keeps it hard. And in the back of the net.
And the joy of the Japanese squad there for all to see.
And well earned.
They had been pushing.
And you could say right now, a bit of a masterclass in tactics from Moriyasu. If this holds on, or they go on to even pick up all 3 points, we'll see what Germany has to say about it.
Well, as we were saying earlier, Ali, Japan felt that they needed, of course, to take something from either Germany or Spain, hoping that they can overcome Costa Rica, the rank outsiders in the group. Japan will face Spain in their last match in the section. Costa Rica before that. Germany have Spain coming up in game number 2 for them. On with the pass. Will it have the effect of stinging Germany into action? Gnabry. Joshua Kimmich. Now Hofmann. And, well, he tried to make the connection with Zule, who's out of position now. And Mitoma over on that far side for Japan. Well, risk and reward, you might say, and they've certainly been richly rewarded.
And just smart football from Japan. I mean, maybe the idea was that we can't go 90 minutes toe-to-toe.
Doan.
And we can't press and counter-press the way we want to play against Germany and expose ourselves over the course of 90 minutes, but we can do it in 45.
Well, this is lovely stuff now from Japan. Minamino trying to reach the ball, but unable to do so, and Hansi Flick is going to make a couple of changes. Niklas Füllkrug will be coming on, and likewise the hero of 2014, Mario Götze, who scored the winner in the final against Argentina. Musiala departs. Havertz has gone off. Götze in the international wilderness for 5 years, but he's resurrected his career after that metabolic disorder really hampered the situation as far as Mario Götze was concerned. Did well in the Netherlands with PSV, has done really well with Eintracht Frankfurt this season. Niklas Füllkrug of Werder Bremen, 10 Bundesliga goals scored in his first international appearance last week in the 1-0 victory over Oman. Werder Bremen, he plays with a striking partner, with Marvin Duksch. See how it all works out for him in this setup. Gnabry, who's now operating on the left, and behind it goes Yoshida, leading by example. Corner for Germany. Pure excitement in the closing stages of this game. It's all rather straightforward for Germany for much of the first half. It's been a different story in the second.
Schlotterbach won the targets at that back post.
Joshua Kimmich to deliver. Rüdiger. Not to be.
And this time Rüdiger makes his run right into the middle of the 6-yard box. He'd been going back post. But you can see a little bit of a height advantage he has over Itakura. Finally, he's marked up. Whoa, looks like perhaps a foul before that arrives.
Japan, who have spoken openly about trying to make it to the last 8. Of course, heartbreak at the 2018 World Cup at the hands of Belgium. It looked as though they might just pull through. Itakura, and look at the space opening up, but it's Neuer who grabs the ball, gets there ahead of Junya Ito. Germany, who really struggled in Russia 4 years ago. Low point for them. Started with a defeat against Mexico. They knew this was going to be a tough nut to crack against a very able Japan team. We didn't see the best face of Japan in the first half. Here's Jonas Hofmann, and that will be a corner. Jonas Hofmann, who announced his engagement the other day to Laura Winter, well-known TV sports presenter in Germany. She's here.
Again, Derek, the things you know.
Detective work. Kimmich. Füllkrug just made the move there to make himself available. Now he's gone back into the centre. Joshua Kimmich. Isn't the best of corners, though. He was dealt with initially by Ito. Götze, and he is very good at unlocking defences. That was really why Eintracht Frankfurt wanted to sign him. Had problems last season, especially at home against deep-sitting opposition. Japan deserve all the plaudits going. Schlotterbeck with the intervention there. Remember, later today on Fox, Spain against Costa Rica, Belgium versus Canada in their opening matches. A lot to look forward to. Spain, Costa Rica, Belgium, Canada. Now, going to react with Schlotterbeck. Asano, does he have the angle? Oh, there's the answer! This is astonishing! Takuma Asano. It's a dagger in the heart of Germany. And Japan, goodness gracious me, have turned this completely on its head.
And have set this crowd into ecstasy. That looked like it happened in slow motion, Derek. The runs were obvious. They were going in the same direction.
Unbridled joy for Japan. Takuma Asano. And Germany don't quite know what has hit them here in their opening match.
Well, here it is. I mean, Itakura is just standing over. Look at the runs. 2 runs going in the same direction. Rudiger thinks he's holding him offside. He's waving his hand. I got him up. They're clearly on an offside position. Bazula kept him onside in that far spot. And that's the tough call. The tough call that Hansi Flick made, and Asano is making him pay for it because Sule keeps him onside and roofs this one. An incredible finish by Asano. That is a difficult angle with not a lot of room for error. What an impact he has had since coming on.
Well, it is now going to plan for Hajime Moriyasu. Germany know they must act quickly. And it comes from Raum, and it evades everyone, but it did take a little nick on the way through, apparently. So a corner here for Germany. Argentina yesterday against Saudi Arabia, and Japan. Some of their players had spoken about taking strength from that. Another team from the Asian Football Confederation really stepping forward and defeating a favoured country. Kimmich with it. Füllkrug was up inside the box. Götze trying to find the ball, and away by Yoshida. Just wasn't too fussy about where he sent it. 5 minutes left. Germany 1, Japan 2. All eyes on the referee just for a brief moment. Did just get held up the ball there as Götze tried to line something up. This is what we're talking about, Ali.
If Füllkrug rises up for the first one, I think they're claiming a handball potentially. As this ball pops out, the deflection coming off number 20, was it Machino?
Well, nothing comes of it.
In it, yeah.
Nothing at all. And Schlotterbeck trying to find Hofmann. Is it going to happen again to Germany? As was the case in 2018. Off the bat. Japan aren't worried about that. Their fans hoping that they're closing in on a famous World Cup victory. What can Germany pull out of the fire? Raum. Schlotterbeck. We have been having quite a fair old chunk of stoppage time in most of the matches. We were told about that at the referee's briefing last week.
Germany's going to be happy about that if it continues.
Nico Schlotterbeck in there for Germany. Who wants it? Raum trying to nod it on. Ito. And forward towards Asano.
And just thinking back to the chances that Germany had created and not converted, and how many times they maybe played an extra pass. Well, Japan didn't play an extra pass. They went route one and were rewarded at the incredible strike. Just roofing that past Neuer. And Asano's over there somewhere. There he is.
Memories are made of this. Rudiger trying to judge the bouncing ball. Meanwhile, as we continue with the live action, and down has gone Doan. He's looking over towards the officials. Rudiger was sloppy there. Just while we were in the replay, our eyes were on the action. There was an infringement. It might have been just outside the box anyway. We should get another look in a second or two, Ali. He's quite exercised, isn't he? Hajime Moriyasu. Have a look at this.
Yeah, and looked like for good reason. Asano just botting up Rudiger, gets positioning on him, holding him off.
Didn't quite get the proper view of it.
He didn't.
Rudiger. Here's Schlotterbeck for Germany.
And perhaps just going back earlier, Derek, to how many times Germany may have overpassed in that attacking third. They've got to start being more direct and taking more risks once they do get into shooting range.
Here's Hoffmann trying to return it to Süle. Germany are going to make a substitution. They're going to bring on Youssoufa Moukoko of Borussia Dortmund. A young star, 18 years of age, just turned 18 3 days ago. Gnabry makes his way off.
And wouldn't that be the story if he can pull something out here?
Good, sir. And Füllkrug. Wide it goes off the head of Niklas Füllkrug. Goretzka is waiting as well there for Germany.
And now with a pure 9 in there and the height and the ability in the air, Füllkrug, you're going to see more service into the box, or at least you'd assume so from Germany.
The choruses of delight echoing around the Khalifa International Stadium. Japan on the verge of recording one of the finest ever results at a World Cup. Of course, nothing is decided after this game today, but it's certainly set to make the group rather intriguing. A minimum of 7 added minutes. Can't say we didn't warn you. Schlotterbeck to prod this one in. Kimmich for Germany. All the while, Füllkrug is hovering just inside the box. He's gone out of it now. Rudiger. And defeat here for Germany would leave them needing to take something from the Spain match, and that's no easy assignment.
Well, we talked about coming in that there were some defensive frailties within this German side. Japan knew it and has exposed them.
Hoffmann. Süle. Jonas Hoffmann. Thomas was trying to stay with him every step of the way. All covering up for each other, the Japanese players. And a little pause in the action here. Moriyasu, the player who's on the ground. And a reminder, the second game for the United States will be on Black Friday. England against the USA, not to be missed. Coverage from 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific on Fox. A grim-faced Hansi Flick. And this is not the start Germany had hoped for. Still time for them to maybe partially rescue the situation. Ilkay Gundogan had given them the lead from the penalty spot. Kai Havertz had the ball in the net shortly before half-time. That was taken away, rightly so. And, oh, that was far from the ideal ball. Kimmich, the culprit. Let's see what Japan want to do with it. Ritsu Doan. Well, they're making progress again, Japan. It's Endo who got into that advanced position. Wataru Endo of Stuttgart. Here's Kimmich. Do they have the guile to unlock this well-drilled Japanese defence? Füllkrug. That's very much part of his game. Moukoko. And out it comes Goretzka. Couldn't quite line it up to his satisfaction. One or two German players asking the question of the referee, especially Niklas Füllkrug. What's going to happen next? This was Moukoko. Ali?
Yeah, he just flashes this one across the 6, and oof. It actually looks like Füllkrug takes out Yoshida as he's lunging for that one first. And Goretzka doesn't get the shot off. It's a good ball by Moukoko. Oof.
That was Werder Bremen against Schalke inside the box. Germany against Japan. 2-1 to Japan. Quite the story being written. Certainly would throw this group into an element of confusion with Spain and Costa Rica to play immediately after this one. Schlotterbeck. Antonio Rüdiger, speculative shot. That's not going to help the German cause. Almost 4 minutes now into added time.
Unless you pull off a masterclass of a shot there, everyone else on the German team is just holding their head, saying that is not your shot to take.
Not much celebrating going on as the German fans are concerned. It did look as though they might, well, cruise to victory after the events of the first half. But well, Japan's plan changed for the better.
And you've got to ask yourself, though, Derek, I'd be willing to bet that that was the plan all along for Moriyasu. If it was going to be a tight game in the first half, let's keep it close. Hopefully it's a draw, and then we go and try to win it in the second.
Füllkrug with a header, and oh, it's gone wide. It was Leon Goretzka. Man oh man.
And a couple looks now for Goretzka. Just direct play out of the back. Füllkrug, the tall man, goes up, flicks this on into a dangerous area. And that's a half volley that's really difficult to take for Goretzka as it's coming across his body. Just a small margin for error on that connection.
Put it on by Asano. Is there going to be a dramatic denouement here at the Khalifa International Stadium? Well, Japan going to pick up the 3 points. Neuer has ground to cover. He's happy to cover it. Doan was in pursuit of it. There's Schlotterbeck going very direct, looking for Hofmann.
And even sending Rüdiger up to be one of those targets to get on the end of that direct play. We'll see if he comes back into his defensive role or if Germany's going to gamble a bit.
Massive credit will go to Hajime Moriyasu, and Japan, if they see this out, hasn't been good enough from Germany in the second half. But that was a foul. Free kick conceded. Minamino was the offender. Rüdiger going to ground, and this surely is it for Germany. Neuer has made his way forward. Joshua Kimmich preparing to deliver the free kick. We're almost at the 7-minute mark in added time. Can Japan keep Germany out? It's been a remarkable, valiant second half display from the Samurai Blue. And it could be just about everything riding on this for Germany. Kimmich to play it in, and well, they couldn't fire it on target. Niklas Süle was up. It's going to be a corner. They know they've got to be really quick about it here. And a couple of Japanese players on the ground.
It's an incredible delivery, just right across the 6-yard box. That's where you want to flash it, and this one glides over the top, lands to Süle, but he can't get that shot back on frame. The effort, the energy from Japan, and repelling that effort.
Defensive actions being cheered rather as though they are goals, but here's Kimmich with it, and a strong punch by Gonda. It's going to be really difficult for Germany now. Hofmann out to that right-hand side. Schlotterbeck. We need a good ball. And it's going to be a throw-in, and it's over! It's all over! Japan have defeated Germany in this opening match at the World Cup for the two countries. Takuma Asano with what turned out to be the winner. And sometimes pictures tell 1,000 words. It's going to be really difficult for Germany now. There is a way for them, but they have lost by 2-1. Skip and Shannon undisputed coming up next.
Save my shrimp tails in jars under my bed.
You don't need to get that personal to get the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It just helps you create an affordable price.
Oh.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
When other carriers take your money and knock you around, Boost Mobile gives you an unlimited plan for only $25 a month. The lowest unlimited plan on the market. On one of America's largest 5G networks. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
What makes great matchups? Great coaching, great quarterbacks, and great setting. This checks all three of those boxes.
The NFL, Sunday on Fox. Giants Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day on Fox.
Good morning, everybody. Coming up next, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharpe break down that heated exchange between the Lakers and Suns last night. Don't miss Undisputed, coming up right after the World Cup here on FS1.
into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Ah, humbug.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the match.
Switch to Verizon.
Tis?
Tis. You get a free 5G phone when you do.
Free phone?
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Well, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh, Scrooge.
Only Verizon gives you a free 5G phone and another gift, like a tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow.
Switch now to the network America relies on. Verizon.
Chris, what's happening?
Mike's about to reach 1,000 slides on the new client presentation.
One goes in! Oh, wait, I didn't save it. Okay, it's saved. Okay, all right, it's all right.
Hobart. Seek reinvention.
Giants Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day on Fox.
This is my number 3 Michigan. Touchdown. Number 2 Ohio State. Instant classic. Big noon Saturday on Fox.
No mercy, no mercy, no mercy. Let's go face to face. I embrace debate. I don't make mistakes. I just make my case. Drop spike when I'm done. What more can I say? Not bite to my tongue. I don't like the taste. I'm on and I'm on and I own my opponent. I'm always in the zone. Either zoned out of zone. And then we could get it poppin'. Pick the topic if you want to skip and shine and skip and hop and took these sports and made them say, all right, undisputed.
Good morning, everybody. We're on OBJ Watch, and we've got drama in the NBA. A big welcome to those of you who just watched Japan upset Germany.
Wow.
This is Undisputed. I'm Jen Hale. That's Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Come on, America, man. We saw the Saudis beat Argentina. We just saw Japan upset Germany. Come on, USA, get one.
Wait a minute. Another big World Cup upset?
Yes.
Is that a bad omen for my Dallas Cowboys
Let's go,
tomorrow?
Jazz. Let's go, Jazz. I hope
Is
the
it
Jazz-
in the air? Is it? Wait a second. Do you realize we're now 9.5-point favorites over an arch division rival who's also 7-3 like we are?
You smell that
You
there?
smell upset?
I can smell
You
it.
smell classic trap game? I do.
I thought it was turkey and dressing that was in the area. That might be upset. Yeah.
You hope.
It's the battle for NFC East positioning. And, guys, maybe OBJ. We'll get into that in a second. But first, things got heated in that Lakers-Suns game last night after DeAndre Ayton stood over Austin Reeves after a play. Look at this. Patrick Beverley quick to shove Ayton in the back. He was ejected after the game. Devin Booker said Pat Bev needs to stop pushing people in the back. Bev said, hey, I'm just standing up for Reeves and didn't like Ayton standing over his teammate, mean mugging. Shannon, who's right, who's wrong?
Well, Pat Bev was well within his right. First of all, next time we play, I'm going to get Devin Booker ass back. I'm going to send him to the hole, and I want one of my big men to go upside his head like, sorry about this, Isaiah, like Karl Malone did Isaiah Thomas.
I'll buy that.
Because he hit him in the face, and he's just like, well, I ain't doing that. This is what I do.
And he did stand over.
Yeah. I'm gonna get him back too.
Okay.
But DeAndre Ayton, Skip, if I'm down on the ground, if I'm down on the ground, and if opposing player ain't kneeling down to ask me, hey, Sharp, you okay? 84, what's going on? How you feel? I mean, what's wrong? Bro, don't you stand up over me. DeAndre Ayton, you did. First of all, DeAndre Ayton, you stand over the man like you Shaq. I just saw you last week, had Steph Curry on you posting up, and you shoot a 12-foot turnaround jumper. Now all of a sudden you Shaq.
Thank you.
You Wilt Chamberlain.
Thank you.
Hey, first of all, AD, it shouldn't even got the Pat Bev shouldn't have had to come from. I don't know where Pat Bev came from, but AD should have shoved him because AD was standing right there with him and he's standing over him. So AD should have shoved him first. And I get it, Skip. AD is a star player. He's having a historic type run over the last 4 games. Did something hadn't happened in 35 years.
It's historic, man.
37 points, 21 rebounds, 5 steals, 5 blocks. That's the first time that's happened in the last. Well, he's the first player in NBA history to have 35 points,
First
20
ever.
rebounds.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And so, Skip, you know, because you're probably shoving, you're probably going to get suspended. So I kind of understand it. But sometimes, Skip, for a teammate, you got to throw caution to the wind.
Yeah.
To let these mofos know, bro, y'all not finna do this. You're not finna show up, hit my man in his face. He's down there in pain, and you, first of all, Devin Booker stands over mean mugging, and then DeAndre Ayton gets the ball, and he's standing up over him. Nah, bro, that's not finna happen. That's not finna be cool like that. So I'm 1,000% with Pat Bell. He should have shoved him. I wish he could have shoved him in the third row, but he couldn't. Man, come on, man. That's some Bush League stuff with what DeAndre Ayton did. I mean, so what were you trying to prove? I mean, I'm just trying to figure, Skip, what was it? You didn't do it. And then you going to stand up over the man like you got the ball, just stand over looking down at him. Like I said, if you're the opposing player, if I'm on the ground, you need to be asking me, hey, Sharp, you okay? Because if you stand up, don't worry about it. I'm going to see the film. I'll get you back. But I'm definitely, Skip, I'm going to get Devin Booker back before I get DeAndre Ayton back because he started this. He did it first. And then act like he ain't do nothing. Talking about, but Pat Bell, you need to stop hitting people in the face.
Yeah. But
no, I'm with Devin. I'm with Pat Bev on this one, Skip. And AD was like, Pat Bev got his back. And Austin Reeves said, Pat Bev said Austin Reeves thanked him several times. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And Pat Bev is the type of guy, Skip, if he's not on your team, he's an annoyance. He's a pest. You dislike him. But if he's on your team, he's the guy that you go to foxhole with. You know, if you got to go down a dark alley, come on, Pat Bev. He ain't going to ask you no question like what time. That's the kind of guy you want as a teammate, Skip. But absolutely, I'm with Pat Bev. He should have shoved him harder. I wish he could have shoved him harder, gave him whiplash. And guess what? Next time the Lakers play Phoenix, Devin Booker, you on notice.
Yet it was Devin Booker on TNT right after the game who said, next time I'd like him to shove somebody in the chest instead of in the back. Okay. I'll buy that to a certain extent, but I am with you 1,000% on all the big picture points that you made. Okay, just for the record, I'm just going to declare this for both of us. We don't advocate fisticuffs and violence. No. Okay, we're not talking about fisticuffs. I was there the night at the Fabulous Forum when Kermit Washington got a running start and hit Rudy Tomjanovich with his fist in Rudy's jaw as hard as he could hit him. And nearly killed him because I was on hospital watch the rest of the night. So we don't want that. We don't want the malice at the palace. No. We get it. But there comes a point in a basketball game, and it's not football, but it's basketball, and it's a very physical game. It's just not as physical as your game in helmet and pads. No. But there comes a point when some sort of physicality is called upon, when it's necessary just to say, no, no, that's enough of that. Right. So Monty Williams was, to me, I love Monty Williams, but he was whining after the game, that's enough of that. And I get, the line he was trying to draw, and let's just show it real quick to get it out of the way, what Pat Bev did to Chris Paul. Okay, this is at the end of Game 6. It was the closeout game in which Chris Paul had the game of his life at Staples, right, against the Clippers. And if we could see what, this is the end of this play, if we could see what Pat Bev did, here it is. Yeah, want to talk about whiplash? That's whiplash.
Skip, I don't even know what prompted that.
I have no idea. It was just, I don't know if Chris said something to him or if Pat just couldn't handle it anymore. It was out of bounds. It was over the edge. And I got to tell you, I'm pretty sure it went up to Jerry West. The powers that be with the Clippers said, okay, that's enough of him. And he was gone from the Clippers after that incident. So we're not talking about that. Now back to this one. What did Austin Reeves do to prompt this? I don't know. They did have a great stat last night on TNT that I was not aware of. He's now up to 6th in the NBA in true shooting percentage, which takes in everything, your jump shots, your three-point shots, and your free throw shots. He's 6th. So he's quietly performing at a pretty high level. I'm not saying he's a great player, but he's been pretty good for this team.
He don't need to be Steph Curry, but he serves his role and does it well.
And he plays hard, and maybe other teams see him a little bit as a pest. Not that he's going to try to aggravate and irritate. He just plays like ridiculously hard. I think they look at him sometimes and say, could you just cool it a little bit? Right? Slow down a little bit? Right? Okay, so something was going on because Devin Booker, as you see in the first foul, it became a flagrant foul, which it should have been because he follows through and just whacks him right in the face. Okay? Was there some flopping going on? Was there some over-dramatization, some soccer going on there a little bit by Austin Reeves? Maybe a little bit. I didn't think he pounded him in the face, but he just whacked him across the face,
he did, Okay? And then walked towards him.
And he stood over him. as if he was trying to get even with him for what?
Right.
Help me out. Is there some backstory here we don't know?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't see it materialize in the game or anything.
Yeah. Is Austin Reeves known for cheap shotting anybody? I don't think he plays a cheap game.
No.
Sometimes he plays a little out of control, and it's like friendly fire where he runs into his own players.
Right.
You know, it's almost like the Cowboys' Bill Bates. He used to just run around in the defensive backfield and just run into his own guys.
Exactly.
Okay, so that starts it, and then you got to help me out with this. What would then prompt DeAndre Ayton to come out of nowhere, and he's glowering over him?
Yes,
You know,
that's what I didn't get.
What?
Because he gets skipped. He actually, with the ball, he grabs the ball, and he pounds the ball in one hand, and then he walks towards Austin Reeves and stand up over him.
Okay.
I'm like, bro, what? What is that about? That's Austin Reeves. That ain't Luka. That's not Jokic.
Okay, here's my theory. You want to talk about getting cooked by another big man? He had been getting cooked by Anthony Davis the whole game.
Yes.
And again, we're talking about 37 and 21 rebounds, okay? 37 points and 21 rebounds and 5 steals and 5 blocks. Okay, the beneficiary of that, or the receptacle of all that, for the most part, was the other 7-footer, who was DeAndre Ayton, who didn't have a terrible game. What did he end up with? 50. He had 14 and 15 rebounds. So, but again, I thought it was, he got shamed by AD.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, was that some of that coming out where I got you back?
Right.
Well, you didn't get him back.
Yeah, you should stand over AD when you knock him down. Don't stand over Austin Reeves.
Yeah. What are you
He catches strays for something AD did to you.
And again, if Devin Booker had just cold, clean blocked his shot, and he had fallen down off a clean block, then I'd say, okay, I sort of see what you're doing here. But it was a hack foul where he followed through and just hacked him and ended up getting a flagrant foul.
Yes.
Which he deserved.
Right.
Okay? So now what would prompt either one of them to stand over poor little Austin Reeves? I don't know.
Right.
Okay. So now Pat Bev is just watching from the perimeter, and then he finally just says, wait a second. That's enough of that. So he comes running in from behind, and he shoves DeAndre Ayton. I don't think he would have fallen, except he fell over Austin Reeves, right? Because you could see it if we see it one more time. He just trips over Austin Reeves. So I don't think he got shoved down.
Right.
Because what do we give Pat Bev? 6'2", maybe? 6'1"? Okay. And
I don't think he's 200 pounds.
I don't think he is either. And DeAndre Ayton is 7 feet tall.
Right.
I'm pretty sure. So, again, okay, was it a hit and run? Well, I'm also going to point out to you, Pat Bev, after he shoved him, he didn't hit him with his fist. He just shoved him. But
he looking around to see who else was coming.
But he did. If you notice, he steps over. Pat Bev then steps over Austin Reeves toward DeAndre like, I'm not running.
Right.
I'm here. If you want to get back up, although Pat Bev is smart enough to know there's not going to be any punches thrown there.
But the thing is, Pat Bev also look, because the ref comes and grabs him. He looks around like, you a good guy, because you got to look around because you know somebody's gonna come to shove you, Skip. So he's looking around. He steps over. The official grabs him. He turns and look, and I think that's Torrey Craig that comes in a little later.
He does, and he looks over his shoulder like you better have your head on a swivel at this point, because somebody's going to come to get even with you.
We see this all the time in football. When somebody stands over somebody, you see the offensive lineman, or you see somebody from the opposing team, bro, they shove him, bro, get from over him. You already did what you did. You made the tackle, or you did what you did. Now, you're not finna stand over and like you a mythical figure. No, that's not finna happen. But I don't get it. I mean, okay, Book, you had a pretty good game. Maybe Austin Reeves, he shot 10 or 24. So he had 25 points, but he took him 24 shots.
Book did, yeah.
Right. So maybe Austin Reeves was D'ing him up. I don't know. I don't know what the case was, Skip. But it was no reason for him to hit the man in the face. Okay, you fouled him. Okay, I got you. My bad. But then you step towards him and then stand over him just like, and then turn around and glare back at him. I'm like, come on, bro. And then DeAndre Ayton gets the ball, slams it, and he walks towards him and stands over him. Nah, Pat Bev, yeah, I'm 100%. We ought to set up a GoFundMe account. Lakers fans, let's set up a GoFundMe account for Pat Bev. Because he's going to get fined and suspended.
He's going to get suspended. I'm going to assume it's just for a game, but I could
Maybe
be wrong.
2 games, Skip, because they gave him 1 game for the Chris Paul shove.
True.
And now what we see is a reoccurring, right?
He's got some track record.
Yes.
Okay. The point is, when you sign Pat Bev, you sign him in part for that.
Yes.
That's his role on the team. And I think they didn't like it. I think they loved it.
Of course.
As you said, Austin Reeves is thanking
Yeah,
him
he should,
profusely. Darvin Ham did nothing but support Pat Bev after the game. He didn't say he was out of line or out of bounds. He said, I loved what he did.
Yeah.
Okay? So did I. I loved what he did. Again,
I hope Braun on the sideline dapped him up when he came there.
he did. Okay, so if we're talking about man-to-man, should he have run around to the front side of DeAndre and shoved him in the chest?
Right.
I don't know. You can make that case. But I think Pat Bev, that was an emotional sort of overreaction in a good way, where he just emotionally reacted to it on sight, and it was a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction, but he just went and pushed him.
Yes.
Okay? Is it gutless to push from behind in your world of your
but it was gutless for you to stand over a man that was injured.
It was.
I mean, so where's the honor in that? You feel what I did was wrong, but somehow you thought what you did was right by standing over a guy that got hit in the face and he's in pain, and you standing over the top of him like what? Nah, that's not finna happen.
Okay, did you ever run to a teammate's defense when somebody was standing over him? Would you have run and
Oh,
shoved?
yeah, I'm gonna shove your ass right out the way, get from over it. If you didn't, you better be asking, like I said, if you down asking, hey, man, you okay? What's hurting? You know, a lot of times you see guys that get injured, they motion the guy, you know, hey, he's hurt.
Absolutely.
But you're not finna just stand over here like,
Yeah.
nah, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
And it wouldn't be against the man code to run up in your game and shove from behind, just shove them out of the way?
Let me tell you what we did, Skip. This is how we got your back. I'm gonna spill a little tea. You did something to one of our linemen, then they tell me, say, hey, man, he dirty. He doing this, he doing that. We played in Cincinnati one year, and the lineman was doing something to Tommy Naylor, our center. He told Mike to call text block. Text block is when I come down and I'm wiping out everything. I'm leg whipping, I'm wiping out everything. I took the whole side out.
Okay.
That didn't happen anymore in the game.
Okay.
I'm gonna get you, but Skip, I'm gonna make it look like a play. That's blocking, I'm blocking. Because what you're telling me, if you don't care anything like a cheap shot or you do something to one of my teammates, they're like my brothers. If you do something to one of them, you doing something to me. So if you telling them you don't care about them being able to provide for their family, I'm going to tell you I don't give a damn about you providing for your family. So we're going to do an eye for an eye. And I know we might both be blind at the end of the game, but oh well, neither one of us going to be able to see. But I'm going to get you back. You're not going to do anything dirty to my teammates, and I know about it.
Was any part of your block that day illegal?
No, it wasn't legal. I made sure I got my head in front, but I put it right on that knee. I put it right on the knee, and I wiped the end. I wiped the defensive tackle.
The rules have changed.
No, you can't do that anymore. You can't leg skip. We leg whip. We brought the blocking scheme from the 49ers. You know, they were notorious for leg whipping and chop blocking.
Okay.
So however you want to die, like we're gonna get you back.
I thought it was a flashpoint, sort of turning point moment for the Lakers. They had won 3 straight games. I think they came out of this game feeling pretty good about themselves.
Right. Well, Skip, you think about it. Pat Bev played almost 30 minutes and he scored 0 points. Troy Brown played 21 minutes and he gave you 0 points. If you get, let's just say for the sake of argument, you get 10 points from those guys, who knows? It might be a different ball game. Russ came off the bench and gave you 21. He didn't shoot the ball particularly well, but hey, he pushed the tempo and he didn't have one turnover. I can live with that.
You know what? I thought he was pretty good last night.
Yeah,
I liked the energy. Yep. So the point is, LeBron is coming back on Friday night by report. Right. Chris Haynes reported that last night on TNT. All of a sudden, you look at this team with Anthony playing at a supremely high level. If you keep this up, can you scramble back into the playoff race? Can you get back at least into the play-in?
You're probably going to have to win every 3 or 4 games. So if you play 4 games, you're going to probably need 3 to get back, Skip, because you've given up so much ground. What have they won? 5 of 11.
Yeah.
So you're going to probably just to get back before the All-Star game, you're going to have to win 3 or 4. Every series or every 4 games, you got to win 3 of them because you're 6 games under 500.
But I keep telling you, I look at this team on paper and I say, Anthony Davis is now playing like at least a top 10 player. He might be top 5.
Well, this is the Anthony Davis, Skip, that we saw in New Orleans. Yeah. Where everybody said, man, if he got with the right team, because we know he's capable of doing this. And that's what's so, Skip, that should be an indictment. Yeah. Because we've never seen this with Anthony Davis when he's been in L.A. And to see him do it, and do it with relative ease. Skip, he took 17 shots. He took 17 shots. But he went to the free throw line, 16 times, which is telling me he's being very aggressive.
And over the last 4 games, he's making 92% from the line. Remember the doldrums he fell into where he just couldn't make a free throw?
Hey, Skip, and guess what? 0 for 0 3-point attempts, 3-point makes.
Work.
That's what He has that ability, but that's not his strong suit.
Okay.
Get down on that block, AD, and eat.
Okay, and it's not the Lakers' strong suit to make threes because they made 4 of 22, yet they were still in the game late. It took some big Phoenix shots down the stretch to hold them off.
Yes.
And yet the point was, I'm ready to go so far as to say Russell Westbrook has had a late career rebirth as a sixth man.
Well, he's the betting favorite for the sixth man of the
Well,
year.
he should be. He should be. And I think Darvin convinced him. How would you like to? You've been the MVP.
Right.
You've been the most improved player. How about add to your resume sixth man of the year?
Yeah, that would be great. Skip, Phoenix, you're not the bad boy Pistons. You're not the old Miami Heat. You're not the Knicks, where you knock people down and you stand up over them and you dare somebody to do something. That's not your MO. That's not who you guys are. So stop pretending like you're trying to send a message to somebody because the message wasn't received.
So this team has punished your team in the playoffs.
Oh, they've beaten us like 9, 10 times in a row, including the playoffs.
So now I think a rivalry has been reborn here a little bit where when LeBron comes back, I can't wait for the next matchup with these guys.
We got something for him.
Yeah.
Well, Thomas Bryant, I'm putting Thomas Bryant in the game. If Devin Booker comes anywhere near the paint, lay his out.
Okay, here we go. I love it.
Also out of this game, gentlemen, hopefully he and LeBron will both be available for that December 19th rematch in Phoenix. That should be a good one. All right, let's move on to OBJ watch this morning, guys. The Odell Beckham Jr. sweepstakes continues. Dak Prescott is the latest Cowboy to chime in. He says he's reached out to OBJ about joining Dallas. Now, let's not forget the Giants are still making their push for Odell, with wideout Sterling Shepard saying he keeps in contact with OBJ and thinks that Odell would love to return to New York. This is getting good. Shannon, what's your gut feeling right now about where Odell signs?
Well, if he wants to win a ring, he says he wants to win, he wants a chance to win a championship, he'll go to Dallas. Now, if he wants to go homecoming, if he wants to, have a nostalgic moment and go back in the locker room with some friends with Saquon, Sterling Shepard, I'm sure a lot of the athletic trainers and doctors and everything, they're still there. He's very familiar with the city of New York.
He is.
He's unfamiliar with Dallas. I don't know how much time he spent in Dallas, but when you spend 3-4 years, 5 years like he spent in New York, he's very familiar with the New York area. He's very familiar with the Giants. So if that's what he wants, if he wants a homecoming, go to the Giants. You're not going to win a championship in New York. That's not going to happen. Now, he said he wants a chance to win, and he wants the chance to go and win a championship. Dallas is in a better position currently for him to meet those goals. So for me, it seems like a no-brainer. Now, obviously, the money is going to be an issue. How much money is he willing to take? Because the Giants probably will be willing to meet his demands and give him the prorated $20 million and then give him a 2-3 year deal on top of that. Will the Cowboys be willing to meet his demands and give him a 2 or 3 year deal on top of that? I don't know. Because the Cowboys says, I think you kind of need us a little bit more than we need you. We've shown over the last couple of weeks that we can win without another wide receiver.
Well, at least over the last week. I wouldn't go a couple of weeks, but go ahead.
Well, they played well. That was I put that loss in Green Bay on the defense. 14-point lead.
Okay.
I need you to play in Green Bay like you played Sunday.
And I need Dak's offense to have the ball 4 times at the end of the game and score at least a field goal, and they scored zilch. Go ahead.
Minnesota. You have the ball the first 7 times, you go get points. So that's good enough. So and then Dak said, I don't know how you get a better recruitment pitch than what the Cowboys have given Odell. I mean, from D-Law to CeeDee Lamb to this one to Micah. And Dak says, I've reached out to him personally.
He has.
And let him know that we would love to have your services. We think you would fit great in this locker room, and it has an opportunity for you to help us, and we go do something special. So you can't get a better pitch. You've heard the owner speaking glowing terms about you, but at the end of the day, it only matters if he signs the check. Not what he says, it's about what he does. So for me, Skip, it seems like it's a no-brainer that the Cowboys are the better option if he wants to win and go compete for a championship. If he wants to go home because he wants to go back and wants to finish where it all started, well, the Giants obviously is a no question because he spent the best parts of his career has been in New York. And if that's what he wants, go to New York. But championship, that ain't happening.
So if you had to bet on it at this very moment, you would bet Dallas.
I would bet Dallas, absolutely.
Okay? I got it. It feels to me like a game that will be played tomorrow afternoon, Thanksgiving afternoon. The game of the regular season, to me, every year is this game featuring my Dallas Cowboys. This one features an arch rival in the division, New York Giants. They are also 7-3, as are the Cowboys. it feels like the winner of this game will get Odell Beckham Jr. That's how I boil it down, because if the Giants do come in and pull off what would be seen as a massive upset, Dallas is now a 9.5-point favorite, and I don't think anybody in the world is going to pick Dallas to win this game. I mean, pick the Giants to win this game. I don't think anybody will, and sometimes that can be the classic trap, because I don't think the Giants are a bad team by any stretch. It's possible that they would have as many as 6 starters who started against the Lions not eligible or now not available for this game.
Skip, at some point in time, that next man up becomes just coaches speak. You just can't keep having guys go down to my next man up, next man up, next man up.
All right, I got it. No team has ever recruited Odell, even last year, any harder than my team has.
Has anybody ever been recruited in the NFL like this?
No. It's never happened like this. They have rolled out the metallic blue carpet, and it's like miles long. Everybody's on the carpet saying, please. Everybody's down on bended knee. Odell, please, please, please, this is made for you. I keep saying he was born to be a Dallas Cowboy, to perhaps finish his career as a Dallas Cowboy, because he did New York and he did L.A. Unfortunately, he had to do Cleveland also, but he needs to finish with America's team. He needs to wear that star on the side of his helmet. But it feels like if somehow the Giants jerk the rug out from under the Cowboys tomorrow afternoon, that it feels like Odell might lean back toward the Giants. But here's why I'm going to say he won't be a Giant. They will then heavily recruit him and say, you got to come home. You got to come back. And I'm pretty sure you know him a lot better than I do, but it seems like 2 of his closest friends are Sterling Shepard and Saquon.
They are.
They work out together, and I think they're soulmates. They're blood brothers because they played together.
Well, tell them in Jamaica after I win the Super Bowl with the Cowboys. We can still be friends.
Okay. All right. I got it.
At this point in my career,
I got it.
There's not very many opportunities you're going to get like this, Skip. It's on a silver platter.
All right. And here's the other one. Remember, the leading receiver in targets and catches is Darius Slayton, who's not all that.
No.
He's not really a true number 1 to me. There's no Sterling Shepard right now because he's gone. He's out.
Wan'Dale Robinson got injured.
He did.
He's out.
He just got okay. The leading receiver in targets and catches overall is Saquon, and who is your running back. Okay. The problem for Odell would be if he decided, I'm going to go home again, I'm going to go back to the Giants, he would immediately be perceived. Let's say they win the game and they get to 8-3. He would be perceived as their savior. People would say, we need 2014 Odell. We need you back. We need the Pro Bowl Odell. I don't know if that body has it in there anymore because he's had the ACL reconfigured twice now on the same knee, which is scary to me. And he had 3 different surgeries in Cleveland. At age 30, could he stand up to being the savior? I don't know because it's hard to know.
Is that you're asking an awful lot, Skip, for someone to be your savior that's coming off a second ACL injury, and you don't really know how his body's going to respond to obviously he's going to have to take a physical, but there's one thing about running straight ahead on a treadmill and running straight ahead on the track. But plant cutting with helmets and shoulder pads, guys bumping into you is something entirely different. So you're asking an awful lot of a guy that hadn't played football in a very long time to come in and be your savior. He doesn't have to be your savior. Just think, Skip. I don't believe Ndamukong Suh is coming out of retirement or wherever he was, hiatus, for anything other than a team that presented an opportunity to win a Super Bowl.
All right.
The Eagles gave him that opportunity.
Agreed.
I believe the Cowboys presents a better opportunity, although going home would be, man, never thought I'd be back in this locker room, see some of the guys. That's great.
It would
But at the end of the day, you said you wanted to win. And I believe the Cowboys give you a much better chance. As a matter of fact, a 90-10 better chance of winning long-term than the Giants.
Okay. So now back to my Cowboys. I believe everybody in that building is all in except for the man who matters the most.
Yeah, exactly.
Because his quote yesterday had an interesting phrase in it, if I can find the whole quote. He went on and on about this and that. It's Jerry speak, which I can't even decipher. But at the end of it, he said, the main thing that everybody would agree with, if you can improve this team right now and it's within reason, you should do it. And it's within reason, said Gerald Wayne Jones Jr. Within reason, What does that mean, Mr. Jones?
Jerry's the only guy that he wants a discount, but he wants you to pay full price. That's how he operates, Skip. So he's looking at Odell. I want you, but I need you to take, probably 50, 60 cents on the dollar.
That's what he needs. So it has been reported that Odell wants something commensurate with what Michael Williams just got to start this season. I know he goes in and out of the lineup. He's been beat up, but he got 3 years at $60 million. That's $20 million a year.
Right.
And Odell would want that prorated this year down the stretch of however many games, what would be 6 games left? Yeah. So he would want prorated $20 million of those games. And then obviously he would like some duration to this deal to take him into his early 30s. So would he want 2 more years on top of that? Probably he would.
Probably.
Okay. Is it too rich for Jerry's blood to go to $20 million a year, one prorated this year, and then 20 and 20 for the next 2? Because I'm pretty sure that's the market price.
Yes.
That's what Odell say. Well, I'm worth it. I showed down the stretch last year I was worth this much.
I agree. I don't think personally, Skip, that's going to damage it because you got Trayvon Diggs. He's in the 3rd year of a 4-year deal, Skip. And he's going to want Jalen Ramsey money.
And
whoever and he's going to get it.
I think he deserves it.
He's going to get it.
And I think he's earning it day after day. And I think he very quietly did a very good job once again on Justin Jefferson, even though Minnesota didn't have the ball very much.
Right.
And they got behind, and then it was a horror show. But the point is,
you got to save some.
Yeah.
Because after next season,
the big one's coming. 11 from heaven.
Skip, ain't going to be no discount.
No.
You already know ain't going to be no discount with this kid. Because this kid, and if he gets Defensive Player of the Year in his first 2 years, there's a possibility he might be getting back-to-back years. So he'll be a Defensive Player of the Year 2 times in his first 3 years. You're going to probably have to go $35 million a year for a defensive player.
Maybe more, honestly.
Yeah, oh yeah. He gonna get $100 million the moment he walks in the gym. Whatever Dak got, he gonna get 25, 30 million more than what Dak got to sign.
Okay. Me?
Yeah.
Worth every penny of that.
You give it to him?
I'm
a $200 million defensive player.
He's the driving force of my whole football team. He is the face of the franchise, even above the quarterback at this point.
You normally real stingy with the Cowboys' money, but you just opened up the bank vault with that one.
He is invaluable. And I think you agree with that.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be 24. He'll be 24.
I keep telling you, I think they come out of the tunnel, and they look around and they say, we got 11 and you guys don't have 11. I think it boils down to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would Odell do for the team? I keep telling you, I don't really care about his productivity at this point. If he could do what he did for the Rams last year, I would be ecstatic.
Right.
Because it took a while to get some rhythm with it.
Yeah, they're going to take it right.
Remember, he played 8 games down the stretch for the Rams. He averaged 3 catches for 34 yards, and he was pretty quiet. And then all of a sudden, he got real loud when they went to Tampa because he caught 9 for 113, and he was starting to get louder in the Super Bowl when he caught the 2 balls, including the early touchdown, and then you know what happened.
Right.
Okay, if you could do that, he's worth the $20 million because beyond what he can do, actual productivity, he's a superstar. He is a social media giant. And you can say, well, how does that translate? It just translates that you sent a message to your locker room. I went and got you the one that you wanted, because he has mystique to him. As you know, he has star quality to him. He has presence. He has aura. Once you get Odell in your locker room, on your sideline, and in your huddle, you start thinking, man, Jerry is serious about this.
I still believe coming off an injury that he still can be your 3rd or 4th best corner, and that's probably what he he'll be your 3rd. He'll be your 3rd. But he'll get matched up against your 3rd or 4th corner. Okay. So I feel that Odell against a team's 3rd or 4th corner is a better matchup. And that's what he got. A lot of teams had to play him. They're like, okay, we got to devote this attention to Cooper Kupp.
Yep.
And Odell was eating on 2nd and 3rd guy.
He was.
So now if he goes back to eat, if he goes and he's the 3rd guy behind CD and Gallup, he's gonna get the 3rd or 4th corner, Skip.
Okay. Just in my heart of hearts and my gut feeling, I think once he got in rhythm, if the ACL is just pretty good, I think he could be a little better than Michael Gallup. And Michael Gallup's pretty good, and he had a little bit of a burst at Minnesota where you start to say, wait a second, maybe he's coming off ACL also.
Yes.
But over time, by come playoff time, I think he could be more valuable because he's been in big situations and circumstances where he has risen and shown at the highest levels.
Right.
So I would prefer that. CD is the qualified number one overall receiver, right?
Yeah.
And he knows that.
Yeah.
And he would respect that. And I think CD would not be threatened by him because CD's, I think he's third in the league in targets. Well, okay, but so the offense has been revolving, the passing offense has been revolving around 88. Well, there's room for him.
Yes.
There's room because Dak and Noah Brown have never had the greatest chemistry to me, the greatest.
But he hit him on a great throw on Sunday. Okay,
but that wasn't a great throw to me because it was actually that was the only throw that I had some question about with Dak because it was a pump and go.
Right.
And Noah got him.
Yeah.
And it was that kid Booth who's they picked on him all game long.
Yep.
And he underthrew it a little bit, and Noah had to stop and catch it, and then he went down at the 1 yard line.
Right.
But the point is he better than Noah Brown? You know it, and I know it. Okay?
He's better than the other guy you took in the third round from South Alabama.
Okay, well, who's been no factor. And look, James Washington, they keep saying he's going to be back, and he's not back.
Right.
And he had like a Jones fracture type injury to his foot. Well, I don't know, and he never was much in Pittsburgh. I was just hoping against hope that he could give me one deep ball a game.
Right.
Well, I'm good with him.
Right.
I'll take that with CD and Gallup, and then I'm good to go. And obviously, Dalton Schultz has good rapport with Dak and good connection with him. And then you're good to go. And I also think that Tony Pollard, who played receiver at Memphis, should get more and more targets as we go down the stretch. Because as we keep seeing, you get him in space, he can go.
Yep.
Okay? So it just makes all the sense in the world. It's a Super Bowl move by a man who has said repeatedly, you would not believe the size of the check I would write. Okay? It doesn't matter what size of check you'd write when it's a salary cap situation because he's so frugal against the cap and he believes in building from within.
Right. Well, it's easy to say that, Skip. You have no idea because everybody knows. With Jerry, you can't write the size of the check that you want because you have a cap issue. It's not like baseball.
No.
You know, the Yankees.
Then he'd be good to go.
Right. He could just go. They could cut Aaron Judge a check for $400 million, and they'd be good to go. Right. You know, we give you 9 years, 10 years, $400 million. Good. You can't do that in the NFL. And Jerry knows that.
Okay. I do fear that Jerry's going to sit back, depending on the outcome tomorrow. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's say they do to the Giants pretty much what they just did to Minnesota. What if they just blow them off the field? Would Jerry sit back and say, you know what? Tyron Smith is about to come back at left tackle, so I can move Tyler Smith over one to left guard, and James Washington's about to be good to go. I think I'm just going to stand pat.
You sound like a man that thinks Jerry's going to talk himself out of it.
He well could because he loves to go against the grain.
Right.
He's not one to give in to sort of a public tidal wave of let's go get Odell.
And right now, Jerry has done everything. I mean, to draft all these players. If Odell comes in, plays decent in the playoff, Odell going to get some credit.
He would.
Jerry wants all the credit because right now, Skip, he built everything.
He did.
He kept DQ. He re-signed Dak against, he didn't really want to. They drafted Micah. They let Randy Gregory go. They promoted Doris Armstrong.
Yep.
So he's done a lot.
Jerry can say, I am the draft master. I am the one who picked Sam Williams in the second round, right?
Yep.
And he's starting to flash even more than Randy Gregory flashed.
Yep.
So you're right. That's my fear. But they need, if they want to go do some things, some big things, some great things, they need that man.
Wow. Odell, you hear that?
Yep.
I mean, you ruined one quarterback, and now you can bring life, bring more life to another quarterback.
Yeah, he wouldn't ruin Dak, would he?
I don't know.
No.
Well, Dak apparently sure doesn't think so, gentlemen. At least, supposedly right now, OBJ is set to visit both teams after the Thanksgiving holiday. We'll see if that game tomorrow changes his mind and lets him land on one definitively. All right, still to come here on Undisputed this morning, guys. How did Ben Simmons look in his return to Philly? You know that was a huge night for him. Skip and Shannon break it all down on the other side of this break here on FS1.
Can I help you?
I wanted to mail this.
Okay. Layla is our messenger pigeon. What?
Oh my God.
This is mostly secure. Mostly. Fairly secure. Yes, sir.
This is crazy.
You know what else is crazy? That SMS text that he's sending? It's unencrypted. Other people might see your text just like other people might see that letter.
You're kidding.
No.
I wanna know if you can get to that.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you with Inflation Buster. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of purchase, you can refinance with exclusive savings with Rate Drop Advantage. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, I'm positive.
I mean, I love that you're trying to help, but why this way?
Because there's a lot going on in the world, and this is how I can help. So, what do you think?
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Now that's the shakaroni.
Dang, that's huge. Oh, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing. Somebody save me a slice? No.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Shakaroni. Oh, bring it in. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Get on beat. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Shake that wig on, come on. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. You guys were so offbeat. Okay, all right, let's eat.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
With Metro.
Imagine even more savings involved. Video calling, more sharing every memory. So happy together.
Get a free 5G tablet only at Metro.
Give a gift that means a lot without spending a lot. Shop early and save. Only at Kay.
Christian Pulisic and Team USA coming off that 1-1 tie against Wales earlier this week. Now they look ahead to the group favorite, England. Be sure to catch all the action. Coverage starting this Friday only on Fox at 1 p.m. Eastern. Back here in the U.S., Ben Simmons faced boos last night in his return to Philly. No surprise there. Simmons did finish with 11 points, 11 assists, 7 boards in the 115-106 loss. After the game, Simmons said he thought his reception would be, quote, louder. Flirting with a triple-double there. Shannon, how impressed were you with Simmons' return to Philly?
What am I impressed by? Brooklyn lost to a team without their 3 best players. Skip, we talked about this yesterday. We said, like, man, this should be easy pickings. No Joel Embiid inside, no James Harden, no Tyrese Maxey. And they lose to this team? Tobias Harris had a season high, 24 points. Now, we all know Tobias Harris is a max player that's avoided criticism. They signed Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler, much to the chagrin of Joel Embiid. DeAnthony Melton had a season high, 22 points. Paul Reed had 19 points. Before last night, Paul Reed had 8 games of 0 points. He had 5 games of 2 points. He came into the night averaging 0.8 points a game. The man had 19 and 10. Now, Ben Simmons had to be guarding one of those guys.
Yeah.
Either he was guarding Paul Reed, Tobias Harris, or DeAnthony Melton. One of those guys he was guarding, and they had season highs on his watch. Skip the Nets offer. I got crushed on the glass again by 14. Skip, the Sixers had 20 offensive rebounds with no Joel Embiid. No Joel Embiid, and you give up 20 offensive boards. 22 second chance points, you had 7. Skip, this is embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, he got close. I thought he'd have, I think I said 12, 8, and 7. I think I said something like that. So I was close. He had 11 assists. He had more assists than I thought he would have.
Yeah.
Pretty close in rebounds, pretty close in points. But I wasn't impressed with anything. This is embarrassing. The Brooklyn Nets should be embarrassed about what that performance that they put out there last night. Everybody, from top to bottom, not just Ben Simmons. And he gonna talk about, I thought, why you care? See, Skip, he worried about the wrong thing. But I thought the reception was gonna be worse than that. So I thought y'all was gonna play better than what you played. He's worried about the wrong thing. That's terrible. That was a terrible performance all around from the Brooklyn Nets. And no, I wasn't impressed because a team without the 3 best players and no big presence inside, Ben Simmons should have 8. Ben Simmons should have had 31, 11, and 7. Paul Reed from DePaul. Now, Skip, back in the 80s, DePaul was a powerhouse. When they had Coach Myers coaching, they had Mark Aguirre. They were a really good team in the 80s. I'm old enough to remember when they were really good.
I covered them in Chicago when they were still pretty good.
Yeah, so they're not. But no, Skip, you can't have 3 guys. 3 best players are out, and then you get 3 guys get season highs. Come on, man. Come on, Skip.
By the way, Paul Reed was the G League MVP, just for the record.
Skip, he was the 58th pick in the draft.
Okay, but again, I've liked him when he gets in. Here's the big picture takeaway for me. Remember, I picked the Sixers to win the East, and it was because of this depth. But unfortunately, on a nightly basis, the depth doesn't get much of a chance because the other guys just dominate the ball. It was funny listening to Tobias Harris after the game. He said, I knew that for once I was actually going to get to touch the ball a lot tonight because he was going to be relied upon to be the scorer that he is capable of being, that he often is not. Okay, so I got that. I did tweet the word embarrassed. I'm with you on that. They should be humiliated over what happened because this was the classic case of what Dick Motta used to say to me when he was the coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Dick Motta once upon a time won a championship in this league, and he used to...
With the old Bullets, right?
Yeah.
Excuse, they're the Wizards now, but they were called that back
once
then.
Once upon a time they were, and they beat Seattle in the finals.
They did.
And he was the ringmaster of that one.
Bobby Danridge, Elvin Hayes, Wes Unseld.
That is correct. But he used to call it the wounded tiger syndrome, and he said, in this league, all the teams have enough talent that if you aren't careful, if you don't go out and match intensity with the subs, you're liable to get embarrassed. And they got hugely embarrassed, and it mainly, you can attribute it to, look, the Sixers made 16 of 32 three-point shots. Well, if you do that, if you're going to make 16 threes, you're going to have a chance to embarrass the other team, and they did. So we got the usual stat machines. Look at what KD and Kyrie did. They're like solo stat machines who operate in their solo universe independent of this thing called defense because they don't seem to care about the defense. No. But Kevin makes 9 of 14. That works, right? Even though it was only 20 points, he had a string of 25 pluses to start the year. But Kyrie made 10 of 18. Well, that looks pretty good on paper, right? Right. They got embarrassed.
But Skip, they got to be in the mid-30s in order for them to win a game. They can't be in the Skip. They can't score 20 points, 43 points between the two of them and win.
All right. So now back to Ben Simmons. I was impressed with how he handled himself, given the demons that I think he's still fighting deep in his subconscious that all got their starts in Philadelphia. Right. And so to go back. You've been there before where you had to go back, but you didn't get really booed.
No, I didn't.
Mean, nobody booed you. But he was ready for the boos, and I thought he handled the boos fairly well. The point you make is a good point because I think he was so fixated on, I just got to survive the night psychologically and emotionally, that the winning part is irrelevant. Like whatever's happening on the scoreboard is irrelevant. I just got to survive and advance to the next game, right? So his numbers are pretty good because it's who he is.
Right.
I keep telling you, he is an extremely gifted basketball player who's gifted completely unconventionally because he can't shoot a lick.
Correct.
But he did go to the free throw line last night. Early, he had 2, and he made 1, and then he went up the court like, I got you.
He did the Michael Jordan shrug.
Like, hey, I made a free throw. Okay.
What, like, y'all thought I was going to miss these?
Okay, for him, that was a big deal, and he makes 3 out of 6. So he winds up with 11 points, but he had 11 assists.
Yes.
And he had 7 rebounds.
Yes.
Okay, so he had a Jason Kidd almost triple-double.
Correct.
But then you keep looking across the stat sheet and you say, well, wait a second, he had 3 steals.
3 blocks.
And he had 3 blocks.
Yep.
To go with 3 turnovers. But that's who he is.
Yeah.
He can put those numbers in columns in the stat, in the box score that the others can't do. Because the other, he's a good fit for this team, but it didn't matter last night because when push came to shove, when they needed to really ratchet it up and put the pedal to the metal in the fourth quarter, what did Ben Simmons do in the fourth quarter? Help me out here.
I don't think he scored.
He played 5 minutes. He didn't even take a shot. He didn't obviously attempt a free throw. He didn't have a rebound, and he didn't have an assist. He did have a steal, and he did have a couple of block shots, which is decent. But again, what was he doing in the fourth quarter? He was staying away from the basketball because I think he didn't want to go to the free throw line, right?
But here again, what happened? They allowed the Sixers to shoot 50% from the floor, 60% from the three-point line.
Yep.
They made 5 or 6 free throws, and they scored 30 points.
That's what
and
happened.
boom, and that's it because you don't play defense.
Yep.
Kevin Durant only played 6 minutes in the fourth quarter. I'm like,
well, he yanked all the starters with about 5 minutes left because
But he only took 1 shot, Skip.
Yep.
I mean,
no, I got it. I kept waiting for him to say, okay, now we're going to go, and now they didn't go.
I don't care what anybody say. Kevin Durant over Brooklyn.
Maybe.
He's over Brooklyn, Skip.
Yeah. I mean, he'll play offense.
Yeah,
but he doesn't play defense.
But I'm saying he's going to play hard. He's not going to quit. But he want to be somewhere else. He don't want to be in Brooklyn anymore.
You could be right. So I think Ben Simmons, in the big picture, was very relieved that he got that behind him. I think it was a huge psychological hurdle for him.
Right.
As he fights off all the demons in the back of his head.
But he did get the crowd chicken nuggets because he missed 2 free throws.
He did that. Yeah.
And the Skip, okay, you make the 2 free throws and you give the shrug. But every time you make a shot, you can't shush the crowd.
Yeah.
You can't be shushing the crowd in the third quarter, bro. You got to wait until the ball game, late in the ball game, and you hit the dagger shot.
Okay, but for him, that was his game 7. You know, like he just needed to get through game 7, right? And be respectable. And the numbers are respectable.
Yeah.
The only number that's not respectable is the final score of the game because it's a humiliation.
Yes, you lost by 9 without the 3 best players.
115 to 106.
How you get out, Skip? How you get out rebounded by 14 with no Joel Embiid on the court?
Desire.
If Paul Reed gave you 19 and 10, what the hell would Embiid have given you? 50 and 20, he'd have had an AD night.
Yeah. Agreed.
he'd have had AD night, Skip.
Yeah. Okay, well, the Sixers are on notice because when they get their 3 best players back, you would think that this looks like a pretty good roster, right?
Oh, it is. But I don't think they can beat Boston. I don't think they can beat, because Chris Middleton hadn't played the snap yet, hadn't dribbled the ball yet this year. He's coming back. I don't believe they can mess with those 2 teams. Those are clearly the 2 best teams in the East that I've seen thus far.
Speaking of intensity and commitment and focus, when Joel Embiid decides, he's the biggest monster in the league to me. So he has to decide on a nightly basis, and then the next issue is he has to be healthy on a nightly basis, okay? And it's one thing after another. It's a foot, it's his stomach, it's a this.
What do most big men suffer from?
I got it.
His feet. Bill Walton, they ruined it. It ended his career, basically ended his career. Yeah, he played another 5, 6, 7 years, Skip, but he was never the same Big Red that dominated the NBA Finals, that was Rookie of the Year, that won the NBA Finals, was Finals MVP. He was never that again.
He was the league MVP.
Yes! He absolutely were.
The first 2 years, he was a sensation.
He could do it all. And then the feet, Sam Boyd, big no. Yep. Oh, I mean, Skip, Joel Embiid, what do you think Joel weighs? 320? At least.
He looks like he slimmed down a little bit this year.
But Skip, man,
I know for a fact he's changed his diet.
On a 7'2" frame.
I got it. Yeah, he's 3 bills for sure.
Easy.
Okay, but when he's right.
Oh, yeah, he's legit. Oh.
Hey, there's nobody righter when he's right.
Yeah.
And if they could get, then I don't know what's wrong with James. He's always got something wrong with him.
Now, he got, like I said, I don't know what kind of shoes they're wearing. Maybe they're wearing flip-flops at practice or shoot around or something. But how you have your 3 best players and they basically dealing with the same type of injury, a foot injury?
I don't know. But just from a distance, because I am a Ben Simmons fan, I was proud of him for getting through it. I know it doesn't count on the scoreboard, but just to get through that and be, I think we can say he was respectable, right?
Yeah, I mean, but Skip, we got to expect more from a 3-time All-Star and a 2-time All-NBA defensive player. We got to expect more than.
Okay, but I think he's
respectable.
He's on the trail back. Maybe not to that glory, because it's hard to beat. Rookie of the Year, make 3 straight All-Star teams and 2 straight first-team All-Defense. It's hard to do.
Right.
And I don't know if he'll ever re-achieve that again.
Sometimes he moved like his back was his back. You can tell he had something wrong with his back because he's not as fluid as he once was.
Yeah. He did play. I got one last one I wanted to show for those who didn't get to see the game. He was trying as hard as he could try, because he made one play at the end of the half, if we could see it real quick, where he fought for the basketball and then dived on the floor and made a high IQ assist where he slapped the ball up the floor to Kevin.
Yeah.
Okay. That's who he can do that, okay? That's who he is. Slapped it up the floor, off the floor. He just saw it and read it and slapped it. And again, that's his value to this team.
Yes.
But if the 2 superstars are unplugged, it doesn't matter.
But Skip, he can't play defense well enough by himself to overcome the lack of players that they have that's defensive minded.
Yeah.
I mean, when you give up a plus 14 with no Joel Embiid, you know Joel Embiid is a 12 rebound a night guy.
He is. Easy. Yeah.
And they normally get out-rebounded every night. They get crushed on the offensive end every night. That's why they're damn near to the bottom when it comes to second chance points, what they give up. Because the team just crashes, killed them on the board. Claxton, he tries, Skip, but he's just too light. I mean, he's 6 or 7.
Yeah. My biggest frustration with Kevin Durant, who I have called in the past many times best player on the planet, is you're 7 feet tall. Can't you do better than 5 rebounds? It just seems like by chance you could get 7 or 8 rebounds just by accident.
Yeah, Kevin Durant played 37 minutes and then commit 1 foul.
Nope. Not there mentally.
I don't know how you played that long and not one.
It's a good point.
You ain't trip. You didn't trip anybody. You wear a size 20.
No.
So at least just trip somebody. Get a foul.
Nope. Agreed.
Well, guys, busy schedules for these 2 teams. Up next for the Nets, tonight they face off against the Raptors, and for the 76ers, they face the Hornets. And up next for us, get ready, Skip. Yes, your Cowboys are huge favorites tomorrow, but are they about to let their fans down on Thanksgiving Day? Keep it right here on Undisputed. We're back in just a moment.
The Trenton cousins are big on holiday traditions, like their annual pumpkin pie eating contest, or the traditional Trenton gingerbread mansion, always a few more square feet than last year. Right now, save up to $1,000 and get 0% interest for 60 months on furniture built to withstand all of the Trenton traditions, even the time-honored New Year's Eve arm wrestling. Haverty's, we furnish happiness.
Don't let psoriasis get in the way. With Taltz, up to 90% of patients saw a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. Some even saw 100% clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Taltz. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. Increased risk of infections and lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about infections, symptoms, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop, worsen, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Ask your doctor about Taltz.
Are you tired of washing dishes? Well, flip the way you clean them with Dawn Platinum Easy Squeeze. It's an upside-down bottle with no cap. You just grab and squeeze. Dawn Platinum's more powerful formula breaks down and removes grease 4 times faster. Huh, nice. No flip, no mess. Platinum is also a go-to grease cleaner for your sink, your countertops, and to pre-treat stains on laundry. Fast, easy. Dawn Platinum Easy Squeeze. Flip the way you clean dishes.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Are you sure you can handle this?
You know I've always loved technology.
I get that tech has always been your thing, but why this?
Well, this technology protects the world, and I want to be part of that. So, Dad, what do you think?
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation, that's just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We are mighty! Annoying. Go. Thanks, Mom. And if you have cut rate car insurance, then not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate. With Metro.
Imagine even more savings and more video calling, more sharing every memory. So happy together.
Get a free 5G tablet only at Metro.
I long to see the setting sun. Bring peace on earth to everyone. And faith reborn each glowing morn. That's why I dream.
Catch up on any match for free on Tubi.
Prescott keeps it. He's got a touchdown. Tony Pollard breaking free. Pollard, welcome to the big show, Tony Pollard. Prescott throws end zone. Touchdown, Dallas. Micah Parsons came through.
Undisputed is live the next 2 days on FS1 at 10 a.m. Eastern following World Cup action. We're going to be here to get you all set for Thanksgiving Day games. Skip's Cowboys taking on Saquon and the Giants only on the NFL on Fox. Hey, speaking of that game, Skip's Cowboys now 9.5-point favorites against the Giants, but Cowboys fans, now don't get too excited. Let's look at history. Dallas has lost 6 of their last 8 games on Thanksgiving. War of the stats. Shannon, how concerned should Cowboys fans be about another Thanksgiving Day letdown?
Skip, it's one game. Anything can happen. But if I'm the Cowboy faithful, I feel pretty good after watching and maybe that's why there should be some calls for alarm, because you watch what you watch from one team on Sunday, and then you saw what you saw from the other team on Sunday. There ain't no way they can beat us. And then all of a sudden, they start fat catting, and the next thing you know, you find yourself in a game in the fourth quarter. But if the Cowboys do what they've done the last game, which is go out and come late in the buck, I think by the half, the Vikings knew, man, we ain't winning this game. Let's continue to play hard, make sure we don't get anybody hurt, and let's get ready.
Was it 20-3 at half?
But Skip, but they hadn't come close to moving the ball since they got that 3 points. They missed the touchdown by Hawkinson. They didn't come close to moving the ball after that. So now,
although if Hawkinson makes either of those plays, it's 10-3 Vikings.
It might be a different situation. Yeah. So now they got a Thanksgiving Day game against the New England Patriots.
Yep.
If I'm the Cowboys, you take a page out of what you saw the Lions do. You take Saquon away, 14 carries, 22 yards. You put the ball in Daniel Jones' hands and says, I do not believe Vanilla Vic can beat us. That's what Saquon nicknamed him. I don't believe he can beat us. I'm going to make you throw the football, and when you throw the football against this Cowboys team, they look like the 70s Doomsday and the early 80s Doomsday defense. They come get you. And so, and sometimes, Skip, it's not all about coaches. Sometimes you don't need to coach. As a leader in the locker room, Dak Prescott, you get the guys together and say, look here, man, Mike McCarthy don't need to tell us anything about this one. This one's on us. Let's go out there. Let's start fast. Let's play consistent. Let's not do anything dumb. Let's not get any dumb penalties. And let's go ahead and win this ball game. We're the better team. We should win this ball game if we play Cowboys football, but I don't know if that's a good thing because Cowboy football, if make bonehead plays, you get penalized. But, hey, cut down on the penalties. This team can't stay with us. We should, at somewhere midway through the third quarter, we should be eating turkey. We should be getting ready. I don't know. They don't do the turkey anymore. You know, like your coach man used to have a turkey introduced and everything on the sideline. I'd be thinking, man, I think I'm gonna have me 2 plates of turkey dressing. I'm gonna have some mac and cheese. That's what I'm thinking. If I'm the Cowboys, that's how they should be thinking. Let's end this game by the third quarter.
Okay, I hear you. By the way, speaking of Vanilla Vic, I ran into Michael Vick a couple of days ago in the hallway because he was on his way to do your podcast. And I said, Vanilla Vic? Talking about Daniel Jones. And Michael just shook his head. He said, no, he's not. No. Because that trended on Twitter, I think I noticed, after an early touchdown, and then all of a sudden Detroit scored all the touchdowns from that point forward. Okay, back to the premise. Obviously, I'm a lifelong, diehard Cowboy fan. I want to drive home the point how for years on end we have owned the Thanksgiving Day stage. It was our stage, and it was our rocket ship to the stars because it gave us a late season quote-unquote bye because we got 10 days for the stretch run after we got to play at home on Thanksgiving. And as we talked about many times, it got grandfathered in from the start because nobody wanted to play on Thanksgiving since Detroit and Dallas. And Tex Schramm, God bless him. May God rest his soul. He was sort of the original architect of the Cowboys. He said, I'll do it. He knew it was going to be a big stage because it's a solo stage. And if you get the late game, everybody, I guess, I don't know what everybody's habits are, but I think most people have eaten and then they sit back and watch the Dallas Cowboys, America's team. So here we go, and I look at stretches. Back in 74 to 85, we won 9 out of 10. 81 to 85, we won 6 straight Thanksgiving Day games. Look at the dynasty of the 90s that I covered. 6 out of 7 Thanksgiving Day games, except for the Leon Lett game, which was a bizarre snow game on Thanksgiving in Dallas,
Texas. And you had that game one if Leon Lett just leave the ball alone.
Just leave it alone, and we win that game, or we would have won 7 straight. Even earlier in 2006 to 2009 in the 2000s, we won 4 straight. And then, as Jen just read, wait a second. We've lost 6 of the last 8. We've lost 3 straight. We've lost 4 out of 5. That is horrifying to me because all of a sudden Thanksgiving owns us. And again, the only 2 times that we've won the game they were both against Washington. One was a Kirk Cousins game and one was a Colt McCoy game. Okay? And we've lost the last 3. One was an Andy Dalton game, but 2 were Dak games against Buffalo, obviously, and then the Raiders debacle last year on Thanksgiving in overtime. Just blew us out, and it was before they were Buffalo, right? I didn't know yet who they were. Coming, and you looked up at the end of that game, and they said, they just dominated you on your home field. Okay, so what do we have right now? The spread just keeps going up and up and up. It's up to 9.5 points.
What did it open as?
I don't know. 8 something in the 8 somewhere, but it keeps getting betting up. Okay, so what happened going to Green Bay? Do you remember just 2 weeks ago? Everybody in the world said this is a mismatch, right?
Green Bay was dead.
Dead. They were dead because they were 3-6 at that point, and Dallas was a 5-point favorite at Lambeau.
And it's funny. Guess who the Packers had just lost to? Detroit. Who did the Giants just lose to?
Detroit. Good point. Maybe Detroit's better than you think, right? But remember, it was Detroit, if I can go back 4 games, that early in the fourth quarter in Dak's return at Jerry World, Jamal Williams is going in for the 13-10 Detroit touchdown, and he got rocked at the 1 and fumbled the football. Remember? DeMarcus Lawrence rocked him. Okay, so here you are. You're in a 9.5-point favorite at home against a division rival, and as you always preach, division games are just different. They're just different.
They know you, you know them.
And they're going to come and they're going to fight you because it's a big stage for them. And by the way, as badly as they lost to Detroit, they're still 7-3 as you are 7-3.
Correct.
You got to 7-3 on the rise. They fell to 7-3.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
But have they been a surprise team? Yes.
Yes.
Are they beat up? Yep. They're beat up. But do they still have Saquon? Yep, they have Saquon. Do they have Daniel Jones, who's had his moments this year? Yep, they still do.
Skip, I'm looking at the Giants. They played the Lions, who had the 31st ranked rush defense. They had the 32nd defense in points allowed. And Saquon had 22 yards rushing, and they scored 18 points. They give up 30 points a game. And you could only get 22 yards out of Saquon. You could only get 18 points. So the Cowboys said, look, let's stop that's the only vulnerability that the Cowboys defense have. Because for whatever reason, they don't play the run. Well, one of the reasons, Skip, when you want to get to the quarterback, sometimes you create lanes. And they have a run play call, they have a run on, and you out of lanes, and so the lane is bigger than what it should be because you stunted your way out of it. But if the Cowboys played their best, the Giants played their absolute best, the Cowboys still are the touchdown better than they.
Absolutely.
Now, the only problem that you run into, a team plays their best and you don't play your best. Now you set yourself up. You don't want to go into a game when you play a team like the Giants, Skip, that you believe that you're better than. I believe the Cowboys are better than them. You don't want this game going into the fourth quarter because it's something about that, like, they didn't think we were going to be here. And you wake up and you find yourself in a ball game, and then all of a sudden, the funny-shaped ball takes a bad bounce here and there, and you find yourself, you lose in the game. You're like, how did they lose to the Giants, who just got crushed by the Lions?
Good point. I'll remind you one more time. With Cooper Rush at quarterback, we went up there on Monday night earlier this season, and we won by a touchdown, 23-16. They took the lead 13-6 mid-third quarter, and all of a sudden, Cooper Rush led 2 straight big scoring drives, completing 11 of 12 passes for 129 yards. We're better than they are.
Right.
So I'm here to say, I'll be on record, we should win this game convincingly, and we will. We should cover the 9.5, and I believe we will. I think we could win by a couple of touchdowns.
As long as you cover, that's a convincing win for you.
Absolutely.
You win by 2 scores, okay?
Well, I agree. It's division game, right?
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, people don't realize 2 scores is a lot in an NFL game. This isn't college where Ohio State all of a sudden is playing a team of Illinois or Indiana.
Right.
No, Skip, that's not that. These are professionals. These are the best of the best. It's not like Ohio State, how all the 5 stars, Indiana might not have one. These are professional teams. These are professional teams. They meet, they coach, and all that stuff. So when you win by double digits, that's saying something in an NFL game.
Just quick point to defend Illinois. They did play the hell out of Michigan last week.
They did.
Okay, because Michigan is thinking about
they're looking ahead to Ohio State.
Okay, I got it. Here's the point. In the end, all I ever hear, I've heard it for years and years, is, to use your phrase, Cowboys will do cowboy things when you least expect it, right? Okay, their history has been, since the 90s, it's been a 27-year drought of not even getting back to NFC Championship games. They will fall on their face masks when you least expect it. They will crumble and implode when you least expect it. Okay, is this one of those trap opportunities? Well, it shapes up as one. It could be.
I don't think they're going to cowboy just yet, but we know they're going to do some cowboying down the road. I'm counting on them doing that.
I'm not, because if you can take care of business as the superior team here,
you got them winning out.
All of a sudden, well, if you can get your 10 days off at 8-3, then you got home games against Indianapolis and Houston. Then you go to Jacksonville. These are winnable games. And then you got your revenge match on Christmas Eve against Philadelphia. Then you have to finish at Tennessee, and you got to go to Washington.
You don't, Skip. You really need to win this game because you want the situation where we could possibly take the lead. If we beat Philly.
You could win the division. You could do some big cowboy good things. You could do old cowboy things, as in Super Bowl type things. And you could get all the way to the game at Tennessee and then at Washington. You could be in the proverbial catbird seat going to those games.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be very curious to see what OBJ ends up tweeting during this game, guys. I bet a lot of folks are going to be watching that one closely. All right. Speaking of watching closely, we're going to dive into if we'll see Deion Sanders being hired by a FBS school soon. Skip and Shannon have the very latest up next here on Undisputed.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill more first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon one time. The excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes. You can't find anything to even come close to that.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, I'm positive.
I mean, I love that you're trying to help, but why this way?
Because there's a lot going on in the world, and this is how I can help. So, what do you think?
Now that's the shakaroni.
Dang, that's huge. Oh, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing. Somebody save me a slice? No.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Shakaroni. Oh, bring it in, Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Get on beat, Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Shake that wig on, come on. Shakaroni. You guys were so off beat. Okay, all right, let's eat.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the team mascot, and boy am I running late. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
#2 Ohio State. Instant classic. Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
This Thanksgiving, Terry Bradshaw is feeling generous. He's thankful to be giving everybody a chance to win Michael Strahan's truck for a change on the Fox Bet Super 6 app. All you got to do is download the app, enter your 6 picks in the NFL Thanksgiving Challenge, opt into the truck giveaway sweepstakes for your chance to win Michael's truck. I got to talk to Skip and Shannon about giving away their cars. That'd be nice of me, wouldn't it? Also, be sure to tune into Fox on Thanksgiving to see Saquon Barkley and the Giants look to continue their incredible season. They're taking on Dak and the Cowboys, and it all kicks off 4 Eastern on the NFL on Fox. Deion Sanders coached Jackson State to a perfect 11-0 record this season. Now, Deion's reportedly in talks with both Colorado and South Florida. However, according to college football insider Brett McMurphy, Deion's multiple academic and financial issues surrounding his failed Prime Prep Academy are definitely in the front of every school president's mind. Shannon, a lot of layers here. What are your thoughts, your reaction?
Jackson State has one of the highest graduation success rates, 90% in the SWAC, tied for Ole Miss and Mississippi State athletics for the highest in Mississippi.
Is that just football or athletics in general?
I guess we were talking about the football program because that's what he'll be responsible for, the football program.
All right.
You see how they keep moving the goalposts? Now, I wonder what's at the front of their mind when they hired Hugh Freeze, or they hired Bobby Petrino, or they had Lane Kiffin, who has issues everywhere he turns up at. That's not at the front of their mind, but now time is in line to get a job, get a promotion. Now that's at the front of everybody's mind. Now, when he got the job at Jackson State, that wasn't at the front of nobody's mind. Brett McMurphy, ain't no source tell Brett McMurphy anything. Now, all of a sudden, oh, you can go to a black college if you got some red flags. That's okay. HBCU, we don't care about that. But get in line to get some real paper, some real bread. Now, all of a sudden, that's at the front of everybody's mind. That's the real issues. I thought winning was cured everything. You see how they do this, Skip? Right at time, they mentioned South Florida, they mentioned the University of Colorado. Now, all of a sudden, I know what a lot of presidents are thinking, but they never think about this when Lane Kiffin. Now, he's in line to be reported that he might resign his job at Ole Miss and go right down the road to Auburn. Now, he was at Tennessee. He's been a lot of different places.
Oh, he's been in a lot of different places.
None of that crossed president's mind. Bobby Petrino, none of that crossed. We don't know, read what he did. It didn't cross not one president's mind. Hugh Freeze. All I know, he might have been in Magic City a time or two, Skip. Ain't crossed nobody. And he went down and got a job at Liberty. What is Liberty, Skip? But it didn't cross nobody's mind. Deion, the failed prime prep and academic and financial. Really, people? See, that he checks every box. Skip, 26-5 year in 3. Recruiting Florida. I believe he can go anywhere and recruit. Obviously, he's from Fort Myers. He knows the area.
Yep.
He flipped the #1 recruit, Travis Hunter. He was going to Florida State. He said, come down here with me. Now, he has an opportunity with the resources that these Power 5 schools have.
Yep.
Compared to an HBCU. He's going to be able to go into homes, and because he's assembled a great coaching staff at Jackson State. Great. Former Zim is on as an analyst. He has guys that not only played but coached in the National Football League. Yep. I believe he will get a job. And he should. But it's amazing. As soon as the man start to advance a little bit, hey, let's shoot that dirt out there. Hey, Brett, check this out. Look at that right there. Brett, don't you got enough homeboys that's in the coaching profession that you ain't got to try to salt a brother up?
I hear you, but it's much bigger than Brett McMurphy. I want to be very clear because you know Deion on a level I don't, but I was around him a lot. I covered him, and I think I have a pretty good feel for him. He is the realest deal you can find.
Yes.
He is a rare human being on and off the football field. I believe he's a rare football coach, and this is just me. I believe he could coach professional football, even though he says, no, I don't want any part of that. But I'm just saying that's how rare he is.
Yeah.
This is just me, and I'm speaking straight from the bottom of my heart. If I owned a National Football League team right now and I had an opening, I would go beg him to coach it because he would coach to me beyond what Jeff Saturday could do. And Jeff Saturday's so far so good. He's showing there's new life and pep in the step, and I got that. Listen, Deion, he would change your life. But as a recruiter, he could change any college's life. And it still gets me a little bit in my gut that he's not going to stay at Jackson State because I love that.
Yes.
And I want to see them dominate to the point that they would start taking on the big schools.
Right.
And let's see them schedule Ohio State or Michigan or Oklahoma or USC or whoever it is, Alabama. Let's see that.
Right.
Because that would be special. Ole Miss. Let's see Jackson State versus Ole Miss.
Well, in order to do that, Skip, you got to recruit. You got to get the lineman because I believe the skill position you could be able to compete.
Well, he's showing he can compete.
But you got to get O-line and D-line because that's where it's won at in Power 5.
All right. So look, let's hit quickly on what happened at Prime Prep Academy. I know what happened. I've read all these reports. It became a financial disaster. It was mismanaged. It was a mess. But you know, and I know what happened. Deion didn't want to manage the school. That's not who he is or what he does.
He wanted to coach.
He wanted to lend his name to it, so it's called Prime, as in prime time. Prime Prep Academy.
Right.
And Deion was quoted as saying, we want to do good in the hood. We want to make some of these kids CEOs. And I believe with all his heart and soul, he intended for that to happen.
Right.
But he can't run the business part of it because it's not what he is.
Does.
And it went out of control behind the scenes. Off his radar. He's just trying to coach the football team. So then he goes to a financial meeting and he gets into an altercation with the CFO, the chief financial officer. And I don't know, there's some pushing or shoving and the guy falls down. And the next thing I know, Deion has lost his job over this. And he was quoted as saying on WFA in Dallas, he said, Mr. Jefferson was the guy's name, was not beat down, he was not beat up, he was not hit, he was none of that. Mr. Jefferson and I got into a confrontation about the welfare of these kids, and we'll get into another one. Until you start taking care of these kids, I'm going to be on a rampage. That's the guy I know right there.
The kids are everything to him.
Okay, they're everything to him. It's why you should be at his doorstep right now if you have a head coach opening. Even Auburn, I don't know. Like, he would change life at Auburn.
But Skip, see, that's the guys they use. The most important thing is the kids until the coaches try to stand up for the kids, and then all of a sudden that's not the most important thing.
All right. So who do we have in charge at these universities? We have little people, to me, small-minded people who are afraid of the aura and the mystique and the presence of. Listen, Deion Sanders, one of the greatest players ever. He's by far the greatest cornerback ever.
Right.
To me, I've made this case before. I believe he was the greatest athlete to ever play, and I know Bo Jackson gets into this, and we can go on and on, but Deion was an all-state basketball player in Fort Myers in Florida, and then you know what he did in baseball. I mean, he started in center field for the Yankees and the Braves and Cincinnati, and then he went to San Francisco. Okay, he was I'm not going to say he was a great baseball player, but it's hard to be a good one, and he was a good one.
Right.
And then we know what he did in your sport.
Right.
I think that's all intimidating for some of these little small-minded administrators in college football, where it wouldn't be intimidating on the pro football level.
No, but Skip, but you understand, like, these coaches, some of these coaches are bigger than the president. Nick Saban is bigger than anybody in the state of Alabama.
Okay.
Dabo Swinney is big. Deion Sanders goes to South Florida, Colorado, wherever he goes, he's going to be the biggest state institute, a worker in the state.
Okay. So, to your point, just quickly, you brought up Hugh Freeze. So just for the record, over a 2.5-year period when he was the head coach at Ole Miss, he made at least 13 calls to escort services and got busted for that and lost his job, okay?
They might have been Uber. Well, we know they might have been Uber drivers.
You could be right. And then Bobby Petrino, obviously, first he quit on the Falcons after 13 games. He just walked away, and he wound up at Arkansas, and he had an affair with his assistant, and he lost that job, okay, over that.
And then did he pop back up at where? Louisville.
Yeah, he did. He went back to Louisville, and now he's at Missouri State now. Okay.
But
I got it. Hugh Freeze obviously is back at Liberty, and they've been pretty good here.
But Liberty is a
it's that. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. And then you brought up Lane Kiffin. I know Lane. He is a mess to deal with. He's a good football coach, and he's a very good offensive football coach.
Excellent coordinator.
And we know he did some great things at Alabama when he had to revive his career.
Yes.
But he fell apart with Al Davis, and then he fell apart with Tennessee, and then he was at Florida Atlantic, and he's at Ole Miss, and now there's all this stuff. He's looking again for greener pastures. Okay, I got it.
He fell apart with Coach Saban.
Okay, he did. Okay, we get it. We get it. Fair points on your part. I just want to see, I would love for Deion to stay at Jackson State, but again, he deserves whatever job. They're all fools if they don't hire this man.
But they hire those guys, Skip. Why? Because they win. Lane Kiffin won. Bobby Petrino won.
He did.
Hugh Freeze has won. So now winning should be the overriding factor.
That is correct. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Indeed, Shannon, winning fixes everything. All right, as Skip already mentioned, we expect to see LeBron back on the court very soon, like in 2 days.
Championship, here
we'll
we
give
come.
you the very latest when we return here on Undisputed.
We were there now?
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do you guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes, you can't find anything to even come close to that.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The thing goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, I'm positive.
I mean, I love that you're trying to help, but why this way?
Because there's a lot going on in the world, and this is how I can help. So, what do you think?
Unc, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Dang, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe you'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody save me a slice. Where'd he come from?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We are mighty! Annoying. Go, go. Ah, thanks, Mom. And if you have cut rate car insurance, then not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate.
Give a gift that means a lot without spending a lot. Shop early and save. Only at Kay.
Number 3, Michigan. Touchdown. Number 2, Ohio State. Instant classic Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
Retirement.
Try the all-new Subway Series menu, your pick of 12 irresistible subs. According to our friend Chris Haynes, LeBron James expected to return to the court Friday against the Spurs. LeBron has missed the Lakers' last 5 with an adductor injury. Shannon, the countdown's on. LeBron is 1,077 points away from passing Kareem on the all-time scoring list. How soon do you see the King actually getting past Kareem?
Skip, I got him somewhere between game 40 and game 45. He's 1,077 points, as Jen mentioned. If he averages 27.1, which he's averaged for his career, that would be game 40. If he averages 26.6, which he's averaged in his 5 years in L.A., that would be game 41. If he averages 25 points a game, that would be game 44. Skip, game 40 through 46 are all national televised games. So I think the NBA kind of figured that, but...
Yeah, I'll buy that they were looking ahead to that.
But I also, Skip, it also means, guess what? You're going to have to play all these games.
I agree.
Because you miss a game, you push a game back. You miss 2 games, you push a game back. So for me, Skip, and I'm sure LeBron would like to do this in front of his home crowd at the Staples.
Absolutely.
But Skip, the thing wasn't what people don't know. When Kareem broke the record, he didn't break it in the Forum. He didn't even break it in the NBA arena. He broke it in Vegas against Utah.
and I don't even remember it.
I just remember, Skip, I was talking to my producer, Ash, and I was like, Ash, if my memory serves me correct, he didn't break this in a standard NBA arena. You remember back in the 80s, even the Celtics would play games in Hartford. They didn't always play all their games in the Garden.
Yep.
So it's different. Everybody can't be Hank Aaron. Break the record and you hit it in Fulton County Stadium. That doesn't happen like that, Skip. So I'm looking at Milwaukee game 40, Golden State. So I'm going to say games 40 to 45, Skip, but that's still predicated that he plays all the games. Are we sure that he's going to play all the games in between?
I think you're being wildly optimistic, but I hope you're right about what you just said. So I don't want to boggle our viewers' minds with too many numbers, but it's important now to look at what is happening.
Right.
He's still 1,077 points away. That just seems like a lot of points at his advanced stage and age.
Right.
So he's coming off 5 games missed, about 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks missed.
Yeah, it'll be 2 weeks. I think it'll be 2 weeks on Friday.
Okay. So by my math, he needs to play 43 more games at his current pace of 25 a game. So let's do what not his career scoring, which is 27. Let's do what he's been doing so far at 25.
So this year,
yes.
So he's at 25 points a game, correct.
So he needs 43 at 25. And by the way, Anthony Davis is on a historic tear.
Yes.
Will that cut in at all to LeBron's points? Because over the last 5, he's averaging 35 a game.
Right.
Will LeBron take a little more of a back seat? Will he fall down closer to 20 a game? I don't know.
If you go back and look at his first year, AD's first year in the LA Skip, he averaged 26, LeBron averaged 25. So let's just say for the sake of argument, that stays the same. AD averages 26, LeBron averages 25. Well, then he's going to be closer to what you believe, around 43, 44 games.
Okay, so they have 66 games left. But remember, there are 12 back-to-backs in there, and I'm not sure you accounted for them because I don't think he's going to play back-to-backs. I could be wrong.
A lot going to be predicated on how much energy did he expend in the first night. If you play in 38, 40 minutes, hell nah, you better not play because you're stressing out.
I'm going to guess he won't play the 12 back-to-backs. Okay, so that means of the 66, that's reduced to 54 left that he has the capability of playing in those 54. Okay, so we need 43 games out of the 54. That means there's an 11-game cushion in there for minor injuries. I'm going to knock on wood. I don't even like to talk about it, but he's an older player who's high contact. Okay, so is something going to pull here and there? Is he going to miss a couple here or 5 games there or whatever? Maybe. And it's so wild to me. Every night I sit and watch Jason Momoa play Father Time in those ads. It's life imitating art, imitating life, because that's exactly what is happening in real life, in real time, is he's fighting off Father Time. Are you going to leave me alone? Can I get 43 games of 90% health? Because he's going to be a little beat up. Even this adductor, it'll probably plague him a little bit down the road at some point. It's hard to heal it up on the fly, but clock is ticking. And you keep bringing up Karl Malone because I thought, stupidly.
Everybody thought.
Yeah, I just thought he would do it. And after a while, it just wore him down and he couldn't get there.
Couldn't.
Okay?
Skip, I just think the thing is that he's going to have to maximize the free throws. He's going to have to moving forward, he's going to probably have to shoot 80%. Because 80%, because you're leaving 2 points, 3 points.
They're
and those
called free throws.
And they add up. When it's all said and done, Skip, you left 3 points this game, 3 points that game, and you played 20. That's 60 points that you left on the table.
Agreed. It will not be easy.
No.
Yeah.
But, Skip, that's all the reason why I don't know if somebody's going to break it. Because the load management now and guys just resting to rest. Is somebody going to ever break this record if he gets it?
Right now, I would say no way.
If it is, he hadn't been born yet. Because when Kareem broke the record, LeBron wasn't born.
No.
Well, there aren't a lot of things that have gone according to plan for the Lakers yet this season, gentlemen.
Right.
All right, what 4 teams will make the college football playoff this year? This is getting really good. The guys give their predictions coming up next. Keep it right here on FS1.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more new drivers are switching to Ram.
All right, put it in reverse.
Very new drivers are switching to Ram.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do you guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes, you can't find anything to even come close to that.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom.
Come on, you got this.
Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, I'm positive.
I mean, I love that you're trying to help, but why this way?
Because there's a lot going on in the world, and this is how I can help. So, what do you think?
Unc, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Dang, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe you'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody save me a slice. Where'd he come from?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at K.
What makes great matchups? Great coaching, great quarterbacks, and great setting. This checks all three of those boxes.
The NFL, Sunday on Fox.
Prescott keeps it. He's got a touchdown. Tony Pollard breaking free. Pollard, welcome to the big show, Tony Pollard. Prescott throws end zone. Touchdown, Dallas. Micah Parsons came through.
Undisputed is live all week on FS1 at 10 a.m. Eastern following World Cup action. But hey, don't forget, yes, we will be here on Thanksgiving morning to get you set for Skip's Cowboys taking on Saquon and the Giants on Fox. Let's look at a little college football now. The Georgia Bulldogs, they remain atop the college football playoff rankings, followed by Ohio State, Michigan, and TCU. I love this debate every time of year. Shannon, project which 4 teams will end up making the college football playoff when it's all said and done.
You gonna call me crazy, Skip. You gonna call me crazy.
I call you that every day.
I'm gonna have Ohio State. When it's all said and done, I believe Ohio State will be number 1. I believe they beat Michigan, and they probably beat Iowa in the Big Ten championship.
Okay, I'll buy that. But wait a second. What about Georgia?
I got LSU upsetting Georgia.
What?
In the SEC championship game.
You're from Georgia.
I am from Georgia, but I think LSU is going to pull it off. Brian Kelly's got those guys playing unbelievable. They will be the number 2 seed. Georgia, which will lose, will be the only 1-loss team, so they have to be in there, kind of like what happened last year, Skip. When Alabama upset them, Alabama shot to number 1, and then Georgia still made the college football playoff. And lo and behold, guess who gets in? Everybody get your roll on. They're going to get in because I believe TCU will lose one of their final 2 games, and I also believe that Notre Dame going to spring that upset on USC. And guess who's sitting right there at number? Right there at 6. Boom! The only thing that concerns me, Skip, because if LSU gets in, this will be the first time a 2-loss team makes the college football playoff. Are they willing the first year that they accept 1, allow 2? They are very high on Alabama because last-second loss, a 2-point conversion and a walk-off field goal by Tennessee.
But they have lost 2 games.
They're punishing Clemson. You got throttled by Notre Dame, who looked like some trash earlier in the season. And we're going to hold that against you. Okay. So that's why they bumped them down 1 and put Alabama up 1. Because if you look at the college polls, Clemson is in front of Alabama. But the college football playoff poll, Alabama's in the front. So USC, I got USC is going to lose one of their 2 games, too, because they got the championship game, the Pac-12 championship.
But you said they're going to lose Notre Dame.
They'll lose Notre Dame, or they're going to lose... Skip, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to take the 2 best teams, not 2 best teams in the Pac-12.
Oregon and Oregon State play, so that's a big deal. And Utah is still lurking.
Yes. Yeah. So I got. So mine's going to be Ohio State 1, LSU 2, Georgia 3, Bama 4.
Bama 4. Did you just have to get Bama in there just because you had to roll with the tide?
It's the Alabama Invitational. We there every year. You know that. Stop playing. That's what we do.
This is crazy. Okay, first of all, I would like a quick diet do bet that Georgia. Did you say Georgia's still in your?
Yeah, they're still in. They're still in.
Okay, but can I have at least one case on LSU upsetting Georgia in the championship game? I need one case on that.
All right, I give you.
You do one? Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. Okay, here are my 4. Georgia is by far the best team in the country, and I see no challenge to
Skip,
this.
They can be had this year, Skip. They can be had. They can be got.
I do not see it. Their offense is so explosive, and that little quarterback is as good a college quarterback who won't play pro football.
25 years old.
I got it, but he just plays. He just keeps making. But every time I turn him on, I say, that's too good, and that's too good, and he's got too many weapons. Okay. You know it, and I know it.
Their defense is not as strong, Skip. You can't be as strong when you lose 5 guys. But that kid, 88, Jalen Carter, he's going to be another top 5 pick. Watch it.
Thank you. Okay. Ohio State will beat Michigan. Will be the number 2 seed. Okay. You are Ash is your producer, and she's at TCU all the way, right?
Yes.
And you say they're going to lose to Iowa State or Kansas State in the championship game?
Kansas State now.
I know what they did to my Sooners.
Yeah,
I know them upside down. I got them, but they're not better than TCU. But we'd have purple versus purple, but the big purple is TCU.
TCU been borrowed on borrowed time.
No,
they got luck against Baylor.
They did.
They got luck against Baylor. Baylor had them.
It wasn't luck. They just went out and executed a field goal and pulled it off.
You can't keep on borrowed time.
Okay, they are going to win out because they can beat Iowa State at home, and I believe on a neutral field they'll be better than Kansas State. They've been on a magic carpet ride the whole year, which brings me to my death pick here, my nemesis pick. You know and I know what is lurking. Speaking of lurking, it's stinking Lincoln Riley. He's coming. Here he comes. He's going to haunt me to the death. He slinked away under the cover of night, and he took the best player in college football with him, Caleb Williams.
He might win the Heisman.
He just might, because trust me on this. I watch a whole lot of college football. He is the best single player in college football, and to me, it ain't even close. I was pushing last year. I said, he's a true freshman. He's in the Heisman race until stinking Lincoln at Baylor, for reasons I'll never understand, yanked him in the to start the fourth quarter of a very winnable game and put Spencer Rattler in. Please riddle me that. Explain that one to me. Was it because he knew he was on the way out? I don't know, but he stole Caleb and took him with him. Caleb, you want to talk about balling?
Yeah.
Whew, I watched UCLA. It's like a mismatch. They can't stop Caleb Williams.
He had 500 yards of total offense.
Okay.
And Spencer Rattler did the college football playoff on his head because he beat Tennessee.
Okay, and why did USC lose at Utah? I watched the whole game because stinking Lincoln's teams play no defense, and every year they have a loss like this where they score 42 and Utah scored 43.
Right.
Okay, so the committee doesn't like USC right now because, as the committee had said last night, they don't play enough defense to our liking. Okay, well, they don't play any defense. That's why he left the cupboard defensively bare at Oklahoma for a Brent Venables whose calling card is defense. And he goes in there, they got no linemen, they got no studs, they got nobody. They have a good offense because they still had skill left, but they don't have any defense left at Oklahoma because Stinkin' Lincoln didn't recruit defense.
Skip, when he was there, Skip, if you go to Oklahoma, you go in because of the offensive firepower. You're a quarterback, you're a wide receiver, running back. He's going to get you the ball, be it handed off or running to you.
Okay.
Defensive guy, you go into the SEC or you go into the Big Ten if you want to play some defense.
So I hope you're right about this, but I don't think you are. Even though Notre Dame is on a late season roll, they've ripped off 5 in a row. They're playing some football, but this is at the Coliseum against Caleb. He will rise and shine, and he will be the difference maker.
The only thing that concerns me, I think Notre Dame can hang in there defensively. Can their offense score enough points? Even though USC's defense is bad, is Notre Dame offense good enough to punish them? Because, Skip, they won a game scoring, 45? They won a game, they won 37-35. They won a game 35-32. So...
Okay, you can see what's coming. USC at home, they're going to rise above Notre Dame, and then they'll beat whichever team survives on the other side. Whichever team is there, they will beat them. And then and I know the committee loves what? Conference champions.
Yeah.
So if they're a one-loss conference champion, they're going to get the 4th spot.
Oh yeah, because you count on Michigan, but here's the so Michigan to lose, and you got LSU losing to Georgia.
Yes.
So naturally, because I don't see Alabama, a 2-loss team, jumping a conference champion.
You just can't. As much cachet as Nick Saban has and all that team, and I still think Alabama is really good.
They are.
They are really good, but they lost 2 games. You can argue that they should not have lost.
That quarterback is really good.
He is really, really good. But Caleb Williams is going to be a pro football star also.
Yeah.
Whew.
G-E-A-U-X, go Tigers, go. Shannon, you've never sounded more intelligent. I'm going to throw some Ben Gates in there.
We got one case on that.
It's the best time of year. All right, guys, we've got a little bit of developing news I need to get your opinion on. The Jets, they're making a change at quarterback. We're going to give you the very latest. Skip and Shannon dive in on the other side of this break.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
In my world, numbers are everything. But my most important stat, my sleep quality. The new Climate 360 smart bed actively cools, warms, then effortlessly responds to me. Smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. Game-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
You didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided.
Yeah, sisters.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, I'm positive.
I mean, I love that you're trying to help, but why this way?
Because there's a lot going on in the world, and this is how I can help. So, what do you think?
Now that's the shakaroni.
Dang, that's huge. Oh, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing. Somebody save me a slice? No.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Shakaroni. Oh, bring it in. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Get on beat. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Shake that wig on, come on. Shakaroni. You guys were so offbeat. Okay, all right, let's eat.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We are mighty! Annoying. Go. Thanks, Mom. And if you have cut rate car insurance, then not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate.
Ohio State. Instant Classic. Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
Welcome back, y'all. When we finish here on Undisputed, you've got the herd coming at you next. Good morning, Colin. What's on tap today?
Oh, it's a busy one. Breaking news. Zach Wilson benched for the Jets. Behind the curtain. Why did they do it? Robert Saleh 3 weeks ago, glowing, supporting him. They have turned on him. We'll talk about that to lead our show next.
Colin, it's a great question, and it's what we're wrapping our show with this morning. Again, according to Schefter, the Jets benching Zach Wilson. This comes after Wilson went 9 for 22 for only 77 yards in the Jets' 10-3 loss to the Patriots. Shannon, was this the right call by the Jets?
Yeah, he's holding this team back. And so you can't necessarily be concerned with just one player. You got to worry about the other 52. And the other 52 have lost confidence in Zach Wilson. So, hey, I don't have a problem with this. Circumstances have changed. Robert Saleh 3 weeks ago, yeah, I would support the guy. But the circumstances in the past 3 weeks says, you know what, we got to move in a different direction. Mike White gives them a better chance to win. I'm not saying he's going to be a better quarterback than Zach Wilson, but he gives them a better option currently. And that's what it's all about now, Skip. I got to do what's in the best interest of the team, not just one.
Mike White is higher risk but much higher reward because he's more electric to me than Zach Wilson has been.
Yes.
I agree with you. The team has quit on Zach Wilson. It's time to move forward. But the problem is, once you make this move, it's very possibly you have lost Zach Wilson, and he was the second overall pick in the draft.
Well, Skip, I mean, think about it. They drafted Sam Darnold 3 overall. He's gone. Zach Wilson 2 overall. It doesn't matter what you do else. If you miss on that guy, you can't overcome him, Skip.
Unless Mike White is a godsend.
He just got to be complete more than 9 passes.
That involves a change at quarterback. Always good stuff, gentlemen. Fantastic show today. We're out of time, but don't forget, we are back tomorrow morning. Be sure to stick around. The herd's up next.
Oh, it is a already busy Breaking Wednesday. We're live in LA. It's the herd wherever you may be, however you may be listening. iHeartRadio, Fox Sports Radio, FS1. We have a loaded show. Greg Cosell this hour. Joel Klatt started next hour. Terry Bradshaw last hour. J-Mac joining. You know he's a Jets fan. You know he lives for this stuff. 3 weeks ago, Robert Saleh glowing in his defense and praise of Zach Wilson. Today, hit the bench. Mike White, you're starting for the Jets against the Bears defense with lots of holes. J-Mac.
I do have a little green in my shirt today, just a tiny amount, because, listen, it's tough to find a franchise quarterback in this league. A lot of teams know that, and the Jets are still looking. Let's just put it that way.
All right, so let's start with breaking news. Zach Wilson to the bench. Mike White starts. Probably not the move I would make. You can lose a guy. So my takeaway is, first of all, I never liked Zach Wilson. I thought he was too loose, too casual, did not play with urgency. He relied heavily on the spectacular. That's not it, man. That's college. That's Mountain West football. That's the schedule BYU plays, right? That's not SEC football. That's not NFL football. You got to do the mundane really well. He's heavily reliant on hero ball and the spectacular. Peyton Manning's a great example of how to do it. Every play felt like surgery. Peyton Manning, they called him a teeth clencher. Every play mattered. In the NFL, it does. So if you're going to err on the side of Peyton Manning, not Drew Lock. Don't be casual. Zach is casual. Second thing is, intangibles for quarterbacks are huge. Maybe not middle linebackers, maybe not guards, maybe not safeties. But for quarterbacks, Joe Burrow's got them all. Coachable, toughness, likability, reliability, emotional discipline. I talk to Burrow every week in a podcast. He avoids getting in trouble. He knows what to say, when to be supportive, when to have an opinion. That stuff matters a lot. You are the face as a player. You're the coach on the field and the face of a franchise. Zach's not good at that stuff. Third, words matter by quarterbacks. Like a word. No. Are you to blame for the loss? No. What would Eli Manning have said? Eli Manning was legendary, to use another Manning. Eli, whenever the Giants lost, always available to the press. When they won, he preferred other guys to go out and speak for the team. Eli's really smart. Peyton's really smart. They got it. Words matter. Do you think it's your fault, Zach? No. Lost the room. Couple of things to really think about here. Robert Saleh defended Zach Wilson 3 weeks ago. Called anybody who questioned him idiots. I must be one, right? And now he bails on him. So that means over the course of 3 weeks, he's lost the locker room. He's lost players. He's lost veterans in that Jets defense that, are given everything they have, and he's lost some of those guys. Don't kid yourself. Robert Saleh probably contacted, a couple of veterans privately and said, fellas, what do you hear in the locker room? I'm sure Saleh did that. Something else to think about. If you look at the Jets' schedule, a lot of tough road games coming up, and they're a fringe playoff team. The next 2 games after Chicago, at Minnesota, at Buffalo. They're going to be underdogs in those. That means Chicago and a bad defense is a must-win game because Buffalo and Miami have better rosters, and it's fair to say that Belichick is the better coach than Saleh, although Saleh's had a good year. So Chicago is a must-win game. They've also got later in the year at Miami and at Seattle, 3,000-mile flight over to the Pacific Northwest. So you start looking at the schedule, this is an incredibly winnable game for the Jets. I like them this weekend. Now I'm not so sure, but the staff is looking at film, and Mike White, to them, can win a game they really, really need to win. 2 other things, and this is not a shot at Robert Saleh. I think it's a reality. He's a highly emotional guy. I've seen a lot of swings. Support him, bench him. He's very emotional. I tend to think that when you're a quarterback or a head coach, you got to kind of play 30,000 feet above. They call them walk-around coaches in the NFL. Pete Carroll, Jimmy Johnson, Bill Parcells. They're called walk-around coaches. They walk from unit to unit to unit. See a little there, a little optimism there, a little critical thinking there, a little criticism there, a little positivity there. They walk around. Saleh tends to be all in, very young, very passionate. His emotions week to week are really on display. Don't love it. I think he'll grow over time, but I don't love that part. The second thing about Saleh And I had real doubts coming in. I didn't like Zach Wilson. I wasn't sure on Saleh. I do think Saleh's had an excellent year, and you can see his coaching. So today, I believe, like Justin Fields as the Bears quarterback, Robert Saleh as the Jets coach, I think you got a winner. Now, they got to win games. Justin's got to win games eventually, and Robert's got to win games. But I do think they've both turned a corner. As a quarterback and as a coach, they've turned a corner. The other thing is, and this is undeniable, and I have talked about this multiple times, these defensive coaches and young quarterbacks ain't good. Belichick, Mac Jones, ain't good, bro. Regressing. The defensive coaches, mistakes by quarterbacks drive them insane. Well, young quarterbacks make mistakes. Mike Tomlin saying yesterday about Kenny Pickett, yeah, we'd like it to go faster. It's not going to go faster. He's a rookie quarterback. I have seen over and over and over defensive coaches, Mike Zimmer and Kirk Cousins. Now Kirk's flourishing. It's not that Mike Zimmer can't coach. He's a great coach. Pete Carroll and Russell couldn't get along. Belichick and Brady. Now Mac Jones is regressing. You got to be patient with young quarterbacks. He played at BYU, Provo to New York City. Go look at BYU's schedule. They played 4 good teams. Utah twice, Washington, and a Coastal Carolina team. They went 0 for 4. It's going to take some time. Never thought Zach Wilson was the guy. Never did. In this moment, I just get the most out of him, see what we can do. But that Bears game is really winnable. They got to go to Seattle and Miami and Minnesota and Buffalo, and Saleh's saying, we got a playoff defense. We got playoff special teams. We got a playoff coaching staff. We got some playoff pieces on offense. I'm not throwing this season away. He's just telling you, I don't trust Zach Wilson. I trust Mike White over Zach Wilson. Yee. Now, again, not all of this development in year 2 is shocking to me. I had Trent Dilfer on earlier this week. He sees the same stuff with Zach Wilson. He saw it in college, too.
He is very loose with his technique. And then he's loose with his laissez-faire approach in the postgame. That bothered me. I think it bothered all of us quarterbacks that have had stinkers, that have had an entire locker room look at us in disgust because we lost him the game. Listen, I was not a fan of him being drafted this early when he came out. I did see the talent. I saw the horsepower. I saw the flash and sizzle that went with him. But I cannot tell you how much I agree with you. I do not think you can coach this out of him. I see Jamarcus Russell in this. I see Ryan Leaf in this. I see an immaturity, a lack of professionalism, and a lack of structure.
This is, for years and years, I always talked about the hat on backwards that drove me nuts. But really, it was metaphorical for something else. Is that when you are the face of the franchise and you go to that Tuesday or Wednesday press conference where they've got the logo of your team behind you, and like in Kansas City, it's a bank, or in Philadelphia, it's a bank. It's a huge sponsor. They pay $10 million a year to the team, and they put their logo all over the stadium and the Wednesday press conference. It always drove me nuts when quarterbacks had their hat back on and kind of casually walked up there. And I'm like, no. No. That is the moment of the week. Those 12 minutes of comments are going to be columns all over the city. They're going to be sound bites on ESPN and Fox. You think it's 12 minutes. If you take it casually, I wear my hat on backwards when I'm cleaning the garage. I don't do it for a business meeting. I wear my hat on backwards if I'm sitting around there with a putting green. I'm sitting around, something in somebody's backyard. I don't do it for a business meeting. That little press conference, when I always used to say hat on backwards, people would send me pictures of Brady doing it. And that little press conference, it matters. Brady always got it. Peyton always got it. Herbert always gets it. Burrow always gets it. I talk to Joe Burrow every week. He gets it. Your words simply matter more. Your actions matter more. Take it. How many times did Baker Mayfield snarkily whiff during that press conference? Picking a teammate, call out the medical staff. It's like, Baker, this is not a frat house. This is 12 minutes of really serious stuff. You're the face of a franchise. If you're the lead actor for a movie and you go on a talk show, it could be Kimmel, it could be Colbert. You're talking for the producer, the director, your co-stars, the staff, the people funding it, the movie studio. You're the face of that movie. right? Know that 12-minute guest on Conan or whoever it is, it's a real moment here. You're speaking for many people. So I just think I saw it with Johnny Manziel. I saw it with Drew Lock. I see it with Zach Wilson. It's this sort of loose, casual, too cool, snarky. Man, this is a grown-up job, and it's really unfair in America that we ask 23-year-old kids from small towns to basically be the face of a franchise. It's really unfair. You know, most of us, like me, we make a lot of mistakes in our 20s, finally get a pretty good job in our 30s, grow into a great job in our 40s. Most millionaires are minted in their late 50s. But pro sports is weird, and football is different, and we ask 23-year-olds to act like 43-year-olds, and it is hard. That's why we care about Wonderlic, and we do these interviews and ask about your parents. It matters. A simple, singular word. Is it your fault? Nah. Lost the room. One word, 2 letters. No. Hit the bench. One word. So when you go to that press conference, all you young guys out there, I criticize Jameis for immaturity. Johnny, Drew, Zach, Baker. My track record's pretty good. About 5 for 5 on this stuff. Like, you can be rigid. Like, Justin Herbert doesn't say much. Joe Burrow's kind of reticent to give you a lot. Brady was boring for decades. Err on that side. Eli Manning, he would just kind of talk in circles for decades. He got it. He understood it. It matters. So that's where we are. Mike White, good luck. I tell you, boy, he must have really lost the locker room. Zach was 5-2 as a starter this year, and the Bears' defense stinks.
He was also named a team captain as voted by the players before the season, Colin.
Something's happened in 3 weeks.
Well, he definitely lost them after that game. No accountability. We talked about it this week. He lost that locker room.
One word, 2 letters.
And the problem for him is Mike White now faces the 30th ranked defense in the league in the Bears, and then Minnesota, 18th in the league. So Mike White could win both those games or be competitive. Never a dull moment with these guys, huh? Look at you laughing. You're relishing this.
I am not. Very serious. It makes the Jets-Bears game fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely fascinating. I'm spending 4 days eating and watching football. The Bears-Jets got really, really captivating.
This is not a corner TV game. This might be center stage, 1 p.m.
Can't wait.
All right.
Some thoughts on the college football playoff. We are packed today. Got a lot going on. Time for new tires. Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for 40 years. Experience, knowledge, passion to assist every driver. Go to TireRack.com/Colin. They have an easy-to-use tire decision guide. You answer a couple of questions, you'll get a personalized tire recommendation. They have a free 2-year road hazard protection. So you drive over a nail or a screw. I've done that 5 times in my life. A pothole, you're covered. They got a full line of Yokohama tires. They ship it fast. They ship it 3 to one of over 10,000 recommended installers. Or skip the waiting room. In many areas, they offer mobile tire installation. A Tire Rack technician comes to your house, comes to your office, installs them on site. How great is that? TireRack.com/Colin. See for yourself. The way tire buying should be. TireRack.com/Colin.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do you guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes, you can't find anything to even come close to that.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
You didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Unc, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make.
They donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Dang, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe you'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody save me a slice. Where'd he come from?
Are you sure you can handle this?
You know I've always loved technology.
I get that tech has always been your thing, but why this?
Well, this technology protects the world, and I want to be part of that. So, Dad, what do you think?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Our very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We are mighty! Annoying. Go. Thanks, Mom. And if you have cut rate car insurance, then not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate.
For free on Tubi.
911, what's your emergency?
118 is at the scene.
Losing someone out there is never easy.
911, Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Always right, never wrong, undisputed.
You can see the impact of Brian Daboll, the rookie head coach. You can see it. There's 3 things that matter with coaching to me. Situational. Giants now are an excellent situational football team. Good on third down, good in the red zone. Does your coach make adjustments at halftime? Do you get the ball to the right people? 3 boxes that Brian Daboll is immediately checking. We do this from time to time. Tall, thin, good-looking. We just lump Matt LaFleur in with McVay and Shanahan. He's one of the great young coaches. Why? Well, this is what coaching looks like. Brian Daboll is what coaching looked like. You can see it on the field. Now, I'm probably more down on Daniel Jones than a lot of you are. I do not see him as a guy that can carry me to multiple playoff wins, potentially on the road. I don't. But I know this, that Daboll is such a good coach, we will know what the best of Daniel Jones is by the end of the year. Because he will squeeze every ounce of talent out of Daniel Jones. Whatever Daniel Jones is, that's what he is. That's what he's going to be. And it may be better than I think, and they may move on with him, or they may move off him. And that's Brian Daboll's decision. But the good thing is, he's going to get everything out of him. You're not going to get rid of Daniel Jones, then he pops up somewhere else and rolls. It's not going to happen. But when you watch the Giants, you are seeing coaching. Halftime adjustments, getting the ball to the right people. I'm not a coach. I don't sit and watch film all week. But I can see really, really good coaching. And I can see an impact of coaching. The Giants are now an excellent situational team with an average O-line. And I think an average quarterback. They're clever. They outsmart you. They outthink you. They outclever you. Because I'm watching the Giants right now, and I think they have holes everywhere. And I'm like, that is coaching. All right, great to have you back. I saw something interesting last night in the college football playoff. It was the elephant in the room nobody wanted to talk about. So here are the rankings as of this morning. Georgia 1, Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4, then LSU 5, and USC 6. Bama is 7. So here's a reality with ESPN. is because they have the SEC contract, and college football fans are loons. They're crazy, and I love them, but they're nuts. There's this sense that ESPN has this overwhelming SEC bias. It's the best conference by a mile in college football. Big Ten's a two-person conference, Michigan, Ohio State, Little Penn State. I'm not even sure there is a great team in the Pac-12. Big 12's a mess. ACC's a mess. SEC's the best conference, so you should lean SEC as the best conference because they are. But ESPN and their commentators, Reese Davis does a great job. Smart guy, but he's from Alabama, and all the other guys, nobody wanted to mention the elephant in the room. Bama can still get in. Why not? 2 close losses, both against good teams, both on the road, both at the buzzer. They'd be favored over every single team above them except Georgia and maybe Ohio State, but I think they'd be favored over Ohio State in a neutral field. The reality is Georgia has a chance to roll LSU. See ya. Michigan's going to fall behind Ohio State, have to pass. They can't and could get whacked by Ohio State. See ya, Michigan. USC, off their biggest emotional win in 8 to 9 years, faces a surging Notre Dame. Could they lose? Yep, see ya. TCU wouldn't even have to lose, although they've won close game after close game after close game and certainly could lose. But Alabama, the nightmare scenario that nobody wants to admit, the Final Four being Georgia, Ohio State, TCU, and Bama. Now, let's say Michigan lost super, super close in overtime, played their butts off against Ohio State. Maybe they'd go 3, lose, go to 4. But generally, if you're 3 and you lose, you're out to 5 or 6. Nobody wants to mention. Bama also has an advantage. If you're going to count everything, and I count schedules, TCU played a ridiculous non-conference schedule. They played something called Tarleton State. No idea, and I love the sport. Michigan played Hawaii. Alabama went to Texas. Yeah, we'll go on the road and face Texas. Power 5, a lot of 4 or 5-star athletes. Is Texas great? No, but that's a big boy game. Texas thought they were great in the first game. Got a lot of confidence, didn't have any big L's yet. I give Saban credit. Saban's like, yeah, we'll go on the road and face Texas. And they beat them barely, but they played them. There was no Tarleton State on their schedule. So if it comes down, Alabama's got a couple of close losses and it came down to a 1-loss team, I'm going to look at that Texas game. So nobody wants to mention this at all. Is it Alabama outside of Georgia? Georgia would be favored over Alabama. I'm guessing 5 or 6 points. Ohio State's a coin flip. I would make Alabama 1.5 point favorite. I'm guessing I could be totally wrong. But they'd be favored over Michigan, TCU, LSU. Yeah, LSU beat them last play in Baton Rouge. It's in Tuscaloosa. They don't win that game. I love USC, but I think they're a better story than they are a team right now. It's pretty much a two-headed monster of a brilliant coach in Lincoln Riley and an unbelievable talented quarterback in Caleb Williams. They have 1 NFL draftable guy on defense. Bama's got about 4, 5. Then another 7 that'll get drafted the following year. So, but I thought it was interesting watching the coverage. I have great respect for all those ESPN college football guys. I was texting a couple of them, and because it's on tape. A lot of that stuff is a little bit on tape. And so they don't want to mention the elephant in the room because everybody thinks ESPN's got this huge SEC bias. The SEC's the best conference. Who's the 3rd best team in the Big Ten? Who's the 2nd best team in the ACC? I mean, come on. But I do say I criticized Saban for years because he wouldn't go on the road to play an out-of-conference game. I ripped him for years. This year he did, so I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't give him credit. That win at Texas means something, and if it's go either way, I have no problem losing to LSU, Tennessee at the buzzer on the road. Those are really good teams. J-Mac with the news.
No. Turn on the news. This is the Herdline News.
I actually love that, Colin. Clemson versus Alabama.
God.
Like, Clemson, honestly, Colin, is unwatchable.
Alabama,
they're not a good football team.
As Dennis Miller once said, Alabama would stomp Clemson like a narc at a bikers rally. Okay, babe? That's not even competitive.
Yeah. All right, Colin, we're going to start with the Jets news benching Zach Wilson. Woo! Super depressing. It happened during a team meeting this morning. They were informed that Wilson will not be the starter. Yes, he's 5-2 as a quarterback this season. Quarterback records don't matter, as you know. Only 2 losses were against the Patriots. Colin, a lot of controversy for not taking accountability. I am curious. Bill Belichick has now killed 2 Jets quarterbacks. Sam Darnold with the ghosts, and now Zach Wilson. I don't know. Where do the Jets go from here? There is a report that Zach Wilson may not even be active for this game. It might be the Mike White, Joe Flacco show. That's unconfirmed as of now.
Wow. So that tells you that Zach Wilson, they don't even trust his discipline as a backup.
It might be that he hasn't apologized to the team for not taking accountability yet, or they were waiting for him to step forward and be like, hey, I screwed up, guys. It was on me. I don't know. But Mike White against the Bears, the Jets should have an opportunity here.
Yeah, I don't. You are a Jets, devoted Jets watcher and viewer. Mike White had a really good game a couple years ago, then followed it up with a couple of average games.
Yeah, beat the Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, that was his big win, right? There's some talent there, but I think how he's viewed, this is my guess, you know it better than I do, he's viewed as coachable, likable, a team guy with limitations. Is that how he's viewed?
Pretty much. I would say that's Mike White in a nutshell.
Well, Taylor Heineke, guys like him, could win you a game or two, but you're not going to build around it.
He played well against the Colts, but they got destroyed and gave up a lot of points. Ultimately, he's not the guy. And I think, later in the show, we'll probably talk about Jets options in free agency because there are two big names we've discussed. I had a buddy with the Packers trying to say, hey, what about Aaron Rodgers? Would the Jets want Aaron Rodgers? I said, get out of here. I will not buy Jets and Aaron Rodgers. All right, Colin, next story here. Denver Broncos switched offensive play callers last week. Quarterbacks coach Clint Kubiak took over the job against the Raiders. They're sticking with him going forward. Russell Wilson thought Kubiak did a good job stepping into that role.
He's a great offensive mind. He's in the QB room every day, obviously coaching us up every day. So we're always talking. And throughout training camp, he called plays too some, and just especially in practice and stuff like that. Justin Allen can call plays too as well. Obviously, Coach Hackett too. So we got three guys that can definitely call it up for us, and they mix it up in practice. And but I thought this week Coach Kubiak really did a great job of doing it.
Yeah, that's going to solve everything, right? Clint Kubiak, calling plays. Listen, I saw Hamler pop up on the injury report, Jerry Jeudy. Colin, I don't think you can bet this team in the worst part of all this. Broncos don't have their first-round pick. It goes to your Seattle Seahawks. This is trending to be like a top 5 pick. That's massive for Seattle.
Seattle's going to have 2 1s, 2 2s, a 3rd, and 2 4s, and those Denver picks are up near the top of these rounds. So Seattle gets the best of both worlds. They don't have to worry about their pick, right? They can just play to win. And I think this morning they feel, if you look at Seattle's schedule, they feel like a playoff team. Go look at their schedule. Yeah. It's way easier than you think it should be in that division because Arizona's flaming out and the Rams are bad. So suddenly Seattle's schedule is like incredibly workable.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I've been trying all morning to think of a fall of a quarterback like Russell Wilson, a guy who 2 Super Bowls, Hall of Fame trajectory,
overnight.
Very, very good quarterback, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa.
And he's like 30.
This is not the same guy.
How old is he, 34? Like Peyton Manning fell off a cliff, but Peyton had 4 neck surgeries and was like 38 or 39.
I mean, Wilson had the injury last year, and I think was it a finger?
It was a finger. He came back about a week too soon. But the 4 previous years, he had a passer rating over 100, and now he's awful.
Yeah.
People can use the Peyton Manning argument, but it's not fair because Peyton was older, beat up. You could see Peyton could barely move at the end. Russell Wilson still runs around, and is effective when he does it.
We're trying to project forward. That's what we do. That's why people enjoy this. I can see him bouncing back next year. I don't think this is a case of a guy being washed. And Russell Wilson's work ethic, pretty legendary, from the high stepping on the plane. But I can see him this offseason just being like, I'm not taking, there's no way I'm ending my career going down the tubes like this. I can see him bouncing back next year. And we'll chalk this up to maybe just tough new start, new coach, new offensive coordinator.
You and I are on an island, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
I do agree with you, but I think we are on an island.
He's just too good to completely fall off a cliff and end.
Yeah.
All right, final story. Panthers, by the way, they're making a quarterback change. And there may be a third one we'll talk about next hour if it happens. But, someone wants to do a victory lap.
No, I'm not going to.
No. Okay, no grave dancing over here, folks. Carolina has announced Sam Darnold gets the start over.
I couldn't hear you. Who was that?
Sam Darnold, former USC quarterback, gets to start over Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, should.
Darnold's first start of the year. First action since returning from that high ankle sprain. He was going to be the starter. Then they trade for Baker. Baker wins the job. Darnold gets hurt. Now Darnold will play this week. Your thoughts on Sammy D? He's, kind of a forgotten guy. Remember, 4 years ago? the hype for Sam Darnold was he could be really fun.
Well, yeah, I think nobody's going to build their franchise around him, but he's an NFL athlete. I think he's a great kid. He's tough, little reckless, slow delivery. That's why you're not going to build around him, but I like to see him get the opportunity. Bigger, stronger, more athletic, more coachable, I think, than Baker. Baker's got the better arm talent. But neither one was as good as people projected. I was more Darnold than Baker, but neither one really worked out.
Do you think Darnold can stick in the league longer? I think we both agree.
Yes.
Baker Mayfield's not built to hold a clipboard.
No. There's a reason Chase Daniel keeps getting paid. People like him.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Darnold. Very likable guy.
I don't know that Baker
is. He made his money.
Is Baker Mayfield on an NFL roster week 1 next year?
If he wants to be, I'm not sure he wants to be. I think Baker Mayfield could go and be an unbelievable college analyst for any network. I think Baker's a star in the making on TV, a huge star. And I'm talking like a $6-7 million a year star. Like, I think he's that good. He's not Herb Street or Klatt yet, but he's not Brock Heward, who I think is great.
Could he be Tony Romo?
I think there's a possibility he could be I'll represent him if his agent doesn't. I'll make calls for him. I think he'd be a great broadcaster.
Can you wear another hat at this? I mean, you got a lot going on. I don't think you could handle being an agent for Baker.
I'm not smart.
Mayfield.
I'm not smart enough to be an agent. All right. J-Mac, you done? J-Mac with the news?
Yeah, let's wrap
up.
Well,
that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
I want to go. You're going to think I'm crazy on this. So last night, Lakers lose again. They're terrible, unwatchable. But Anthony Davis had a huge night. And so this Anthony Davis story was incredibly predictable. This is not me trying to gravy train it here like I talked about this before the season. Is that all last year, off season, he got ripped for his lack of commitment, his lack of passion, his uneven play. And so he was going to work his tail off this offseason, come into shape, and crush. And he is crushed. His last 4 games, he's averaging 35 points and 18 rebounds. He played great again last night. And I said a month ago, this is precisely the time, yes it is, that you trade him. It's the perfect storm. LeBron is out, so Anthony Davis is getting tons of touches. The Lakers just faced a stretch of weak teams, the Nets, the Spurs, the Pistons. Anthony Davis has heard his soft critics, so he's really worked as hard as he's ever worked. But the numbers don't lie. He peaked at 24 because of the bubble and a hiatus during the season. He had a great bubble for a couple of weeks. In the end, ask yourself 2 questions. Are the Lakers close to a championship team? No. They need like 3 more B-plus guys. They got to get more dudes. And ask yourself a second question. Will Anthony Davis remain healthy the rest of the year? You don't even, listen, he was hurt last night again. So you know the answer to that. So listen, Patrick Beverley, when he landed, was seen as a get for the Lakers. Laker fans keep telling me Kendrick Nunn's the answer. I'm going to go with none. This is the time. Buy low, sell high. Listen, you think he's untradeable? Ben Simmons got traded. Westbrook got traded. You think he's untradeable? There's a lot of teams out east, and they're looking at their roster thinking, how do we stop Giannis? There's about 4 teams in the East. They're going to have a Giannis issue. Just saying. Celtics get Anthony Davis. Lakers get Robert Williams. Maybe a player. I would just throwing it out there. But this is what we predicted. He would have a monster start. That's when you put him out there. Daryl Morey moved Ben Simmons. And Davis is twice the player Ben Simmons, just has an injury history. The holiday season's here. Millions of people holiday shopping, hoping to secure Black Friday deals. Flurry of shopping activity attracts scammers looking to cash in. Many shoppers report experiencing fraud during the holiday season. Scammers can take advantage of you. Now, it's important to understand how cyber crime and identity theft work, okay? Your personal info is out there. It gets exposed. You could have somebody take a loan out in your name and you'd never know. A crime committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you become a victim of identity theft, LifeLock by Norton is there. Nobody prevents all of them, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. You could save up to 25% off your first year, 25% off. Just go to 1-800-LifeLock code HERD or LifeLock.com code HERD. It is dangerously easy the next month for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. 1-800-LifeLock or LifeLock.com code HERD.
celebrate every kiss. Get financing that fits your budget with low monthly payments.
Just between us, you know what's better than mopping? Anything. At the end of a long day, it's the last thing I want to do. Well, I switched to Swiffer WetJet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one, so it's ready to go when I am.
The cleaning solution actually breaks down dirt and grime. And the pad absorbs it deep inside, so it prevents streaks and haze better than my old mop.
Plus, it's safe to use on all my floors, even wood.
Swiffer WetJet, so worth it. Best decision ever. Love it or your money back.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation, that's just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, I'm positive.
I mean, I love that you're trying to help, but why this way?
Because there's a lot going on in the world, and this is how I can help. So, what do you think?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Our very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more tailgates are switching to Ram. And more of that, and that, and whatever that is, are switching to Ram.
Can I help you?
I wanted to mail this.
Okay. Layla is our messenger pigeon. What?
Oh my God.
This is mostly secure. Mostly. Fairly secure. Yes, sir.
This is crazy.
You know what else is crazy? That SMS text that he's sending? It's unencrypted. Other people might see your text just like other people might see that letter.
You're kidding.
No.
What's that taste like, Pops? You never had a Guinness? It looks dark and heavy. It's actually light on its feet and smooth as velvet.
Like you when you played ball.
Did he used to be a tennis player? Sure, kid.
In my world, numbers are everything. But my most important stat, my sleep quality. The new Climate 360 smart bed actively cools, warms, then effortlessly responds to me. Smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. Game-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Ah, humbug.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the game, but my signal is dropping the ball.
You need a better network. 'Tis the season to switch to Verizon.
Tis?
Tis. You get a free 5G phone when you do.
Free phone?
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Oh, well, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh, Scrooge.
Only Verizon gives you a free 5G phone and another gift like a tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow!
Switch now to Verizon, the official 5G network of the NFL.
thing.
Everything I did for my family.
The cleaning lady's taking care of it.
It's not safe for any of us.
No one can ever know the truth.
The Cleaning Lady, Monday on Fox.
All right, welcome back. Greg Cosell, 43 years, joins us on a Wednesday because we're off tomorrow. We got about 12 minutes here with our favorite guy. So listen, Zach Wilson just got benched. I've said before, those Tuesday, Wednesday pressers in front of the media or after games, you know, you got to fall on the sword. You got to be a grown-up. You know, Baker was snarky perpetually, and it lost the room and lost the staff and the GM. What's the tape say on Zach Wilson? How bad is it?
I would say it's pretty bad. You know, I'll start with a couple of things. Number one, I don't think he sees things very well. And if you talk to coaches, some will say you can teach that, others will say not. But he definitely does not see things with the needed clarity. So he's not an eliminator and an isolator. And by that, I mean he doesn't eliminate what's not there and isolate where he needs to go with the football within the timing and structure of the play design. Secondly, he's kind of reckless. He's undisciplined. He's loose. There's not a lot of discipline and precision to his game, and you can't live like that in the NFL.
By the way, Mac Jones. Okay, let's talk about Mac Jones. So now they face the Vikings defense, which is very okay. You know,
right.
Is he regressing? It wasn't like a showcase of his talent, right?
Well, you know, I guess the way I'd answer that is when you look at specific quarterbacks, you have to decide what makes them good if they're going to play well. So what does Mac Jones do when he plays well? He's rhythmic. He has to play with great precision. He has to be a detailed, nuanced player. He has to play the position as a disciplined craft. And when that does not happen for whatever reason, pressure, he's not comfortable, whatever the reason, then his limitations come out. And that's happened a little too often this year.
Okay, so I thought it was a significant advancement by the Bills' offense. They ran. Nobody bails on the run game like Buffalo. And I watched that game and I thought, okay, this can play post-Thanksgiving. What did the film say on Buffalo's win?
Well, you're so right. Think about this. Prior to this game, the Bills had lined up in 11 personnel, meaning 3 wide receivers, on over 70% of their snaps. In this game against Cleveland, they lined up with 3 wide receivers, just over 40% of their snaps. They played in base personnel, and they ran the ball. Cook and Singletary combined for 29 rushes. 22 of those rushes, Colin, came out of base personnel groupings. And they were trying to get stability back to their offense. And the reality is when you're trying to gain stability with your offense, you don't throw more, you line up and you run the ball. And that's what they did. And by the second half, Josh Allen clearly looked more like Josh Allen. He was more comfortable, where in the first half, you could tell he was still fighting his confidence a little bit.
Okay, I want to talk Niners because I think after Kansas City, to me, I think it's the most talented roster. I think there's a Pro Bowler in every unit. So let's first talk Jimmy G. I find it funny, Greg. They don't throw the ball up the sidelines. They don't do the long seam route. You know what they're doing. It's death by 1,000 cuts and schemes and blocks. But I think he played so well. I think he has been so good on big downs this year. That's what my eyes tell me.
Correct.
Okay, that's what you're seeing.
On third down, they've won 3 in a row. He's been phenomenal on third down in each of those 3 games. So cumulatively, the last 3 games, he's been great on third down. And we've discussed this, Colin. They ask him to make a lot of difficult throws, either by choice within the context of Kyle's offense or because they feel that those are the throws he makes best. But they ask him to throw between the numbers, between the hashes. Those are difficult throws. I thought the touchdown he threw to Ayuk this week, the first one, was such a good representation of Jimmy G because he wanted McCaffrey on the angle route, and the linebacker was sitting right there, and he came off that with poise and composure, and he stuck it right on Ayuk on the backside. But he's playing at a high level, and their run game is really unique. I mean, when they have an orbit reverse touchdown to Samuel, that is not a gimmick for them.
Yeah.
That is just an extension of what they do with the run game.
And, it's funny, Bosa gets the headlines, but Fred Warner, Hufanga, the kid they got, the corner from Kansas City, to you, what makes their defense special?
Well, first of all, they've got remarkable depth on their defensive line. They can line up 9 or 10 guys, and they all can play. Second of all, their linebacking duo, Fred Warner, to me, is the best 3-down linebacker in football based on tape. And I think Greenlaw is a really, really good player, another complete linebacker who plays all 3 downs and has sudden explosive movement. So they may have again, I can't think of every team right now, Colin, but they certainly have among the very best nickel linebacking duo in the NFL.
Okay, I want to talk Bengals Steelers for a couple of reasons. First, I think it's remarkable. Joe Mixon's out, Jamar Chase is out, and Joe Burrow's like, all right, we're going to drop 37 points. Now it took a while for them to get going, but I think that's understated. People, if you take out a top back for the Giants and a top receiver, top back, your rhythm's off, your playmaking's off, your star power, your speed's off. I was really impressed with that win in Pittsburgh by Cincinnati. What did you make of it? What did the film say?
Yeah, it was a really impressive win because the Steelers had a specific defensive template in that game. They were going to be very challenging. They played predominant man coverage, Colin, with 5-man pressure concepts. They challenged the pass protection with different blitz schemes. They challenged the receivers with man coverage. And by extension, you challenge Burrow because you force him to deal with pressure and you force him to make precise throws. And it was a little bit of a slog, even though the numbers were great. But I thought that Burrow and the offense handled it really well. The main issue for the Steelers was they had a difficult time covering one-on-one, covering man-to-man. So that was kind of their downfall. But I thought Burrow played extremely well. He's as poised and composed in the pocket as any quarterback we've seen recently, and he knows where to go with the football.
Yeah, he does. Kenny Pickett, I don't see a lot of wow, but he does kind of have a see it and let it rip. He doesn't pause. He doesn't lack confidence. He sees it, lets it go. I see a little something there. What do you see?
I think he checks a lot of boxes when you study his tape. I think he's got plus arm talent. I think for the most part, his ball placement's consistent and accurate. His throwing mechanics from his feet up to his delivery are repetitive. He's got functional intelligence and knowledge. He can extend plays. He's mentally and physically tough. He can work through progressions. I think there's a lot to like about Kenny Pickett, and I'm really curious to watch his development in the league.
Okay, the other game this week, the Eagles have the NFL's best record. They're going to host Aaron and the Packers. I think it's a fascinating game. Because I think the Vikings, my guess is the Vikings bounce back. Whenever you're humiliated, you tend to bounce back. They'll beat New England. Dallas probably will pull back a little bit after the win and struggle, maybe beat the Giants, but it'll be a little choppy and ugly. But I want to talk about Philadelphia and Green Bay. So Green Bay, where are they at now? I do believe they are actually, strangely, at their best the less Aaron throws. The tape may not say that at all. Where do you see them right now?
The tape absolutely says that, Colin. You're 100% right. The best version of their offense right now is when they run the football. And that means now that their pass game, and it's odd to say with Aaron Rodgers, who may be the best thrower of the football we've ever seen, but strangely enough, now their pass game has to work off their run game. And that's the way they create the explosive plays in the pass game, not with Rodgers just dropping back and throwing the football. So this is a team that has to run the ball for their offense to be effective and for the complete multidimensional offense to take hold.
What's happening to the Eagles' offense? Jimmy Johnson suggested the later the season goes, people will see it for a second time. It won't fool people. I don't know. What's the film say?
Yeah, I think one thing about the Eagles, and I thought Jalen Hurts obviously bailed them out this week, and he's played well, but this is not an offense that runs a lot of different plays and concepts. Because of the Hurts factor and the stress and the challenges he presents to defenses because of the running element when he's in the gun, which is most of the time, that makes it difficult to defend. But they're not a team that does a lot of things. So I think as teams see it, they start to defend those things. And also the loss of Dallas Goedert, because he's an individual who can win for you.
Yeah.
And you always need that. Look, this league, is a league of matchups at times. Scheme always does matter, but at times it's matchups, Colin, as you know, and they lose a really strong matchup element with Goddard out for, I guess, at least another 3 weeks.
Okay, and finally, let's talk Dallas Cowboys. I do think, I've said before, OBJ might not have a ton left, but I do think they could use a little juice, a little like the Rams last year. They had Cooper, and they had capable tight ends, but I felt like they could use a little juice, a little playmaker. I feel like Dallas's offense could use that, or are you satisfied? Because the Giants' defensive front is a handful. It'll be interesting to watch this. Do you think Dallas, this offense is good enough to go through the playoffs?
I would agree with you. I think they could use a little juice because I think Lamb ultimately works best when he's in the slot.
Yeah.
I don't think he's actually that outside receiver that can dominate consistently on the edge. So I think they could use a little juice. You know, obviously Pollard has become a big factor in the pass game as well because he's a very good receiver who can win matchups. His long touchdown this week came when he was matched on the linebacker Hicks. But I think they could probably use a little help on the outside. They haven't gotten, I think, what they might have expected from the rookie Tolbert. He doesn't play very much. Gallup's been hurt in and out. He hasn't been the Gallup of 2 or 3 years ago when he could be your boundary X and win vertically. So, yes, I would agree with you.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving, Greg Cosell, to you and yours, your family and friends, and thank you so much for joining us on Thanksgiving Eve. I love the suit, the tie. You're really boardroom Greg Cosell. Good seeing you, man.
Thanks, Colin. Same to you. All the best.
All right. Cowboys, I would take the Giants and the points. I think Dallas pulls back, beats New York, but their defensive front's pretty good. I think the Vikings, humiliated on television, are one of the better bets of the week. They go in and beat New England, although it will be fairly low scoring. But the way the NFL, J. Mack and I talk about this, any team that's capable at quarterback, that gets humiliated, the next week they come back and generally they've heard it and they play well. Vikings will play well.
Speaking of humiliated, Zach Wilson was obviously humiliated. It's now confirmed. Saleh said that Zach Wilson will be inactive against the Bears, so not even the backup quarterback. They're calling this a reset. Like he just needs to press the reset button. You know, when you're playing a video game poorly and you know it's a loss, you just click the reset button, start over. Good luck doing that with a quarterback who you drafted 2 years ago. He's had 20 starts, Colin.
One game over 100 passer rating in 20 starts. Movember, a global charity aimed at men, helping them live healthier, longer, and happier lives. If you want to go the extra mile, visit Movember.com. Donate to the cause. Whatever you grow in November will save a bro. All right, great first hour. Joel Klatt around the corner. Terry Bradshaw. Loaded Wednesday. It's the Herd.
You said close your eyes, don't look down. Fall into me, and I'll catch you, darling. We'll dance in the street like nobody's watching. It's just you and me, and the song.
Celebrate every kiss. Get financing that fits your budget with low monthly payments.
If you haven't tried Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray, what are you waiting for? It's Dawn's fastest and easiest way to clean everyday dishes. On simple messes, just spray, wipe, and rinse. On tough messes, its spray-activated suds have 5 times faster grease cleaning power to break down grease without water. Plus, its targeted spray cleans even hard-to-reach places better. So, replace your dish soap with Dawn Power Wash and spray your dishes clean.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go. Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Now that's the shakaroni.
Dang, that's huge. Oh, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing. Somebody save me a slice? No.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Shakaroni. Oh, bring it in. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Get on beat. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Shake that wig on, come on. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. You guys were so off beat. Okay, all right, let's eat.
Don't you think this is a bit extreme?
It is. But it's where I need to be.
We know you love a challenge. We didn't expect this.
If it were expected, it wouldn't be a challenge. So, Mom, Dad, what do you think?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We are
Mighty!
annoying. Go. Thanks, Mom. If you have cut rate car insurance, then not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate.
Should I keep these?
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
I long to see the setting sun, bring peace on earth to everyone, and faith reborn each glowing morn. That's why I dream.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do you guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes, you can't find anything to even come close to that.
In my world, numbers are everything. But my most important stat, my sleep quality. It is vital to my mental, emotional, and physical performance. The new Climate 360 Smart Bed actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to me. Smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. And that means I'm at my best for me, my team, and you. And all I have to do is get game-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Businesses nationwide are switching to Verizon Business Internet.
It's a perfect fit for my small business, and I take fit seriously.
Verizon has business internet solutions nationwide.
For our not-so-small business, too.
They've got plans and speeds to suit our needs now. And we can keep growing without outgrowing our internet.
Combine it with a Business Unlimited plan and save a bunch. Switch to business internet that keeps your business ready for anything. From the network America relies on.
This is my number 3 Michigan. Touchdown. Number 2 Ohio State. Instant classic Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
64859.
The Masked Singer is back with
TV history.
New costumes every week and double unmaskings every episode.
Tommy Lee. Tom Holland. The GOAT. Tom Brady.
The Masked Singer. Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Oh, here we go. It's hour 2. Joel Klatt's around the corner. Terry Bradshaw next hour. Live in L.A. It's The Herd, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. iHeartRadio, Fox Sports Radio, FS1. I'm not here tomorrow. J-Mac is not either. I'm not here Friday. I'll be back the following Monday. We'll be back the following Monday. So today, Smorgasbord just had Greg Cosell on. He likes Kenny Pickett. That's good for Steeler fans. So he likes what he sees with Kenny Pickett. I don't see a lot of wow, but I see something, just not a lot of wow. Big story today is that Zach Wilson has been not only benched, but he's inactive. So they're basically going to reboot his career, which tells me he not only lost the staff, he lost the team by saying no at a press conference when asked how culpable he was for the L. Being a grown-up matters. It may be unfair, but he and Drew Lock and Jameis Winston and others I've criticized, Johnny Manziel and Baker, they're just not ready to run a franchise. They're just not mature enough. They don't quite understand it. They don't lack talent. Zach's got a real arm. So does Drew Lock. Jameis is super talented. Baker's got a good arm. But I think the undoing is his maturity. Because as a starter, he's 5-2. It's very rare when a young quarterback's 5-2 starting and you bench him. Like it doesn't happen ever. For Mike White, he lost the room. J-Mac?
Yeah, it's official. I have to retire the name the Mormon Mahomes to describe Zach Wilson. I'm not contractually no longer allowed to say that in public, on social media, or anything. It did not happen for Zach Wilson. We move on.
We move on. Okay, so Emmanuel Acho does a show after us, Speak, a couple of shows after us. He was talking about Justin Herbert of the Chargers getting a pass by the media, and he came out this week. It could have been, I don't know exactly what day it was, but here's what he said, and it got a reaction.
Justin Herbert is a social media quarterback. What do I mean? Justin Herbert makes throws that can go viral on social media in this day and age. And on social media, they don't show you interceptions. That's not fun. People aren't going to retweet a pick. People aren't going to retweet a bad sack. People aren't going to retweet a bad decision. We always look for Justin Herbert to succeed. But had Tua made the mistake to throw a pick in the end of the game with 2 timeouts remaining, he'd be crushed, like Joy said. Had Jalen Hurts thrown a pick with 2 timeouts remaining at the end of the game, he would be crushed. But for whatever reason, our beloved Justin Herbert, he does it, and we simply look away.
Totally disagree. Here's why. Does coaching matter in football? Just let that soak in. Does coaching matter? I don't know. I'm watching Tua this year, and I think it does. I'm watching the Saints without Sean Payton this year. I'm watching the Giants pivot from Joe Judge to Brian Daboll. Does coaching matter? In 2.5 years, Justin Herbert has had coaches who I think have undercoached him. So there's a difference between excuses and reasons. In 2.5 years, quarterbacking, Justin Herbert's defenses have been ranked 23rd, 29th, and 29th. And because of that, he leads the NFL. The Chargers as a team lead the NFL since Justin Herbert arrived with 9 blown fourth-quarter leads. Atlanta's second. Why? Because he's often watching somebody get the ball, come back, and take the lead from him against a terrible defense. 29th last year, 29th this year. That's the first thing. So the other thing to remember, he is asked to mostly win shootouts. This year, Jalen Hurts and Tua, if you go to both Jalen and Tua, their top 2 receivers, have not missed a single start. Not one. Herbert, with a bad defense, who has to outscore teams, his 2 best receivers, Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, have missed 9 starts. He's not getting help on the defensive side, and he doesn't have his 2 targets. It should be noted that Herbert, in terms of game-winning drives, is 3rd in the NFL since he entered the league. 11. That's more than Mahomes. And they also lead the NFL in blown leads. Well, that's mostly his defense. I think there's a big gap between reasons and excuses. Tua now has a brilliant offensive coach. Jalen Hurts has a loaded roster and lots of support on the defensive side. Justin Herbert's got a bad defense. His star receivers aren't available. And once again, he's staring at 5-5. I think there's a difference between excuses and reasons. At 6'5", 230, a 4.2 college student that's mobile with a cannon for an arm, I think he's the most under-supported great quarterback in the league. That's my take. And with that, the voice of college football at Fox Sports, Joe Klatt, joining us. He's got Michigan, Ohio State this week. I mean, you don't get, even as great as those programs are, you don't get a lot of undefeated versus undefeated Buckeyes and Wolverines.
And by the way, I think that we should probably, really appreciate this. I don't know how often that this is going to happen in the future, meaning with these types of stakes, because of the changing landscape of college football. Like, let's say the Big Ten does away with divisions where Michigan and Ohio State could play in the Big Ten championship game. Well, then this game loses the stakes that it has. Or let's say the college football change and expands like it will in the coming years, and we just think, hey, both of these teams will be in the playoff. This game means everything this Saturday, and both at 11-0. I'm just going to appreciate this one for what it is.
All right, Blake Corum. I like Michigan all year. I had him in the last several weeks, number one. They are not the same team without a healthy Blake Corum.
Nope. Not even close, actually.
Not close.
Corum is a fabulous running back, and when he went down against Illinois, they took a drastic turn. Now, his normal backup, Donovan Edwards, is a very good player, and when Donovan is out there, they don't miss Corum as much. Now, they still miss him, but not as much. But with Edwards and Corum not on the field against Illinois, Colin, it was drastic how much different that they were. Let me just give you some numbers to bear that out. This is a team that is one of the best rushing teams in the country, and I'll give you the fact that Illinois is a good defense. But C.J. Stokes and Isaiah Gash averaged 3 yards per carry in the second half. Like, they're not going to beat Ohio State unless Corum or Edwards is healthy and ready to go. And so that's the biggest question of the game right now and of the week is, are those guys going to be ready and available and ready to threaten the defense?
Okay, Bryce Young, to me, is a plug-and-play guy in the NFL. Caleb Williams next year will be a number one pick. The year after that, there's a kid at Carolina, May, who are great. C.J. Stroud, to me, has talent. I don't think he's necessarily an elevator all the time. He's hit and miss. He loses confidence. The offense can be I watch him, and I think it just depends on the half I see Ohio State. I see a lot of bad halves with him.
No, I disagree. I think he's perfectly suited for that offense. I think that he does a lot of things really well. He's got a strong arm. His feet are as good as anybody in college football. Now, he might not threaten the defense like Williams does outside of the pocket, Caleb Williams, but his ability to throw in rhythm and on target allows them to create explosive plays because of the YAC, the yards after the catch. It's a simple equation when it comes to YAC. Timing plus ball. By the way, Bill, this is an old Bill Walsh thing, right? Timing plus ball placement equals yards after the catch. And yes, the wide receiver has to be athletic and create space and do all of those things. But when you watch C.J. Stroud play, part of what makes Ohio State so dangerous is the fact that the ball is on time and on target, that the wide receivers can run through it and into spots where they can create after the catch. So his ability is a bit more nuanced, which is why I anticipate. Yeah, that's right. So it's harder for you to see, easier for someone like me to see. Oh, although, listen, I'm thankful for guys like you, because it allows me, the opportunity to come and teach. Yeah. And that's certainly.
Trevor Burbick had a nuanced knockout punch. Mike Tyson had a knockout punch. I'm sorry. I tend to like a knockout punch, not nuance around the fringes. But, hey, it's just me.
The best battery in college football is Stroud, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, Marvin Harrison's about 70% of that.
Well, I mean, he's pretty. Can you say that about any wide receiver quarterback?
No.
The wide receiver is never 70% of it. He's never even 50% of it. Okay? And while Marvin Harrison Jr. is a fabulous player, Stroud's really good. By the way, if Williams loses to Notre Dame, then the Heisman is Stroud's to lose.
We know who the better quarterback is there.
Maybe, but that doesn't mean that that's who the Heisman is going to go to.
Nuance. Let's talk. So I think this is a danger spot. I will say this.
For who? For what?
Notre Dame fans, I'm getting a lot of buddies texting me with a clover leaf because they're surging. They play the kind of football. It's got a little Michigan feel to it. They're going to pound right at you.
Yeah, good running game.
That is not what USC defends well.
Nope.
The Trojans coming off a wildly biggest win in 8 years for the program.
Yep.
This feels like, to me, this is a last play of the game.
Yeah, this one's going to come down. Listen, if Notre Dame has the ability to run away with this game, And if USC is going to win, it's going to be close. Let me just give you some background on this game. This is how much better Notre Dame. Notre Dame is not the team that lost to Marshall and Stanford. They've gotten so much better. In 6 of their last 8 games, they've run the ball for over 200 yards.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so they can get the job done. In their first 6 games of the season.
Total ball control, keep it away from USC.
In their first 6 games of the season, Colin, they were averaging 24 points per game. Not great, obviously, right? And that's why they were struggling. Do you know in their last 5, they're averaging 40 a game? Notre Dame is 40 a game. Okay, so their offense can score points now running the football, and they're physical, and they're unapologetic about the way that they're going to attack you with multiple tight ends on the field, and they're going to come in and they're going to extra gap you to death. And then there's this other element of Notre Dame's team that matches up really favorably against USC, and that's their pass defense. Notre Dame's pass defense is 16th in the country, okay? In the last 4 games, they've had 8 interceptions and given up only 5 passing touchdowns. Do you know the last time Caleb Williams faced a passing defense that was as good as this Notre Dame passing defense? Do you remember when it was? Do you know when it was?
Oregon State.
No. Iowa State last year. Do you know what Caleb Williams' line was in the Iowa State game last year?
I did not watch that particular game.
8 of 18, that's 44% for 87 yards and a pick. So he's going to be facing the best pass defense since that day. Same head coach, same system. Now, granted, he's better than what he was late last year, but there might be some scar tissue there. And there's one thing I know about Caleb Williams, and it's that he will be and get frustrated at times. Part of that is born out of his supreme confidence that he's always going to be able to make a play, and generally he does because he's fabulous. And by the way, I do think he is the best player in college football. The last 5 games have cemented that for me in the way that he plays and what he means to his team. Having said that, his frustration in this game, he better keep to a minimum because there will be moments when they don't succeed on offense because of what I'm telling you. And they might have way fewer bites at the apple than what they normally do. Let's say they average 14 possessions.
They'll get 9.
They'll get maybe 9, 10 because of that run game for Notre Dame. So they better play efficient, and he better make those throws when they appear because there's no getting out of jail free card. This is not going to be like UCLA where you can go down first 2 series of the game, not get touchdowns, not get points in the red zone, and then still come back and win.
All right, can we throw up the college football rankings? I didn't have a problem with them.
Of course you didn't.
Well, I'm a guy that doesn't have a problem saying the truth. And so I got no problem.
Interesting. I think you're a guy that, like the committee, just bases all of this off preconceived notions. So this is what the playoff committee gave us.
What do you got a problem? What bothers you?
Don't you? You just wait and see. I'll give you exactly what I got a problem with. Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, LSU at 5. USC at 6, Alabama, Clemson, Oregon, and Tennessee. That's what the committee gave us as the top 10. Now, I think that there is a clear oversight here. And I will start with this. The committee, as it's constructed, is a failed experiment.
Oh, come on now.
It is. It is. And I know that because they do not allow the games on the field to alter their preconceived biases and notions.
Okay, like how?
Because every week it doesn't matter the opponent or what goes on the field.
Give me an example.
They just move up a spot and always the same position. The example is that over the last 2 weeks, after LSU beat Alabama and was put above USC, then over the last 2 weeks they've just moved like that sequentially, right? LSU 1 spot above USC. Well, I'm sorry, did we not see LSU go on the road to an Arkansas team who had just lost to Liberty and was playing their backup and actually had their 3rd-string quarterback take snaps in that game, and LSU won by 3? Did we not see that? Because I did. Did we not see LSU play UAB last week? Because I did. In the meantime, USC was out there without some of their best players as Addison was banged up and trying to get healthy. They smoked Colorado. And I know that that's not a great win, and I'll give you that.
But they smoked them.
But they smoked them. Exactly what they should do. They smoked them. It wasn't roll into Arkansas and win by 3 and, it was cold. We had to have hot chocolate. Give me a break. Then they went out last week, went on the road, USC did, and beat UCLA. And that's a good UCLA team. That's a capable UCLA team that has 2 top 25 wins based on what the committee has been telling us, Washington and Utah. And yet, they don't get any credit for that?
Well,
I don't understand this. By the way, Alabama just continues to move up ahead of Clemson. And didn't we just see them play Austin Peay Am I not like, I'm sorry, Austin Peay, not only did they play him in November, but they only won 34-0. If Alabama beats Austin Peay, sorry, I'm getting all frustrated here. Beats Austin Peay 34-0 in September, the sky is falling.
Yeah.
If they don't beat them by 57 points, the sky is falling. But in November, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
And we can just allow it to happen. Why? Our preconceived notions. And that's where it gets me to my last point. Alabama is the preeminent program in the country. Nick Saban is the best college football coach that I've ever seen, and I think that has ever lived. And this program is doing something that we will never see before. But that's not what we're ranking right now.
Yeah.
We're ranking this version of Alabama.
All right. But
Alabama is great. And in 2020, they won the national championship. And guess how many one-possession games they played in 2020? One.
Yeah.
Guess why? They were a great team. It's not this year's team. Guess how many one-possession games they've played this season?
5. Yeah.
And they've only played 8 Power 5 games up to this point. We're not even to the Iron Bowl. They've played 5 one-possession games. They're 3-2 in those 5 games. So aren't we basing these wins against Alabama and viewing them as if they're beating the great Alabama teams when Alabama this year is just not what they have been?
No.
Again, Bama fans, don't come after me because you are the preeminent program in the country.
Right.
Greatest coach of all time. But that's not the team you have this year. So now all of a sudden, patient X is Alabama, and everybody is getting jumps off of that. And the preconceived bias of what we thought Bama was to begin the year as the largest betting favorite to ever come into a college football season is now affecting how teams are ranked in November. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
And that, my friend, is the nuance to why the committee is a failed experiment.
That feels harsh, but good explaining there. You did some excellent explaining.
Thank you.
Let's look at Klatt's top 10.
Here's my top 10.
I don't have a problem with it. I think Georgia's the best team, and everybody else is close. I think Ohio State's probably the second best team. I think you put a little heat on C.J. Stroud. I don't think. I think I've said this. If Corum was healthy,
let me ask you
I think
this.
Michigan beats them.
Let me ask you this. People have said, like, Klatt, well, why do you care so much about these rankings? And this year, maybe even more so than others.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a great team. Like any given day.
No, I saw Georgia struggle against Missouri.
Exactly.
And Kentucky.
So this season, that's what we're supposed to be ranking. That's what we're supposed to be competing for is this championship.
Yeah.
And this season, it matters who gets that 4th spot. I don't think that Georgia may blow out the 4th place team. They may lose to LSU. I'm not sure. But I will tell you this. These spots this year, because there isn't a great team, more coveted than ever before. This is not the last 4 years. Remember, we had Trevor Lawrence. That was a great Clemson team. Then we had Joe Burrow. That was a great LSU team. Then we had the COVID Bama team. They were fantastic. Last year, we had the 6 draft picks off of that defense for Georgia.
Yeah.
We don't have a team of that caliber this year.
I think Georgia's got a really high ceiling, and Ohio State has a high ceiling. But they both struggled. I mean, Maryland gave Ohio State for a long time major issues.
Both of them, I think, have a lower floor than maybe what some of those great teams in the last 4 years have
let's circle back. We got a couple of minutes left.
Okay, here we go.
I'm going to hold you to this.
Please.
Because a lot of times you're just, you're straddling stuff. I'm demanding an opinion here.
Okay.
Because you're not calling this game. You're calling the big one. It sounds like you got Notre Dame beating USC.
I think Notre Dame wins.
Woo!
I think Notre Dame wins.
I will tell you this.
Football is a game of matchups, and this is a bad matchup for USC. And I love Caleb Williams, and I love what USC is doing. That's not a great matchup.
No.
If UCLA would have stuck to the run game late in each half when they had timeouts and had the ability to stick to the run game, they probably don't throw those picks. They probably win the game. So, guess what Notre Dame's going to do? Stick to the run game. And that's a problem for USC, so I'm going to go with the Irish.
The best bet on the board in college football is Notre Dame plus 6.5. It's the side. Now, look, J-Mac, is it 5 now?
Is it going down? It's got to be going down, right?
I think
I bet you it gets to 5 by Saturday.
Listen, if you go look at the history of biggest win in 8 years for a program, I don't care what program it is, the following week for 20-year-old kids, it's hard to.
Yes.
Lou Holtz used to say, you get a different team every week. USC, this city was just everybody that's USC. Everybody was biting nails all weekend. Oh, my God. All right, match it the following weekend against arguably a better team.
And it is hard to sustain your best time and time again. This is why the cupcakes in November are such a big problem, right? Ask LSU and Georgia how tough it is to play your best every single week. That's why Tennessee. That's why they just got 63 put on them. 63.
I know.
By South Carolina, because they have to play a league game every week.
You know who can bring it every week?
Me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Were you going to do?
No,
I was going to jump you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm really thankful for this show, by the way. In all seriousness, on Thanksgiving week, you guys have a phenomenal show. I appreciate the way that you've always treated me and bring me on and having our great college football banter, and I appreciate your listeners. And yes, I do enjoy coming on here and absolutely destroying Colin every week. So when you come up to me in the airports and at the games and say that, I agree, and I'm thankful for you too.
I mean, it has to be said that a part of my treating you that way is contractual. So
that's so good.
Michigan,
that's so good.
Michigan, Ohio State, Joel Klatt. I cannot wait for. I'm going to take Ohio all year. I thought Blake Corum. They were gonna take the air out of Ohio State's offense. If you don't give me him at 100, I got to go Buckeyes. Good game though. Good game.
Happy Thanksgiving, bud.
Happy Thanksgiving
J-Mac,
to
happy
you
Thanksgiving, bud.
Guys, let's face it. Dress shoes, stiff clunk. I have flat feet. Enormous flat feet. They're not much to look at.
You don't say.
Yeah, and so I don't like dress shoes. Enter Wolf and Shepherd. So they're kind of fashion meets sport. Basically, they were developed by a footwear designer, a former track athlete and a footwear designer, and they thought, there's a lot of shoe innovations that are amazing being applied to athletic shoes. None of them are making their way to dress shoes. And so they combined some soft Italian leather, some cushioning, innovative support, and they created a dress shoe at Wolf & Shepherd you don't want to take off. They prioritize two things that matter, comfort and your feet. Go to wolfandshepherd.com, check out their merchandise. Really walkable, really comfortable. 4-time Super Bowl winner Gronk is a big fan. Literally dress shoes, hybrid dress shoes, as comfortable and agile as sneakers. wolfandshepherd.com, SHEPHERD. Dress them up, dress them down, can't go wrong. Feel like a dream, Wolf & Shepherd.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes. You can't find anything to even come close to that.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
You didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The thing goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Now that's the shakaroni.
Dang, that's huge. Oh, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing. Somebody save me a slice? No.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Shakaroni. Oh, bring it in, bring it in. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Get on beat. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. Shake that wig on, come on. Shakaroni. Shakaroni. You guys were so off beat. Okay, all right, let's eat.
Are you sure you can handle this?
You know I've always loved technology.
I get that tech has always been your thing, but why this?
Well, this technology protects the world, and I want to be part of that. So, Dad, what do you think?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Our very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
Giants, Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day on Fox.
Everything I did for my family.
The cleaning lady's taking care of it.
It's not safe for any of us.
No one can ever know the truth.
The Cleaning Lady, Monday on Fox.
Always right, never wrong, undisputed.
Well, I've been on this now for 2 years. Somebody allowed Matt LaFleur into the VIP club, and he never paid his dues. And Aaron Rodgers, for a team desperate for leadership, continues to be treated like American football royalty, like how we should treat Josh Allen and Brady and Mahomes. They are so desperate for leadership. They need a quarterback who talks about we and us, not wavering on retirement. And yet the last 2 off seasons, he's been manifesting his destiny and talking about wavering about retirement and the meaning of life. And this is what it looks like. When you're sort of committed to football, this is what it looks like. When I look at Green Bay, I see a soft, divided, underachieving team dying for leadership. And where is it? Been saying for years, Aaron Rodgers is a bailer. He's not a baller. He's great with a lead. He's great when the sun is shining, the birds are chirping. But when you trail and it's late and you're getting hit and things aren't working, this franchise curls up at the sight of adversity. And Aaron's data historically is not good trailing. Now they need grit and toughness and ingenuity, and I don't think it's in their DNA. Make them uncomfortable. Green Bay doesn't like that. Those guys, they need a we and an us. Yeah, I just feel you're looking at a completely disconnected franchise, starving for leadership. Talent gets you so far in this league. Buffalo's got talent. Kansas City's got talent. You gotta have more than talent. You got to be all in. And I kind of feel like, that quarterback over my shoulder doesn't sound like he always is. Kind of in, sort of in. And this is what it looks like. Welcome back. Take care of your body, guys. M-Drive. Reduce stress. Elevate energy. Black Friday sales live. Get started 25% off. Coupon code HERD. MDriveForMen.com. J-Mac with the news.
No. Turn on the news. This is the Herdline News.
All right, let's go back to the Jets benching Zach Wilson for this game against the Bears. Wow. Mike White's going to start. Joe Flacco will back him up. Zach Wilson, inactive, as we discussed.
That's crazy.
We now have sound of Robert Saleh's press conference. Here's what he said about the benching.
Ooh.
Zach's career here is not over. I know that's going to be the narrative. I know that's what everybody wants to shout out, and that's not even close to the case. The intent, the full intent, is to make sure Zach gets back on the football field at some point this year. The young man needs a reset. His decision-making's been fine. His practice habits, all that stuff have been fine, but there's some basic fundamental things that have gotten really out of whack for him. And this is just an opportunity for him to sit back, focus on those things, find a way to get reconnect to all the different things that we fell in love with during the draft process. And it's something that I feel like he's going to be able to do.
Well, that sounds good. I think that's about as good a messaging as you're going to do. I like that.
Okay, so I've been looking hard to find the only guy I could think of who was a high pick who was benched Do you remember the career of Marcus Mariota?
Sure.
In Tennessee, was drafted number 2 overall.
Got banged up a lot.
No, he was a starter for like 4.5 seasons, and I remember it vividly because I had bet this game. Tennessee goes into Denver. Mariota is awful, benched for Tannehill, and that was it. He was done. Tannehill gets them to the playoffs. He becomes a starter in Tennessee. Do you know what Mariota did for the next 2 years? He was the backup in Vegas.
Yeah.
Sat, I think he barely got in a little bit, might have started one game. Now, he's the starter. So basically 3 years after he was benched for Ryan Tannehill, Marcus Mariota's back as a starter. Colin, if I put you on the spot and said, does Zach Wilson start another game this season,
No,
you would say?
I would say he'll be the backup to Derek Carr in Vegas next year. That is it.
That's a spicy take.
Well, no, I mean, he'd be a really talented backup guy with a big arm, close to where he grew up. He can head back out west. I think he's got a sour taste in his mouth. I think if you ask Zach where he'd like to be, Nevada and Utah, neighboring states, he'll go back. Parents can watch him, be there every week. And he's got the BYU fan base will come watch him. I think he'd be the backup for Derek Carr. Inexpensive backup. But also, I think it'd be a good move by Zach because you'd get an offensive coach. Look at what Josh McDaniels did to rookie Mac Jones. Look what he did, the development of Mac Jones. Josh McDaniels, by the way, Mac Jones has regressed without Josh McDaniels. So my takeaway is if I am Zach, I would love to eventually move out, go back west, find an offensive head coach, salvage what I can, and I think the Raiders would be a great spot eventually. And I think the Jets are going to be looking at Garoppolo to move on because Saleh's like, I'm not getting a third year here and not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
You get that ownership group. So Saleh's got to make the play. Now, I think he's done a great job, but the GM's not getting fired because he's hit too many home runs. Saleh, Miami's not getting worse. Buffalo's not getting worse. So, I mean, to me, the Zach Wilson experiment, he may come back this year, but with the elevated play of Josh Allen and Tua, I could see hands raised in a room. They move on. He goes back out west, and they go get Garoppolo.
So there's a lot to chew on there, but I'll say this. The GM, for as much as you love him, and I know a couple other people in the media like him a lot, he's now whiffed badly on 2 top 10 picks. Mekhi Becton has been a colossal bust.
He was a bust.
And Zach Wilson ain't the dude. So, I mean, you can hit on all the picks after that you want. Let's admit now that's 2 top 10 picks that have been big swings and misses.
And I didn't love Zach Wilson, and Becton had a huge weight issue. I mean, in college, that was the knock, is that he was just going to, and that's exactly what happened. So what's interesting is they rolled the dice on 2 number 1 picks, and their college concern became their pro reality, and both have struggled. People tell you who they are, believe them.
One other note, we know when there's like 7 or 8 new coaches in the league, every coach thinks, I can fix this guy. So there is going to be a market at some point for Zach Wilson. Somebody's going to say, geez, look at the tape of this guy. Look at his pro day. He's flinging the ball around 60 yards. Somebody may want to give him a look.
Well, I can see that happening.
And I can hear the audience laughing. Oh, Zach Wilson, he stinks. No. The guy's got some talent. We just haven't fully seen it yet. All right, next up, Colin, I know you love a little November NBA. Check it out. Things got heated in the desert last night. Here's D-Book blocking Austin Reeves, standing over him. Now, DeAndre Ayton comes over, and Patrick Beverley's not having that. He just body checks. Yes, from behind. Bit of a cheap shot. Checks DeAndre
Bit of a
Ayton.
cheap shot?
Well, after the game, he said he was just standing up for his teammate.
All right.
I'm not going for this. So that's what I saw. Obviously, it's unfortunate that it happened on national TV, but me, regardless of what's going on, I'm a big fan of protecting my teammates, and I'm a big fan of I'm a foxhole guy, and I put on a jersey and I commit to a team, I commit to a city. It's kind of my motto. I'm a foxhole guy, so very unfortunate situation though.
By the way, you see Westbrook jumped in there, too. Westbrook and Beverly. Westbrook's defending his guys.
Yeah.
How
Listen,
about that?
We know what Patrick Beverley is. This is his shtick. My beef here, look at Devin Booker on this play, okay? You block the shot, you stare down, talk trash, and then look what he does after this. Looks at the Lakers bench and starts talking. Colin, I don't know what happened to Devin Booker. I like this guy a lot. He ran his mouth to Luka. You remember in the playoffs last year?
Yeah.
And then Luka beat his ass in 7 games.
Yeah.
Just whooped him and was looking up at him at the foul line saying, you're not talking now when you're down 30 at home in Game 7. Colin, I like Devin Booker a lot. I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's just chirping at everybody. Like, can you win a title first before you talk trash? Remember, he talking to Klay Thompson and the Warriors. You remember that?
Yeah.
Devin, hey, settle down, buddy. Settle down. All right, final story. I should just let you take this away because Kawhi Leonard, Colin, your favorite guy.
Oh, God.
Cannot catch a break. He finally returned after missing like 17 months with the ACL.
And he's not
then
playing
he had the
again?
knee injury. Now he's out again with a right ankle sprain.
Oh.
He's out tonight. He's played in 5 games this season. Take it away, Colin. Go ahead. I know you love talking about this.
I really like everything about the Clippers. You can't build around Kawhi. He's a great player. I've said this before. There are certain people you can build around in any business, a radio business, a sports business, a law firm. And then there's just people that are talented. Kawhi's super talented. You can't build around him. You can't build around Anthony Davis. He's just really, they're both really, really talented. But when you can't rely on somebody physically, and Kawhi is nonverbal. So, I mean, I don't think people always bang on Paul George. I mean, Indiana built around Paul George for years, and they gave the Miami Heatles all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, LeBron's Heat, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'd build around Paul George. I am over Kawhi.
Do you remember what happened at the end in San Antonio with Kawhi?
Oh, they gave him away.
Well, essentially, he was practicing with the team, but when it was time to play, he's like, no, I'm not ready. And some of the players started to come out and say stuff. Now, there's been guys who played in the NBA, come here to FS1. I've asked them a million times. They does Kawhi Leonard have that dog in him? Does he want to play and go out there and rip your throat out and win the title?
We talk about this repeatedly. When you do a movie franchise, the Avengers, you got to trust that you can build it around Robert Downey. Early in his life, you couldn't. Later, Robert Downey matures. It's like, okay, we're going to build this puppy. Matt Damon. We can build around Matt Damon. These are decisions you have if you're going to do 4 and 5 and 6 movies. Not every actor you can build around. Same in pro sports. Some guys are nonverbal. They're odd. They're temperament. I'm not going to build around James Harden. But in his prime, I'd love to have him on my team. I think Kawhi has reached that point. It's just, I can't physically. And also, maybe he talks within the organization, but you can't tell me Steve Ballmer. Remember, he joined a great culture in San Antonio, won a title. He joined a great culture in Toronto. The Clippers are building around him.
They're building a new arena, I think, in Inglewood.
I'm done. It's just, again, don't confuse lack of talent. I said 3 years ago on this air, I thought he was the number one, get a stop, get a bucket guy in the NBA. Okay. I think he's a great player. You got to be, it didn't matter if Howard Stern showed up to work once a week. Doesn't matter how talented. You got to show up to work.
So this is where it gets interesting, Colin. When do the Clippers players start to chirp privately or to the media?
Oh, I think privately.
When they're below 500, Paul George going to be chirping. I mean, John Wall has sat out 2 seasons. He didn't come back to watch Kawhi Leonard not play basketball. I would just keep an eye on some of the Clippers and rumblings. Like, I mean, how many years is these guys supposed to have like a dynasty, right?
Because
Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
Wall's played pretty well.
He has. How about Reggie Jackson?
Well, Reggie loves Reggie.
Yeah, that's the guy. If I'm in the media and I'm covering the Clippers, I'm talking up Reggie Jackson all the time. Chatting with him in the corner. Hey, Reggie, what do you think about
Reggie
Kawhi?
Jackson has Michael Jordan's confidence. And there are moments when he's
one of the most underrated trash talkers in the league.
Yeah.
He knows he can cook anybody off the dribble, and then he's going to tell you about it too. And I just wonder, when do people start saying, man, what's up with Kawhi Leonard? Because we saw it with the Spurs. I think it was, I don't know if it was Tony Parker was the guy.
Some guys turned against him.
Some guys were like, dude, come on.
Very good work there, J-Mac. J-Mac with the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The Herd Line
I got two. I thought I saw something last night that is it's really interesting on Kevin Durant. I don't know how it's going to play. We'll talk about that coming up, and some thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. He was asked about retirement yesterday, and I had a thought on that. Well, it's not anti-Aaron. Own a business, bumpy ride, clearly pandemic to inflation. You could probably use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees, managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible, your business, to receive a payroll tax rebate. Not a loan, it's a tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. How do you get your hands on it? Go to getrefunds.com. They got a team of tax attorneys. It's a highly trained, little-known payroll tax refund program. Already returned $1 billion to businesses. They do the work. There is no charge up front. You share a percentage of the cash they get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits. Does your business qualify? Not a loan, a refund of your taxes. Go to getrefunds.com and click on Qualify Me.
humbug.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the game, but my signal is dropping the ball.
You need a better network. 'Tis the season to switch to Verizon.
Tis?
Tis. You get a free 5G phone when you do.
Free phone?
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Oh, well, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh, Scrooge.
Only Verizon gives you a free 5G phone and another gift like a tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow!
Switch now to Verizon, the official 5G network of the NFL.
Are you tired of washing dishes? Well, flip the way you clean them with Dawn Platinum Easy Squeeze. It's an upside-down bottle with no cap. You just grab and squeeze. Dawn Platinum's more powerful formula breaks down and removes grease 4 times faster. Huh, nice. No flip, no mess. Platinum is also a go-to grease cleaner for your sink, your countertops, and to pre-treat stains on laundry. Fast, easy. Dawn Platinum Easy Squeeze. Flip the way you clean dishes.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom.
Come on, you got this.
Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation, that's just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the team mascot. Boy, am I running late. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Should I keep these?
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at K.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
I was thinking of spending some time as Iron Man, with thrusters for feet and hands like cannons. Is that too much to ask?
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do you guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon, one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes, you can't find anything to even come close to that.
In my world, numbers are everything. But my most important stat, my sleep quality. It is vital to my mental, emotional, and physical performance. The new Climate 360 Smart Bed actively cools, warms, then effortlessly responds to me. Smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. And that means I'm at my best for me, my team, and you. And all I have to do is get game-changing sleep. Only from Sleep Number.
On any match for free on Tubi.
Always right, never wrong, undisputed.
911, what's your emergency?
118 is at the scene.
Losing someone out there is never easy.
911, Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
So LeBron James did not like being a villain when he left for the Heatles. He later said he wanted to play for the love of the game and joy, not to be hated. Aaron Rodgers has acknowledged he didn't like the vaccine pushback he got. I mean, social media it's just the reality of if you're a president, if you're a commissioner. I mean, does anybody like Goodell, Roger Manfred, Adam Silver? Nobody likes anybody. But professional athletes are often in their 20s or early 30s, and I think it's harder to compartmentalize that stuff, the onslaught. They're on their phone more generationally than a commissioner is. So I think for an Aaron or a LeBron or a Kevin Durant, it's hard to be a villain. And Brooklyn has become the league's villain. Last night, Kevin Durant, Kyrie, and Simmons lost by 9 to a Sixers team that didn't have Embiid, Harden, or Maxey. They're just now a bad basketball team. And Kevin Durant, because of Kyrie's, is not a likable guy for a lot of reasons. Simmons is detached and aloof, not likable. And Kevin Durant's coming to terms with, since he left the Warriors, where he was very likable. Not just finals MVP, but, the Warriors are kind of cocky and fun and likable, and they play a flashy brand, and I think everybody loved Kevin. I still think people like Kevin. But he acknowledged this is not a likable team, and they're the league's villain.
There's a lot of emotions. You just want to play well. The fans are going to be involved and get excited. Well, not get excited, but just bring their best. But that's in every arena. Everybody wants to see our team fail. Nobody likes Ben. Nobody likes Kai. Nobody likes myself. So it might be like that in every road arena. You know what I'm saying? So it's just something we got to deal with. But I thought he did a great job of just handling it and playing his game. And we had chances to win, but we just didn't.
I think people do like Kevin Durant. I like Kevin Durant. I like him. I love his game. A little sensitive. So what? He's a young guy. Has a right to be sensitive. Doesn't mean you're less of a human or less of an athlete. Aaron's a little sensitive. It's okay. But I don't think it's the fact that he's unlikable. And now you can't blame Steve Nash. All the people that used to blame Steve Nash, well, he's gone now. So now it's a bad basketball team that doesn't win a lot of games. So I said it at the time, and I'll say it again. I thought leaving the Warriors for Kyrie Irving in Brooklyn was a tragic mistake that his agent and his shoe company should have talked him out of. I think increasingly, I think Kevin wants to be liked. I think that's his personality. He'll tell you he doesn't want to be liked. I think he wants to be liked. I think this is going to wear on him. And I think he's a little bit trapped. But I don't think Brooklyn's unlikable because of Kevin Durant. I think Simmons is detached. Kyrie is not my cup of tea for a variety of reasons. I think he's a culture and a coach killer. And that's the reality, though, of Kevin Durant today. Another story, so Aaron Rodgers, I don't like when my quarterbacks are talking retirement, but he was asked about it by Pat McAfee on the YouTube show. And, Aaron Rodgers came out and he talked a little bit about it. This was foisted upon him. He said, I'm proud of what I've accomplished. I'm not looking forward to the end. Life after football is going to be a tough transition for every player. I don't know when that's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be after the season or after 3 more seasons. So, again, he was asked about it. He had a comment. I will say this. I have been tough on Aaron Rodgers, and I don't like my quarterback talking about retirement. Devontae Adams is like, I don't know when is he going to be here? I mean, Brady may retire tomorrow. He's always all in. He's letting you I'm playing to 50. But I will say this, I think Aaron will be much more likable in retirement. People forget that Charles Barkley was wildly controversial and at times unlikable as a player. Go look at Barkley's track record. He's incredibly likable as a commentator. He's funny, self-deprecating. Kobe Bryant ran through, he was hard to coach. Go read 3 Rings by Jeff Pearlman. Hard to play with, wore people out. And then Kobe retired, and he became an ambassador for the WNBA and coaching his lovely daughter. Kobe became much more likable. He did the basketball, Life of Basketball. He won an Oscar. I think Aaron's going to age well. I think he's going to be really appreciated. I think in a team construct, Aaron can be a little prickly, at times condescending and aloof in a team construct. But as an individual, he's got brain power. He's funny. He's really bright, good conversationalist, has strong opinions. I don't see him as a guy that would want to be pinned down to a network to be a broadcaster, but I could see him being a guest here, a celebrity tournament. He'll do funny commercials. I think Aaron's going to be one of those Charles Barkley guys that we kind of crushed him sometimes when he played. He could be a little mean, a little chippy, but I think he's going to age incredibly well. And I think we'll think of Aaron Rodgers very fondly. And he's one of the 12 most, I was just jotting down during the commercial break, the 12 most talented quarterbacks I've ever seen, most talented. He's like 6. I think we tend to remember, nobody remembers MJ and the Wizards. It just like disappeared. Of all the 30s for 30s done, the one that's never been done that I think is fascinating is Michael Jordan's Wizard career. Nobody's ever done that 30 for 30. We've done stuff on Andre the Giant, and we don't do Michael Jordan and the Wizards. People forget what a mess it was. It's fascinating. Maybe they can't get the video. Michael won't do an interview. He was unlikable. It just disappeared. Nobody remembers Joe Namath at the end. It's almost like Montana didn't play for the Chiefs at the end. We don't remember the bat. Well, what we do is we go back and look at the highlights. We hear the announcer on YouTube describe your game-winning drive. And I think Rodgers will be a very iconic, smart, handsome, funny, engaged, doing things on his schedule, former NFL star, and he'll be really likable. He'll have a Barkley feel to him, where when Aaron's in town, he'll give you time. He'll be funny. He'll do things on his schedule. But I do think sometimes Kobe in the team construct, a little bit too much of an individual. A Barkley in the team construct that worked in Phoenix, didn't work in Houston with Pippen. And Aaron, sometimes when you put him around a team, a little bit too much of an individual, that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes pro athletes have to be selfish. Legacy Precious Metals. These are rough economic times, chaotic stock market. Legacy, gold, silver. Should it be part of your retirement plan? Call 866-674-HERD or visit buylegacygold.com. Terry Bradshaw around the corner, plus Jason McIntyre's tomorrow's headlines today. I don't have a blazing 5, but I trust this guy's picks. And he's the only guy I know that bets and wins college basketball. So if you could do that.
No blazing 5. I'm devastated. Oh, my goodness.
But there are
games,
tough, right? There are games I like. I'll be on my social media. I love Notre Dame and the points this weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Ohio State, Michigan?
I'm going to stay away from that because of an injury. I do think the Giants and the points, 9.5.
I'm with you on that.
I like that. I think I'm going to watch the line. If the Vikings, New England goes back to what, 3?
3. It's at 2.5, yeah.
Okay, so I would take the Vikings to cover if it's at 2.5 or 3. Those are my bets. All right, hour 3 next.
Humbug.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the game, but my signal is dropping the ball.
You need a better network. 'Tis the season to switch to Verizon.
Tis?
Tis. You get a free 5G phone when you do.
Free phone?
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Oh, well, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh, Scrooge.
Only Verizon gives you a free 5G phone and another gift like a tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow.
Switch now to Verizon, the official 5G network of the NFL.
All right. The reason why your dishes aren't as clean as you like isn't your dishwasher. It's the detergent. I recommend Cascade Platinum, and in your routine, let's watch it work. Only Cascade uses Gone as a built-in pre-rinse system. It rehydrates dried-on food, lifts it off, and breaks it down for sparkling clean dishes the first time.
Okay, who wants to start?
Just scrape, load, and we're done. Cascade Platinum. Scrape, load, done.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
You didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom.
Come on, you got this.
Hey, no challenge, no change.
The thing goes. Let's go. Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
Unc, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Dang, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe it'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody save me a slice. Where'd he come from?
Don't you think this is a bit extreme?
It is. But it's where I need to be.
We know you love a challenge. We didn't expect this.
If it were expected, it wouldn't be a challenge. So, Mom, Dad, what do you think?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We are mighty! Annoying. Go. Thanks, Mom. If you have cut rate car insurance, then not even a Hail Mary will save you from paying for this. So get Allstate.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at K.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more tailgates are switching to Ram. And more of that, and that, and whatever that is, are switching to Ram.
I wish I could see June this holiday.
Some time with Oscar would be nice.
Causing trouble?
Running around the ship?
Lying through my teeth?
Yeah, that's what I'm wishing for. Oscar!
I'm not following you.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do you guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon, one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes, you can't find anything to even come close to that.
In my world, numbers are everything. But my most important stat, my sleep quality. It is vital to my mental, emotional, and physical performance. The new Climate 360 Smart Bed actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to me. Smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. And that means I'm at my best for me, my team, and you. And all I have to do is get game-changing sleep. Only from Sleep Number.
Number 3, Michigan. Touchdown. Number 2, Ohio State. Instant classic Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
On Fox. Attention Medicare recipients. The Inogen One Portable Oxygen Concentrator may now be available at little or no cost to you. Call 800-506-4859 to order yours today. Inogen oxygen concentrators are portable and make oxygen from the air around you. They're light, quiet, and battery operated to go everywhere you go. And we have a full line of portable oxygen units to fit a wide range of budgets. If you're on Medicare, you may even qualify to get your Inogen unit at little or no cost to you. Go back to joining friends for the breakfast special, make spending time with the grandkids easier, or start attending your religious services again. Call Inogen now for a free information kit and a free no-obligation consultation on our complete line of affordable portable oxygen products. And anyone on Medicare or with eligible insurance plans may qualify to get an Inogen One at little or no cost. Call 800-506-4859. That's 800-506-4859.
Everything I did for my family.
I don't know why you don't just make a fresh start.
There's no fresh start for us.
The Cleaning Lady, Mondays on Fox, and watch anytime on Hulu.
Oh my God. Hour 3 live in Los Angeles. It's The Herd, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. iHeartRadio, Fox Sports Radio, and FS1. 4 Super Bowl times, 2-time MVP, 4 Super Bowl championships. A decade and a half of greatness now. He's been at Fox. He started this thing. The Simpsons and Terry Bradshaw sort of started. You started this thing rolling. I jumped on at the very end.
I was part of it.
Trained you.
No, I was part of it, for sure.
Bart Simpson and you. And then I jumped on and gravy trained Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, it was, there's a picture in the hallway. You've seen it?
Of course.
And it's like, wow. That was the first Fox broadcasting team. All the broadcasters, the game guys, and the studio guys. And all the game guys are gone. Every one of them are gone.
Well, you got rid of them. They were
got rid of nobody.
You didn't like it. Just get those guys out of here.
Not true.
Wasn't Collinsworth here?
Later.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Did you ever put your shoes on and they were filled with peanuts?
No, never happened.
You never got shoes with peanuts in them?
Why, what's that?
Because I filled your shoes up with peanuts.
I heard about that. You see, the prankster. Somebody told me.
Well, you've got so many shoes, and so I picked the prettiest ones that I thought you would wear, and I filled them up with peanuts. And I never heard anything. I said, I know he's going to gripe. Not a word.
No.
Dadgummit. All right.
By the way, Jason McIntyre's new to the show. He's a wonderful guy. Great family guy.
Good to see you, Jason.
He's an athlete. He's a grinder. Love him. Terrific guy.
So what did you play?
I played basically everything: soccer, tennis, basketball.
One of those guys plays everything.
I'm not a golfer though.
No.
Yeah.
But no contact sports.
I do some contact sports.
Soccer, yeah. Soccer could be contact.
Basketball's not a contact
sport? Oh, no,
sport?
you hit your legs in soccer and you go, oh.
Well, they can be a little dramatic.
I'm not a quarterback like this guy.
Oh, no, this guy here is the best.
Big arm.
Yes.
Okay, so let me say this. So it's I want to start with something near and dear to you. Is that because Steelers have a huge fan base, and as the Jets can attest to, it's hard to find the right guy. But Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh.
Right.
What do you see? I want your opinion on that.
I saw, I watched him all 4 years at Pitt.
Yeah.
I loved him. When Pittsburgh drafted him, perfect match. Is he a super A talent? No. But he is an upper echelon B. He's not.
Okay.
Okay.
Jimmy G got to a Super Bowl being that.
And, and I love Jimmy G.
Yeah.
I think they have their guy.
Yeah.
He, as I told you, he almost has the it thing. And I think if you can not have the it thing and get the it thing, he's a guy that can get it.
Okay.
Once they put some pieces around him, they got a really good wide receiver.
Tight end I like. Najee Harris.
Najee is
O-line's a little suspect, Terry.
Very suspect. And once they fix that, he needs a couple more really big time. Hey, look, they all do. I think the Pitt Steelers have got their guy. Okay.
And that's the key.
Absolutely. And here's the key for me, is you know this. You don't have to you can have an arm like Billy Kilmer.
Right.
As long as you can stand in that pocket and read coverages and not panic. And he does all of that.
So I want to go to this because the Garoppolo thing's interesting. My takeaway is, listen, if you don't have to pay your quarterback $38 million or up.
There you go.
And it's 28 and I can surround him.
Or 18.
Okay.
18. What's he getting? 18 million?
Yeah. So here's how I judge Garoppolo.
18 million.
I like Garoppolo because you know what? On third down, he'll stick it in tight coverage. He's not you.
He's
not
fearless.
Aikman. I think, and I'll say this, I think those players love him. He's a guy's guy.
Here's what's so great about Jimmy G, and I love him. I defend him I don't care how bad he plays. I defend him because I see a lot of him. I see a lot of me in him. And the fact about he just goes out and plays, and it's almost like, oh, I'm that bad? Oh, I didn't know I was that bad. It doesn't bother him.
It doesn't.
And they kept him away from the team.
But never
he practiced on another field. He never took us. No. The thing about Jimmy Garoppolo, we're talking about folks from 49ers, is that he got his chance. He didn't pout. He came in, and he just picked up like he'd been the starter all year. I love the guy. I love the way he delivers the football. There are two quarterbacks I love watching throw the football, Tom Brady and Garoppolo. I love the way they deliver the football. And he's just one of those guys, man. And I go back to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, and I know my wife is watching right now. Hey, babe, I love you. And when he missed that post route down the middle, that was they had the big lead.
Well, he outplayed Mahomes for 3 quarters.
For 3 quarters, and that play was huge.
Yeah.
That was huge. But I love the guy, and what you said was right. And we won't have that in some of these quarterbacks. They're gonna overstate their value, and therefore the teams are going to have a hard time signing them. They're going to say, well, wait a minute. I'm a starter. I want $35 million a year. And what the team is going to have to say is, yes, you're the starter, but you're not great. I don't know how you tell a quarterback you're not that.
Well,
but
hopefully as an agent, you can get the message through the agent.
He'll say, look, we'll give you $20 a year, and then that's going to leave us $15 million to get some people around you.
That's
See,
right.
a lot of these places, you look at Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. He needs some people around him. $50 million takes a lot of that money away.
Russell Wilson in Denver now is going to have that issue.
Well, he got what he deserved. I said this Sunday on the show, grass isn't always greener. Be careful what you wish for. Then you get there, and now you're messing with your legacy.
Well, you
did poorly.
You said you never wanted to play for anybody else. You were all Steelers.
Right.
It is. So I want to talk about this because the world was different. Heck, you play your first you didn't even have coordinators. It was you and Chuck Noll. You didn't have a quarterback coach.
No.
Now it's like you have a social media manager. You have sports talk radio. So there's part of me where I feel bad because I don't think I would have been mature enough at 22 to stand in front of the New York media.
Me either.
I would have been
No, I'd have been done. Done.
But we have to contextualize this. Also, these kids now all have media helpers, managers, agents. I think this was Baker's issue.
You're talking about Wilson now?
I'm talking Zach Wilson.
Okay.
This was Baker's issue. It's Zach's issue. They butcher the press conference, and it ticks off teammates.
Right.
Now, you didn't – I mean, you had the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and maybe one radio station.
Vito Stellino, Glenn Sheely.
And by the way, if you said something wrong, he'd probably come back and say, Terry, what'd you mean by that? Now it goes to the world. So
I know exactly what you're saying. It's so hard. If I took my career and as immature as I was then, and it took me, I don't know that I ever really grew up. I don't think I've actually matured yet.
But you were a grown-up.
Here's what happened. My career was going down the tubes. And I was in and out of the lineup. And I was sitting home in my apartment in Pittsburgh. And I got so mad at myself. All right? I didn't have an agent. I didn't have people pat me on the back and loving on me, which is what I wanted.
Right.
So I had to sit there and I said, way to go. You're just letting a career get away from you because of what people are saying, because of the coach, whatever excuse I wanted to come up with that satisfied me. I got mad. I got so friggin' mad at myself for allowing that to happen that I finally said, no more. And from this day forward, no more. And that's when I started becoming a quarterback. When I developed a tough skin, and I actually got, I use this word, but it doesn't really represent me, nasty.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, say you were a guy that said a bunch of bad things because I played for you last week, and you come in, and then I'd look at you, and I would take it from you. But I thought, you know what? Here's what I think about you. But I wouldn't say it.
Yeah.
But that's how I approach it. And that
chip,
that got me, that developed the tough skin the tough attitude that you need to play the quarterback position. And I think about Baker. I never was a Baker Mayfield fan.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Wilson, I was a fan of Wilson, still am. Zach Wilson, quarterback with the Jets. He needs to get like I got. He came out of BYU. How many years did he start at BYU? One? Was it one?
No, I think it 1.5.
1.5 years, okay? Protected and so on and so forth. And now he goes into a press conference, and when you screw up, the best thing, you're not going to win that war with the press.
Nope.
You just go in and say, hey, man, I screwed up. What happened today? I don't know. Well, could you not read the coverage? Yeah, I thought I could. You answer the questions, but you take the shots and you take them, and you walk out of there, and then those guys will respect you. And then when you play well, they'll say nice things about you. Then when you don't play well, they'll say bad things about you. But you get that balance, okay?
Yeah.
Where you don't allow them to get inside. And that's what Brady has. Well, maybe Rodgers has it, maybe he doesn't. I think Mahomes has never had a bad game. Peyton Manning never had a bad game. Elway never had a bad. There are certain players that are so phenomenal.
Yeah.
They don't
have bad stretches.
Yeah.
Bad quarters, bad half.
I had bad years. Then finally you just get it.
Let me ask you this. And I got some pushback for this, but I said my whole life, even Marino, when you play in 74 degrees, a lot, and then you go up to Baltimore and it's blowing sideways, or Buffalo.
Right.
Those Charger teams, remember that Fouts team that went to Cincinnati and they were just dropping everything? And my takeaway is I love what Miami's doing. I thought they'd be a playoff team. But I do worry about a smaller quarterback without a big arm going to windy Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, outdoors. I do think, and I've seen this in the NBA, where the Phoenix Suns years ago had the Steve Nash teams. They were built for the regular season, but they didn't have the toughness for the playoffs. Miami, I look at and I think, can that team win in January?
Hey, let me answer that. Absolutely.
You think so?
Absolutely. All the guys at Fox will tell you, I love Miami. From the very moment that Tua was drafted, I have always been a Tua fan. I watched him at Alabama. Oh, yeah, he's surrounded with all these number ones. But, God, Colin, he is so accurate.
He is. He's crazy accurate.
He's so poised. Nothing bothers him. He's got everything you want in a quarterback except the gun.
Yeah.
But dang, is he quick.
By the way, great. Also, great at the podium. Falls on the sword.
Falls on it.
They wanted Deshaun Watson. Brian Flores didn't like him. He shows up at the podium, sense of humor. He's really good at the podium.
And they always are saying, well, we got to get our quarterback. This was a huge mistake. We could have had Herbert. We took him over Herbert.
Never bothers him.
No. For all our viewers out there, I'm telling you, this guy's a real deal. I love him. And they got what? They went out and got players for him. They went out and got Waddle and whatchamadoodle from Kansas City.
Tyreek Hill.
And they run the football, and they play great defense. And he just gets up there and slings it. For a guy 6 feet, maybe 6'1", if we're pushing it.
Probably 6 feet.
Watch how quick he gets rid of the football. He is so smart.
Yeah.
It's gone. I love him.
Okay, so
but you don't buy him. You don't buy him. No, I can tell. You're not.
No,
No, you're not. You're not buying into him.
I love you. There's a lot of I love pasta.
You. Can we say that on the air right now?
But I like him.
Yeah.
I love Burrow. So
yes.
So
I see where you're going here. Okay. I love the guy in Buffalo.
I love Mahomes.
Yes.
Burrow's a fun because you watched the Steelers last week, so you saw Burrow. And I talk to Joe regularly because I have a podcast thing with him.
Joe Burrow, you have a podcast with Joe Burrow?
So I talk to him every week. And you know what I love about Joe? When you're really confident, you don't have to say it.
Yeah.
I said, God, that game, you didn't have Chase, you didn't have Mixon, kind of choppy. And he said, you know what, man? I just saw it coming. I just saw the good stuff coming. I thought Burrow was going to be Tony Romo. It was pretty good. About 6 games in, I'm like, whoa, I made a mistake. Who does Burrow remind you of? Doesn't have a huge arm. Not the most mobile guy, but Terry?
Oh, no, I think he's plenty mobile. I didn't know. Here's a guy was under the same offensive coordinator at LSU for 2 years.
Yeah.
The second year, look what he did.
Exploded.
They didn't lose a game, but won the championship. And the thing about Joe Burrow, he's got a very good arm, not a howitzer, smart, anticipation, very accurate.
Really accurate.
And here's the thing about Joe Burrow. Hey, I had a bad game, you know. Yeah, you have them. I don't want to have them. I'll, bounce back.
Short memory guy.
Yeah, you got to have it. Yeah. I remember one time I just got blasted in Pittsburgh, and I deserved it.
Yeah.
I got so doggone mad at the press.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wanting to say, he wasn't playing. I'm trying to come up with all these excuses why I played bad. The following week, I didn't talk to anybody when I threw 5 touchdown passes. So that was a proud moment for me because I got hammered and I responded. And I think Burrow is a guy who does that. I just love the fact that he's had bad games, man.
No chase,
I don't
no
think
mixing.
Mahomes has ever had a bad game, has he? Not really?
I would say, wouldn't you say, this is funny about Mahomes. I had somebody tell me this when he started getting great. They said even in college, he kind of mechanically goes into the weeds, and you got to get him because he's so gifted, Terry.
Too gifted.
Right.
Yeah.
You had this.
Gets
when your
him in
arm
trouble.
is so great, you can rely on your talent, and sometimes got to bring him back in. So he'll
reel him in.
Yes. By the way, Josh Allen in the red zone gets a little comfortable with his arm strength.
Yep.
Got to bring him back in a little bit. But I will say what makes I want to talk Mahomes for a second because what I find fascinating. It's much tougher. And the difference between the great quarterbacks and everybody else is the great ones can play from behind.
Yep.
Everybody plays with a run game and a lead. Everybody.
That's the only way to play.
Right. Mahomes wins over 50% of his games, and I believe the number is when he trails at one point by 10. I didn't see him. It's incredible.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't even know what his comp was. What was his comp? Have you ever seen anybody pre-Mahomes that you thought is a little Mahomes? I don't remember anybody.
No.
Sidearm.
Well, here's the thing about Mahomes. When he came out of Texas Tech, I paid no attention to him. Why?
Because he ran that offense.
And everybody that runs that offense, Jason, is what? They're just
stinking.
They come in, they can't read coverages, and they're just history. And then all of a sudden you hear, boy, this Mahomes guy at training camp, this Mahomes guy, and you're going, oh, I remember that guy at Texas Tech. Bingo. He had it. We saw way too many of those guys come out of the run and shoot and all those crazy offenses.
Big 12 quarterbacks
RPO.
were terrible in the NFL.
That's why Ohio State always makes me nervous when those quarterbacks come out of there because they got all that talent and they're reading and got an option post. It's the post. It's the flag. They come open late. You don't see a lot of read and turn and they come out and they've got to learn all those things. Fields has got to learn all of that.
That's right.
And that's why they run a 4.40, and everybody's sitting here going, gee, Merry Christmas. It's hard to do. Mahomes doesn't run a 4.40, but he's fast enough. He's gifted as all get out.
Yeah.
Sneaky. I mean, he's sneaky in a pocket.
Clever.
Got great feel for the pocket. And he holds the ball with one hand while he's moving around.
Yeah.
He's an amazing guy.
He is.
And I love the guy in Buffalo, too. And he learned, he wasn't accurate.
Like you, he played at a never on TV.
Well, he went to Wyoming.
Yeah, I mean, cold weather, isolated.
And like me, he sometimes says, well, my arm can beat this. I can beat this coverage with my arm. And in the NFL, it's not that easy.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
You think it's a great, the arm strength, everybody loves the arm strength. A lot of busts with strong arms.
If you've got to go over 20 yards, you better pack that arm and pull it back because they're going to catch up with you over 20 yards.
Well, go back to your early, because I remember I've told you this before, the way you held the ball is how all kids held the ball. Terry put his finger on the point.
Yeah, held it the wrong way. Delivered it the wrong way.
But you and Namath, when you have a great arm, you want to show everybody your great arm.
That's not true.
Terry, you had a big arm.
I had a big arm.
And you like showing it off.
I did not like showing it off. Well, maybe I did.
You did, I think. But you like...
No, Colin, that's not true.
I never saw you throw a screen pass.
Well, I didn't throw many. I did. They're too short.
That's exactly right.
No, you learn. It's like it's good to have the horsepower when you need it, but you learn to be a really effective quarterback. It's all about anticipation, timing, reading the coverage properly. Look, let's not kid ourselves. That was a 51.9% completion.
Well, it's a different era. Totally different.
So, I mean, but if I had to get it down there, I could get it down there.
All right, you know,
that's it. You're just gonna let me say that and just leave it.
Well, it's 21 minutes.
We're done.
Well, you thought you got shortchanged?
No, I thought I had 40 minutes today.
40?
They told me 40. They said the show was in the tanker to come out for 40 minutes. I drove all the way from the beach to talk. I haven't even said Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Now you're going to do it here. You're going to hold your Thanksgiving.
I'll be here tomorrow.
And Thanksgiving's here. Are you flying back?
No. I'm here all week. I got here last Friday. I'll be here till Tuesday. I head up to back to New Haven, go back to Yale University, and then home. I'll get home Tuesday.
Are you going to go speak at Yale?
No. I'll go to the hospital at Yale. Go see my doctors at Yale.
I've been there before. You ever gone to ever gone to the Dinosaur Museum at Yale?
No.
Unbelievable.
No, I haven't.
You've never gone to it?
Have you?
Two things.
He's never been out
best
of LA.
Pizza.
I can look at him and tell he's never been out.
I just moved here 6 years ago, dude.
From where?
From the East Coast.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Best pizza in the country.
Go to Pepe's in New Haven. You know Pepe's Pizza?
Yeah, best pizza in the country.
Yes, absolutely.
Connecticut's got great pizza.
Yes.
And the Dinosaur Museum on the campus of Yale.
I went to the 50-yard line at Yale University and had my picture taken at the Yale Bowl.
Could you have gotten into Yale? What?
If it was cumulative, I could have.
I couldn't get in there.
You got to have like a 4.0 to get in Yale. Are you kidding me? No.
I didn't apply.
They didn't even recruit me. Are you kidding?
All right.
I went to Louisiana Tech's engineering school, so I got a PE degree there. So
well,
yeah.
Did you go in for engineering and then move to PE?
Petroleum engineering. I got a PE degree there,
like
Colin.
Teacher. I thought a PE teacher.
No, I'm kidding. You're right. It was PE.
That's a good. I'm going to steal that.
No, you can have it.
All right, thanks.
You can have it. So that's it for me.
That's it. Hall of Famer Terry Bradshaw wishing all you
See
happy
you in a year,
Thanksgiving.
folks.
All right. Back in a second. In LA, it's the Herd.
In my world, numbers are everything. But my most important stat, my sleep quality. It is vital to my mental, emotional, and physical performance. The new Climate 360 Smart Bed actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to me. Smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep a night. And that means I'm at my best for me, my team, and you. And all I have to do is get game-changing sleep. Only from Sleep Number.
Cleaning is the worst. Seriously, there's gotta be a better way. So we gave Swiffer a shot. If we don't love it, we get our money back. Spoiler alert, love it.
Sweeper's heavy-duty dry cloths grab dust and hair and lock it away. Better than my broom that can push it around. It even gets into hard-to-clean grooves and grout lines. Cool.
And Swiffer Duster gets in all those hard-to-reach places, trapping 3 times more dust. Yeah, switching to Swiffer, totally worth it. Love it or your money back.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided. Yeah, sisters.
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation is just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. the #1 longest-lasting AA battery.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at K.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
I long to see the setting sun bring peace on earth to everyone. And faith reborn each glowing morn. That's why I dream.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Everybody's going, well, how come he's playing so long? Why do you guys try to play forever? And the game is so fun. I wish everybody could play on a Sunday afternoon one time. Win or lose, the excitement, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, the adrenaline rushes, you can't find anything to even come close to that.
For full-time fans, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
911, what's your emergency?
We have a blip emergency.
Losing someone is never easy.
911, all new Mondays on Fox, or watch anytime on Hulu.
This Thanksgiving, Fox Bet Super 6 is giving everyone a free chance to win $25,000 and enter their Thanksgiving truck giveaway. Download the app, enter your 6 picks in the NFL Thanksgiving Challenge for Giants Cowboys, and opt in to the truck giveaway sweepstakes for a chance to win. Colin, which team will win and by how much? Giants Cowboys. I will go Dallas by 4.
Yeah, I'm going to say Dallas. Dallas kind of an ugly 27-23 win. Ugly.
I don't know how the Giants score a lot. They're injured so badly at receiver, secondary.
How's the weather? The weather's going to be okay?
I think it's going to be fine.
Is it?
It's in Dallas, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'll be fine. I think it's just I think New York has more than once this year, between ground game and defensive front, has brought offenses down. They stay in games. They ugly it up. They try to extend their drives. I think the Giants are being a little bit exposed. I'll tell you the team, early in the season, you see teams and you think, ooh, wow, and then they get exposed. Go look at the Seattle Seahawks schedule. They're going to win double-digit games. They're going to win, they could win 11 games. Because Arizona stinks and the Rams stink. Those were you could go 0-2 against them. So they're 2-0 against Arizona, and Seattle's not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. J-Mac with the news.
No. Turn on the news. This is the Herd Line News.
All right, Colin, let's go back, revisit again the big story of the day. Zach Wilson benched by the New York Jets. He will not be active against the Bears this weekend. Mike White starting Joe Flacco. I think he's 37.
Yeah.
Is going to be the backup. At Robert Saleh's press conference this morning, he gave some insight into how Wilson reacted to the news.
What was Zach's reaction when you gave him the news?
What you would expect from a player that, he's not ready for the, or not that he's not ready, but it's like, why now? Why me? I want to play. And, obviously, you expect that. And, but after a great conversation, I think we're on the same page. Does he want to be on the field? Of course he does. But I know if there's anyone that's going to be on the sideline cheering and rooting his teammates on and hoping Mike White freaking dominates, it's going to be him.
Why me? A little lack of self-awareness
Well,
there?
I mean, he's probably bummed out. He's a young guy. He's kind of bummed out about it, don't you think?
Yeah, I think he's a little bit bummed to be benched 20 games into his career. Thanksgiving week in New York, where you're the number one story in sports pretty much right now, right? In the NFL.
Well, no, we let our show with it. Yeah. I think it's a real story.
It's a bummer. All right, let's move on. Odell Beckham, Colin, still in the market. All signs point to him making a decision on his next team soon. Cowboys and Giants have been vocal about their efforts to sign him. Dak said he told Odell how much he wants him in Dallas, and the feeling is mutual. But Giants receiver Sterling Shepard said he talks to Odell often and knows he would love to be back in New York. According to Fox Bet, these are the two teams with the best odds to land him. Cowboys plus 125, Giants second at plus 300. Is there a dark horse we're not considering out there? He's not going to like Tennessee, right?
Somebody said, Alex said in my ear, Kansas City.
Well, they did just, Kadarius Toney got hurt his hamstring, the guy who was coming from the Giants.
I know. And they would make it work. And you have a strong enough coach and strong enough quarterback presence, the OB thing would be a non-fact. OBJ, when he was in Cleveland, Baker wasn't established. The coach wasn't established, and he kind of took over the room. And I'm not blaming OBJ, but he was very big for the room. But if he came to a Dallas with Dak, if he went to a Kansas City with Mahomes and Reed, he'd fit in and be great.
I'll float him since you keep talking about him. Seattle Seahawks. They have Metcalf and Lockett, but you add Odell to that offense with Kenneth Walker in the backfield.
Well, they have kind of a. Metcalf's their one. Lockett's a very dependable two. I don't think they need OBJ.
Okay. Do you think Odell's maybe waiting around if you never want to say somebody gets hurt, Odell asking price just went up. Like right now, Dallas Giants, there's not like a bidding war, I don't think, for Odell. It's more like the players are saying, hey, Odell, come play with us.
If you were his agent, isn't Dallas the only?
Oh, 100%.
It's just an easy one. By the way, I believe he lost some money. Remember he got paid in Bitcoin or cryptocurrency?
Oh, that's right.
Seriously. So it's like, if you're sitting there thinking I can have New York taxes or Dallas, seriously, if you sign a contract, you could save hundreds of thousands or $1 million. He also sued some shoe company, apparel company, I forget which one. So it's like, I think if you go look at, he took money in cryptocurrency, salary, that all washed up. He played for free for the Rams. According to the stories, it looks like if he took his salary all in cryptocurrency, did he play free for the Rams?
Yeah. Not ideal.
Not ideal.
All right, final story. We'll go to the World Cup. There's a good game coming up Friday. USA, England. Now, the big story here, Gio Reyna did not play in the first match against Wales for the U.S. Battled injuries throughout the year, said after the draw he's 100% healthy. Greg Berhalter, the coach, said they decided to take a cautious approach with Reyna, and it sounds like he's going to be good to go Friday. Unclear if he's going to start or come off the bench. Also, there's a big injury to Harry Kane, the England striker. He's having a scan on his foot. I haven't seen if the results are out yet. Unclear if he's going to start play. I'm sure he's going to be okay. But it's a big one, Colin. Big England-U.S. game.
Let's temper our enthusiasm. If I told you they lost 2-1, would you be satisfied?
No. We need a tie. If you lose this match and Wales gets the W over Iran, I think we're probably done. Stinks. They got to push for the tie.
The game of the tournament so far, Canada-Belgium. We have an
Great
update.
game. It's happening now. It's still, I think, 0-0. Canada had a PK. The keeper for Belgium, who's allegedly the best in the world, made a great save. How about this earlier? Spain scored a touchdown. 7-0 win over Costa Rica.
We haven't mentioned that Japan beat Germany.
Oh, that was a tremendous game. If you woke up early this morning.
How about the play by Japan's goalie?
Oh, Japan goalie was an outstanding, stopping Germany, and then Japan scored like 2 goals in the final 20 minutes. It was pretty thrilling. This is what I love about the World Cup. Like, the entire country gets behind a team, and when you see the photos from Japan and people are freaking out in the streets, coming back to beat Germany.
We've already had 2 massive upsets.
Yeah, the
Saudi Arabia beat Argentina.
And as Stu Holden, who's on the Fox team, pointed out, remember, the U.S.'s final 2 tune-ups were against Japan and Saudi. We did not score, and now it's oh, wait, Japan and Saudi Arabia are good. So maybe we're not that bad, which goes back to your point, hey, we're still in this, guys. We played great against Wales. Let's get that result against England.
J-Mac with the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The Herd Lie News.
Been keeping up with the news lately? You know we're living in very challenging economic times. Americans are suffering still from inflation, soaring gas prices, higher than average supply chain problems, gas issues, all this economic turmoil, increased volatility in the stock market. By the way, it still costs a lot of money to fill your tank up. You filled your tank up in the last couple of weeks?
I did. Well, it's not that expensive. It's expensive.
Yeah, it's still up there. Legacy Precious Metals, a company to trust when investing in gold and gold IRAs. Gold IRA has the same tax advantages of a traditional IRA while giving you protection by owning physical gold. Legacy Precious Metals. Call them today at 866-674-HERD or download their comprehensive gold guide at buylegacygold.com.
Ah, humbug.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the game, but my signal is dropping the ball.
You need a better network. 'Tis the season to switch to Verizon.
Tis?
Tis. You get a free 5G phone when you do.
Free phone?
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Oh, well, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh, Scrooge.
Only Verizon gives you a free 5G phone and another gift like a tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow.
Switch now to Verizon, the official 5G network of the NFL.
Good checkup? No, great checkup. Nailed it again.
Keep up the good work.
For great checkups, Crest has you covered because Crest Pro Health protects 100% of your mouth for 24 hours.
I did it again.
I told you it works.
And for stronger teeth that last, there's Densify.
Like bones, your teeth lose density over time, but Crest has you covered. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth.
Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom.
Come on, you got this.
Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes.
Let's go.
Get up to $300 off accessories. Terms apply.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy bit awkward. Just ask Romeo and Juliet. But after saving big with Amazon Black Friday, tragedy was avoided.
Yeah, sisters.
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation is just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm the team mascot. Boy, am I running late. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem like me.